Part 2. Establishment. A fond kiss, and then we sever. A fond kiss, and then forever. Robert Burns. 1. The First Threshold. 1. For most of that week, Patsy and Les McLeod avoided each other, wrapped in their separate and very different conceptions of what had happened between them. Patsy did not want to fight with Les, so she was uncharacteristically happy that he had retreated. She wanted to sit quietly and chew on the new perception of herself and her husband she had come to before meeting Tabby at Delicious. Since that Tuesday, Les had been acting aggrieved and wounded, barely meeting her eye. He was pouting. He thought he could force her to apologize for the things she had said by putting on these infantine looks, and such tactics had been successful in the past. But Les, looking stricken, no longer infected Patsy with guilt. In fact, she resented that once it had. As long as he was sick, she would care for him, but she did not intend to bring in his tray, as it were, on her knees. When she looked at the pouting, whiskery man on her marital bed, she saw a patient, not a husband, and her mind led her through a series of propositions. If your man is supposed to be a tough, masculine businessman, but if he is afraid that he can never be as tough and manly as he thinks he must be, then you are supposed to assure him that he already is. If his insecurities mean that he has to beat you several times a year just to make sure that your assurances were not lies, then you are supposed to take the beatings quietly. If he comes home with shit in his pants like a baby, then you can be certain that pretty soon reassurance time is going to roll around again. By Saturday, Les was out of bed, and Patsy retreated into the spare bedroom with the library's copy of D.B. Bach's History of Patchen. At 11:30, Les looked in and said, "What about lunch?" She said that she was not hungry. "What about my lunch?" "I'm sure there's food in the refrigerator." "Jesus Christ!" Les slammed the door. 2 hours later, he came in the room again. He was glaring at her, and his fists were balled. "You trying to get back at me or something?" "I just want to be alone," Patsy said. "Okay, I'm going to the golf course. Be alone if you want to act like a spoiled kid." Tabby and Clark Smithfield spent Saturday in a gloomy but not a poisoned silence. Clark tried to explain to his son that the fault for his charade had been Sherry's, that Sherry's unwillingness to adjust to Hampstead and Connecticut had driven him out of the house, and Tabby saw that his father believed this. "We'll get by, kid," Clark said. It was noon, and he was working on his second drink. "We're better off without her." They watched television all afternoon. At 6, Clark drove to an Italian restaurant on the post road and came back with an enormous pizza. Wordlessly, they watched the local news, the national news, Solid Gold, Enos, and the beginning of the Saturday night movie, From Russia with Love. Tabby kept looking at his watch as the light from the windows died and the nearly bookless library at Four Hearths darkened. "Dad," he said, "are you going to need a real job pretty soon?" "I have a job," Clark said. He sipped at his Irish whiskey, looked sideways at Tabby. "I can get work any time I need it." "But you don't have a job," Tabby said. "You don't have a job now." "I told you I did, didn't I?" Clark said, not looking at him. Tabby stood up and left the room. Being with his father was like watching somebody drown. For a time he stood outside on the front steps. The trees of Greenbank and Hermitage Avenue inhaled on the short front lawn of Four Hearths, exhaled farther down the quiet street. Above them, the passive stars marched in order. Tabby went down the steps to sit on the grass and wait for the Norman twins. 2. Shortly after 9:30 that night, Richard Albee pulled into Graham Williams' driveway. When he got out of his car, he turned around to see how the old Sayer house looked from across the street. Already it looked improved, he thought. It looked inhabited. Like children and animals, houses, too, were civilized by the touch of informed love. That he had imagined seeing Billy Bentley there more than ever seemed a delusion. He was glad that he had told Laura, now in the hated water-bed, reading a Joyce Carol Oates novel and watching a James Bond movie, no more of it than that he had seen the cat. Light footsteps came tapping toward him from the Charleston Road corner. Involuntarily, Richard tensed his muscles. He braced himself to see a large, gray tomcat padding silently into the circle of light just up from the corner. Delusion, delusion. A figure turned the corner. It was coming toward him. Then the figure emerged into the light of the street lamp, and Richard saw that it was Patsy McLeod. She was carrying a thick book under one arm. Apart from the relief at the disappearance of his ridiculous fear, Richard felt a certain guilty pleasure in the sight of Patsy. He waved at her. She wore a pale blue shirt and white bib overalls which fit snugly at her waist and billowed around her legs. Patsy waved back when she recognized him. "I should have known that you'd be here," he said. "I thought you and Laura might both be here," Patsy said as she walked toward him over the lawn. "Laura's in bed with James Bond. And Les has the flu. On the whole, Laura has the better bargain." Richard asked her about the book she was carrying as they went toward the front door. "Did Mr. Williams tell you anything about why he wanted to see us together? Did he show you the plaque on Mount Avenue?" Richard shook his head and pushed the bell. "Then I'd better wait for him to explain it." "All will be explained." "All," she smiled at him. Williams opened the door and peered out through the screen. "Both of you. I'm very gratified." He opened the screen door and stepped out of the way, allowing them in. He was wearing his Yankee cap and a gray PAL T-shirt too small for him. Patsy and Richard came into a hallway lined with bookshelves. Books leaned, books formed skyscrapers and towers on the top shelves. Books were lined spine up on the floor in front of the shelves. "Where do we go?" Patsy asked. The light bulb hanging from a cord in the middle of the hallway had burned out. "First door on the left." Patsy, then Richard, went into the living room. Here, too, the walls were covered with bookshelves, and books were stacked to waist height at intervals before the shelves. Framed graphics and posters for ancient films stood on the floor, propped either against the shelves or against the stacks of books. A dim overhead light burned, as did a standard lamp beside the shabby green couch, and a brass gooseneck lamp on the white pine table which held a typewriter, an old black manual, and several neat stacks of paper. The room smelled of must, age, books. Williams hovered in the door. "Make yourselves comfortable on the couch, or on the chair." He nodded toward a brown leather library chair, which seemed to dissolve back into the shelves of unjacketed books. The chair was so worn it looked as though it had been sanded. The dye had shredded away from the leather. A tall floor lamp and a heavy marble ashtray stood beside it. "Can I get you anything? A drink? Coffee?" Both Patsy and Richard asked for coffee. "Perking away. Be right back." In seconds he was back with 3 cups. He set the tray on the coffee table before the green couch. Then he picked up 1 cup and pulled a metal chair from under the typing table and sat, facing the other 2. Simultaneously they sipped the hot, strong coffee. Richard was not sure why he had thought he ought to come. This would be a waste of time. Williams was a lonely old man. He had invited them for their company, that was all. Richard rubbed his hand over the arm of the couch. The raised, ornate pattern had been almost worn away. "I suppose I ought to apologize," Williams said. He removed the Yankee cap and danced his fingers over his freckled, bald crown. "This place deserves to be fixed up, and I never had the money to do it. Just got used to it instead. I put up all the bookshelves myself 40 years ago. Nowadays I couldn't even afford the lumber." His fingers still danced and drummed on the top of his head. The old man was nervous. Richard wondered how long it had been since another person had been in the house with Williams. How long it had been since a woman had been in this room. Then the old man startled him by saying, "Patsy's a psychic, you know, same as her grandmother, Josephine Taylor. There's a boy in the neighborhood who's another one, Tabby Smithfield. James Tabb Smithfield, that is, up on Hermitage. Don't suppose you're one, too, Albie?" "Me?" Richard said, swallowing too much coffee. "A psychic? No. I'm not either, except for the one time I was, when I saw a man and knew—well, never mind what I knew. I'll save that for a time when young Tabby's with us. I gather you know about your family and all that, about the Greens?" For a moment Richard had thought Williams had meant his father, and he was already shaking his head impatiently. "Oh, the Greens. I know a little." "You ever see the plaque in front of the academy?" Richard glanced at Patsy and caught her staring at him. He shook his head again. "Smith, Taylor, Green, Williams," the old man said, mystifying Richard. "And Gideon Winter. Smith, which became Smithfield. Taylor, who is our beautiful little friend sitting next to you. Green, who is you. And Williams, who is me. And Gideon Winter, who could be just about anybody. I guess I better explain." 3. "You're a smart little fuck, Tabs," Dickie Norman said, rubbing his knuckles painfully over the top of Tabby's head. They were jammed into the front seat of the old black Oldsmobile beside Bruce. The Normans were happier than Tabby had ever seen them. Both of them stank of excitement and beer, of marijuana, too. "Hey, I knew he'd come through," Bruce said, knocking Tabby's ribs with a huge elbow. "Our little buddy's a great guy. And you never made a sound about who you were going to be with, did you, little buddy?" "Of course not," Tabby said. "But this is the last time I do anything like this. No more after tonight. I want you guys to know that." "After tonight, man, you're cool with us," Bruce said. "Ain't that right, Dickie? Tabs is cool with us." Dickie responded by trying to play washboard on Tabby's head again. They had turned into Beach Trail and were going downhill toward Mount Avenue. "Because I hate doing this," Tabby said. "I just want to keep my ears, that's all." Both Normans responded with violent, beery laughter. Bruce turned right on Mount Avenue and went past the front gates of Green Bank Academy. At the thruway overpass, Mount Avenue joined Green Bank Road. Bruce was driving south toward town. Tabby asked, "Where are we going?" "Parking lot," Bruce muttered. He went down Green Bank Road to the first light, then turned right toward the post road on the Sayre connector. The man Tabby had seen across the street from school was standing beside his van in an empty corner of the Lobster House lot. Bruce drove up alongside the van, and the man watched them get out of the car. He doesn't look like a burglar, Tabby thought. Gary Starbuck had a pronounced nose, a perfume tester's nose, steady dark eyes, and a worried forehead. He was dressed entirely in dark blue. He looks like an algebra teacher. The dark eyes rested on him for a moment. "Yeah, I see," Starbuck remarked, though no one had said anything. Then he spoke directly to Tabby. "You know what you're supposed to do?" Tabby shook his head. Starbuck reached into the window of his van and brought out a pair of small two-way radios. He handed one to Tabby. "Switch it on," he said. Tabby turned it over in his hands until he found a sliding button on the top. Both radios squealed loudly, and Tabby hurriedly slid the button back toward him. "They're too close now," Starbuck said softly, still looking straight into Tabby's eyes. "They have to be about 50 feet apart to really work right. But that's how we'll talk. You sit in the van. Front window, back window. You keep looking at the drive and the road. Simple?" Tabby nodded. "And if you see anything, you tell me about it. We'll be in that house maybe half an hour. That's a long time. Anybody stops and looks at the van, you tell me, and describe who it is, what kind of car, anything you see. If there's a cop, lie down on the floor of the van and call me fast. We'll come out and take care of him, but we'll have to get to him before he gets to his radio. You get your money afterward, as soon as we get away. Understand, kid?" "I understand." "I was beginning to think you couldn't talk," Starbuck said. "Here's one more thing for you to understand. If you ever talk about this with the cops, or if I even think you'll talk about this with the cops, I'll come back here and kill you." The sweetly, seriously worried expression on his face never altered as he said this. "I'm a businessman, see? I gotta stay in business." The Normans were so impressed they looked as though they might levitate. "And that goes for you too, glandular cases, too," Starbuck said. "Hey, shit, man," Bruce said. "Get in the van," Starbuck ordered, abruptly turning away. He got in the driver's seat, Bruce in the passenger seat. Dick climbed in the back with Tabby, who was clutching his radio. As Starbuck swung out of the lot across the post road to go back down the Sayre connector, they passed the statue of John Sayre posing as a World War I soldier. Tabby noticed the statue for the first time. The young soldier's face seemed demonic to him, the creases in the bronze cheeks exaggerated by shadows. Dickie leveled a forefinger at Tabby's chest and pretended to pump bullets into him. "I never lived in a place like this before," Gary Starbuck said. "Not exactly like this, anyhow. What do they call this, anyhow? It's not suburbia, is it? Do they call this exurbia?" "I don't know," Bruce said. "Who cares?" Starbuck turned left on Green Bank Road. Tabby silently groaned. He should have known. They were going back to his neighborhood. "Well, I've been reading the local rag," Starbuck said, swinging the van around the curves on Green Bank Road. "You know what goes on in this town? You know how many drunken driving arrests you get on the weekends? How many accidents? How many drug busts and stupid goddamned amateur break-ins by kids without any professional knowledge, without any training? I say this isn't suburbia, and it isn't exurbia, it's disturbia." 4. Richard surveyed the bookshelves as Graham Williams spoke, randomly reading off names and titles to himself. Half of the longest wall seemed to be fiction, the other half history and biography. There was a long section of screenplays bound in black vinyl. The wall to his left held art books. Paperback mystery novels had been jammed in above the outsized art books. Williams was an addict of Raymond Chandler and John D. MacDonald, of Amanda Cross and Dorothy Sayers. "All right," he said when Williams paused. "The descendants of the 4 original settler families are back in Hampstead, in fact, back in Greenbank, and our ancestors had some kind of trouble from a newcomer named Winter. But I'm afraid that I have to ask, so what?" "The only reasonable question," Williams said. "You're right. Why should we care, really, unless we're historians? The only reason we should care is that whatever happened back then is still affecting us now. Isn't that always true of history? If the Normans had prevailed in England, we'd be speaking French today, or something like it. So let's look at our history here in Hampstead. I'm going to give you 3 names from 3 generations in Hampstead, from 1898 to 1952. Robertson Green. He would have been your great-great-uncle, Mr. Albee. Bates Krell, and John Sayre. Robertson Green was executed by the state in 1898. Bates Krell disappeared from human ken in 1924. And John Sayre killed himself in 1952. I think Gideon Winter was reborn in each of these men, and that only John Sayre had the strength to fight him." 5. Les McLeod had snatched up his golf clubs as he steamed out of the house, thrown them into the trunk of his Mazda, and driven straight to the Sawtell Country Club after his fight with Patsy. Of course, it had not been anything as satisfying as a fight. It had been Patsy needling him, provoking him as only someone who had lived with him for a decade and a half would know how to do. "I'm sure there's food in the refrigerator." A rebellion against the proper order of things. Les did not actually feel much like playing golf, but he could not stand to be in the house a moment longer. Golf was the best excuse for a long absence. He would spend 4 or 5 hours away and come back and see if she had seen reason, or if she was still using the old needle. And if she was, then she was asking for what she knew she was going to get. Once at the club, parked out in front of the long, white-columned building, Les had felt sweaty and dispirited. His forehead and hands paradoxically felt damply cold. He had decided that he could manage 9 holes if he could find some loser of a partner, so he got out of the car, shouldered his heavy bag, and doggedly marched past the front of the club toward the first tee in the pro shop. "Hey, Les, you looking for a partner?" Ugly Archie Monahan was smiling brightly at him from beside a display of golf balls. Archie, a second-rate Mick lawyer, proved his point about losers. "Ulick Byrne was going to meet me here, and guess what? I just called his house, and he's down with the flu again. Poor bastard got it twice. I could use a partner if you want to go around with me." "Oh, I'll go around with you any time, Archie," Les said. He smiled at Archie, taking in his red, eager face, the yellow knit shirt bulging out over the watermelon belly, and the red and green plaid pants, and said, "Today I'm really only up for 9 holes, though. Just got over the flu myself. What do you say?" "You'll go round with me any time, hey?" Archie said. "9 is great with me, sure." And Les took in that this garish fool actually preferred to play only half the course with him. Les opened the door. Archie shook his head and did a no-you-first gesture with his hand, and they hovered like that inside the door for a time until Archie grinned and surrendered and went outside before Les. "How's your wife these days, Les?" Archie asked. "She's such a pretty little lady." "Patsy's fine." Les did not want to get into a discussion of his wife, especially not with Archie Monahan, who had spent hours ogling her at a party last year. Archie, Les remembered, liked to talk about other men's wives. "Patsy McLeod, Patsy McLeod," Archie said, as he would lovingly pronounce the name of a movie star. And Les was so irritated that after he won the toss and teed up, his wrists were tight and the ball sliced deeply off the fairway. "Bad luck, Chief," Archie said. He rolled his belly up to his tee, flexed his arms, and punched the ball in a straight line more than 200 yards toward the first green. By the time they met again on the 5th green, Les had realized that Archie had deliberately thrown him off by saying his wife's name in that way, and he made himself stay loose and calm as he putted to stay 3 over par. Already he was having a bad day, but there was no need to make it worse. The only consolation was that Archie, too, was 3 over par, and likely to stay that way, unless he could make a 30-foot putt. Archie seemed not to care. "I've been studying this a long time, Les, and I have come to the decision that there are 2 kinds of women. There's the kind that looks as though she enjoys it, and the kind that looks like they don't even know what it is. You know what I mean? In this town, at least 80% of the women are in the second category. They might have 3 kids, but to look at them, they never broke sweat." "Nice one." This was for Les, who had made his putt. Archie set his ball in place and waggled his club speculatively. "I was talking to Ulick about this once, and he named 8 or 9 right off the bat. You'd think the Women's Art League and their tennis game was the most important thing on earth. Lime green skirts or those real baggy khaki shorts, right? You know the kind I'm talking about? Ultimate prep. Little bit of a drawl in their voice." Archie lined himself up, cocked the club back, and made his shot. The ball obeyed Les's silent prayers and rolled to a stop 3 feet short of the hole. "Ho-ho! I know, Les, you want to give me this one, but I insist on making the shot." Archie perkily strode up to the ball, paused, and stroked it neatly into the hole. He winked at Les. "You go out on the terrace of the club, you'll see about 300 of them, eating their salads and talking about their hairdressers. Is that what they talk about, do you suppose? Or do they talk about the same boring shit that we do?" "What's your point, Archie?" Les hefted his heavy golf bag. He was sweating, but he felt chilly. His forehead had a block of ice strapped to it. "My point is this. If the waitresses out there on the terrace are the only ones who look like they enjoy it, I'm glad I married a waitress." I said this to Ulick, see? And he said, "Archie, your real theory is that all women are secret waitresses." Guess what? Around Ulick, I got to keep on my toes. Les turned away toward the next tee. He understood 2 things, both of which were faintly surprising. Archie Monahan liked him no more than he did Archie. That crack about ultimate prep had not been accidental. And Archie missed Ulick Byrne. Archie wished he were playing with the young lawyer instead of Les. Archie was in his 50s, Les was 40. Surely the 2 of them, whatever their feelings about each other, had more in common with one another than Archie could ever have with Byrne, who was still under 30. "I guess Byrne is a sharp guy," he said. "Sharp? Baby, if he was in a corporation, he'd already be vice president, and they'd be measuring him for the throne. How about we put a little money on the next hole, Chief?" "100 a stroke," Les said, but Archie did not wince. He grinned. By the 9th hole, Les owed Archie $300, and was about to go down 100 more. The yellow shirt and hideous plaid trousers were a long way closer to the green. Down $300 to Archie Monahan. Les had assumed that the size of the bet would rattle Archie, and now Archie was a chip shot from the green, and he was sweating about $300. Les lined up his shot, pictured it in his mind, waggled the head of his wood beside the ball, and settled himself. He could not stop himself from thinking that if this ball went where he wanted it to go, the size of his debt would go down to $200. The minute the head of the club met the ball, he knew that he had checked it. He had muffed the shot. Then it was only a matter of watching it go wrong. The ball sailed up, looking like the best shot in the world, and kept on sailing, but where it should have soared between the trees, it dropped. Les watched as the treacherous ball fell like a stone into the pocket of trees. "Want to borrow my compass?" Archie called back to him. Les fumed toward the trees, deliberately not looking at his partner. He did not want to see Archie grinning at him. If he could get any backswing, he could still match Archie on this hole. He'd been in those trees before, and they didn't have to hold you back. This was a par 4, and if the lie gave him half a chance, he could still make it in 4. And there was always the chance that Archie would lean too hard on his chip shot. Les stepped under a branch and began to look around for his ball. He was breathing a little hard. Sweat dripped into his collar. Archie was just lining up for his shot, and Les paused to watch him. Archie sighted down his line again, waggled his club and his rump. He brought the club back, then around, and hit the ball too hard. Les silently applauded. He knew what was going to happen. "Now make a joke about your fucking compass," Les said to himself. He saw his ball almost instantly. The little flash of white sat about 2 feet from the mossy side of the largest oak. He was still in the match. Les moved toward the tree and heard a rustling in the bush on the other side of his ball. A squirrel. Les got around the oak and took a good look toward the green. Archie was standing in the bunker, looking a lot less cheerful. Then from behind him, Les heard the unmistakable sound of a child weeping. He whirled around and saw nothing. As he turned to face the ball, the sound came again. He turned and heard a scurrying in the bush. "Hey, get on out of there, kid," he said. The child sobbed quietly. Les propped his club against the oak and put his hands on his hips. "Everything's okay. Come on out." The bush was still. "Come on, I'm trying to play golf here. No one's going to hurt you. Get on out of the bush." When nothing happened, Les picked up his club again. As if the child in the bush could see him and was afraid of being hit with the club, the bush rustled again. The boy was going deeper into it. It must have been a child of 4 or 5, Les thought. A child any older would be too large to move around like that in the bush. He could not make his shot with the bush rattling and rustling in that way. Then the quiet weeping started up again. Les put the club on the ground. "Do you want help, Sonny?" There was no answer, and Les walked over toward the bush and bent down to peer through the dense leaves. "Come on out and I'll help you." He heard a tiny voice say, "I'm lost." "All right, I'll help you," he said a little abruptly, and parted the leaves of the bush with his hands. "How did you get here, anyhow? Did your daddy—" He took his hands away from the bush. A vice had gripped his head with astounding pressure. For a second his vision had gone black. He straightened up and blinked. The tiny voice said, "I'm lost. I'm afraid." Okay, Les said, and bent forward again. His hands went toward the bush. They stopped just short of touching the long, pointed green leaves. Somehow a feeling of wrongness emanated from the bush, of the bush harboring a thing that could not come out into the light. Les thought he caught a curling odor of wet mud, of sewage, of stinking weeds. The child wept again, but Les was afraid to touch the bush. Wrongness. There was something wrong in there. The ripe, acrid odor curled toward him again. He knew that if he touched the bush, the vice would close again around his head. His eyes would go black. The thing in the bush wept bitterly. Les peered into the leaves and saw only more leaves, leaves rustling against other leaves, leaves touched by sunlight, and leaves shining greenly in the dark. "Your ball lost that bad?" Les whirled around and saw Archie Monahan's plaid pants and bulging yellow belly. "I heard something." Les said, straightening up. "My ball's not lost. I heard something. There was a kid in this bush. He was crying." Archie's eyebrows went up. "He just stopped," Les said. "I can't see him anywhere in there." "Let old Archie have a look," Archie said, and bent forward and parted the bush with his hands. Just for a second, Les caught that odor of wet mud and sewage. He was aware of the perspiration standing on his forehead. His whole body felt so odd, so light, that he was afraid he would fall down. Archie Monaghan thrust his whole upper body into the bush, and Les was left staring at his wide plaid bottom. "Well, guess what?" Archie said, pulling himself out of the bush. "Nobody's at home. You sure you heard a kid in there?" "I heard him crying." "Did you talk to him?" "I talked to him. He said he was lost." "Well, it's damn funny. There's nothing in there now. He must have run away." Archie scratched under his arms and looked vaguely at the trees. His face lightened. "Hey, there's your ball, and not too bad a lie. You can come out of this smelling like a rose." Les put out of his mind everything having to do with lost children and bushes that could squeeze your head and blind you. He picked up his club from its bed of pine needles, straightened up before the ball, and smacked it home. "And that's how you get to be a vice president in the corporate jungle, Buster." A little more than 2.5 hours later, he was saying, "You might as well let me buy you a drink," to Archie Monaghan. He was feeling a curious mixture of bitterness and relief. Relief because he had ended the match only one stroke behind Archie. Bitterness because he had not smashed the fat little bog-trotter. He supposed it was the lingering effects of the flu that had spoiled some of his shots, but he still remembered the way that bush in the spot of rough had rustled, and how the child's voice had come from it. Before Archie had jammed his head and shoulders into the bush, Les had wanted to pull him back, yank him to the ground to keep him away from the bush. But, of course, nothing had happened to Archie. There had been no lost child in the bush. But he'd had an image, something with its jaws locked around Archie's trunk. Yet nothing had happened to Archie. He had put his head and chest in that wrong place, and seen and felt nothing. But there had been that smell. Rotting weeds, damp earth, and beneath these, not necessarily unpleasant odors, another odor, headier, more biting. Archie was accepting his offer of a drink and looking at him oddly. "Oh, I'm good for the debt," Les said. "Here, let me give it to you now." Archie started to smile and shake his head, but Les took his money clip out of his pocket and counted out 250s. "There, now you can take a trip to Dublin, Archie." Archie pocketed the bills. "Actually, I just got back from Dublin last week." Archie Monaghan led the way into the club's lounge. Old bugles and hunting horns shone from the walls, along with prints of red-coated men on horses. Archie bounced along the row of booths, nodding and saying hello, going toward the bar. Les followed. Archie was now banging his palm against the back of a man on a bar stool and laughing at some remark made by the man on his other side. When Les got closer, he recognized the foursome before himself and Archie. They seemed to be part of a group which included one or two executives like Les, a contractor he knew only by sight, and Archie's partner, Tom Flynn. Flynn was huge and jowly, about Les's age, and wore a Madras jacket the size of an elephant's blanket. "You guys all know Les McLeod, don't you?" Archie asked. "Nice to meet you, Les," the contractor said, and the others nodded and mumbled some kind of assent. "I just lost 100 clams to Monaghan here. Let me set up a round," Les said. "The truth is, he played a terrible game. I just played a worse game." He took out his money clip and laid 2 20s on the bar. "Hey, barkeep, give these guys more of the same, and I'll have a martini on the rocks twist." "Bottle of Bud for me," Archie said. Les swallowed his drink and said, "Arch, what's your favorite pub in Dublin?" Archie was talking to Tom Flynn and ignored him. "There was a lost kid out by the 9th green," Les said. "He was hiding in a bush. You ever hear of anything like that before?" "Les hears voices," Archie said. "The Joan of Arc of Sawtell, CC." Les grinned hard through the laughter. An hour and 2 martinis later, Les debated calling Patsy. The trouble was he didn't want to leave the group. He was sure they would talk about him the second he left the room. To hell with Patsy, he decided. He thought of his wife sitting in her little spare room with her book and her television. That was where she would be at this minute. She had probably eaten nothing. She was engrossed in a book or in her diary, and she had forgotten all about him. Archie's name glinted at him from a plaque of former winners of the club trophy. The air conditioning seemed to freeze his sinuses. He touched his forehead, and it felt like wax. There was another brimming martini before him, and he lifted it and drank. That kid out there was from another species, he said, and was gratified and surprised to hear laughter. No kidding, I felt something really strange out there. Archie whispered something to Flynn, and Flynn's eyes flashed at him. Then he saw something he could not believe. A man sitting in the corner booth up at the top end of the bar was wearing raw steaks around his neck. The raw meat was a kind of necklace, the way it was spread out against the man's skin. "Hey," Les said. And "hey," Flynn echoed. Les stared in fascination at the necklace of raw meat until he saw that it was not a necklace at all. The raw meat was the man's chest and shoulders. His skin had been peeled back in big scallops. Les caught again the odor of wet earth and ripe sewage. The man in the booth was dead. He had been flayed, and now he was dead. "Guess what?" Archie said. He muttered something, and the other men laughed. Les stared at the dead man. That was what had happened out by the 9th green. The lost boy had been dead. He was dead, and he had been looking for Les McLeod. He felt the heavy martini glass slip out of his fingers. When it hit the floor and shattered, all the laughter ceased. Archie and the other men were looking at him. He saw dislike in their eyes, and it was naked. Again he felt light-headed. "I'm getting out of here," he said. Les kicked the broken glass aside and went toward the door. 6. "Reborn?" Richard asked. "You mean reincarnation? I can't believe in that. You can talk all you want, but you'll never convince me that this Winter person was born as 3 different men in 3 different decades and all in the same town." "Not born in that way," William said. "I'm not talking about reincarnation in the strict sense. That's more a metaphor for what I mean. When your great-great-granduncle was born, Gideon Winter was nowhere in evidence. The winterizing, to make a joke at your relative's expense, came later." "Well, if you're talking about possession, I'm not sure I believe in that either," Richard said. "And that's fine with me," the old man said. "I'm not sure I do either. Not unless an entire stretch of seacoast can be possessed, or can possess. A man named Gideon Winter arrived here roughly 300 years ago, and various things happened. Bad things. Bad economically. Bad in every way. You could use the word evil, but I suppose you'll tell me that you don't believe in evil either." "I believe in evil," Richard said, and Patsy surprised them both by saying softly, "I do too." "All right," Williams said. He put his baseball cap back on. "Maybe it wasn't the man, but what happened to him here? Maybe it was something the place did to him. This is a fancy theory I've been working on for 50 years or so." "You mean since that man, since Bates Krell," Patsy said. Williams glanced appreciatively at her. "Oh, I know about him," Patsy said. "I just didn't know his name until I heard you say it to Tabby. I saw him. I saw him." She colored. "A long time ago I saw him kill a woman." She colored even more deeply when Graham Williams picked up her hand and carried it to his lips. "Of course you did, and you don't know how good it makes me feel to hear you say so." "Shouldn't we talk about what it says in here?" Patsy said, touching the big blue library book. "About Winter?" "Sure," Williams said, "if you like. You know what this is, though. Mrs. Bach was not a professional historian. She just assembled records. She didn't try to draw any conclusions from them. Her history is a source book, but no more than a source book." "Well, I thought it was kind of Inconclusive, Patsy said. Williams stood up and wandered off to a distant bookshelf. He returned with his own copy of the book. Sure it's inconclusive. He dropped the book on the coffee table, then sat and picked it up and opened it in his lap. Dorothy Bach expected other people to make the conclusions. All she wanted to do was gather as much data as she could. She just put together raw data. He flipped through the early pages of the fat blue book. So you see what she was able to find. Land records, stock transfers, births and deaths from the parish records on Clapboard Hill, which got its name from the way of calling worshippers to service. They clapped two small boards together. Let's take a look at what she has for the year 1645. Gideon Winter's arrival, Patsy said. Here it is. A landowner named Gideon Winter of Sussex purchased 8.5 acres of seacoast land from farmers Williams and Smith. And that's all it says about him on that page, until she says that his name did not appear in the parish records. Dorothy Bach was an old woman when I started to look into this, Williams said, but I felt I had a compelling reason to bother her. I'd been brooding about Krell for 2 or 3 years. Hold on a second, Richard asked. What is all this stuff about somebody named Krell? I keep hearing the name, but I don't know anything about him. Patsy, you say he killed someone, and you saw him do it? Not really saw, Patsy said. I saw it with my mind once. I knew it was something from a long time ago. It was on the river, and the new buildings weren't there. There were more fishing boats. I saw him strangle a woman to death, or until she was unconscious anyhow, and then wrap her in an oilcloth and drop her overboard. And you know that this was Krell? She knows, William said, and I know. In part I know because she knows so well. But what you don't know, Richard, is that I killed Bates Krell. I had to kill him. And doing it soured my life. It soured my life even though I always knew that he'd have killed me if I hadn't got him first. I even tried to turn myself into Joey Kletzka, the chief of police here, but he wouldn't listen to me. It was like he knew more about it than I did. I'm getting worked up about this. He smiled at Richard. You know, I can feel my heart pounding. I don't think I understand any of this, Richard said. Join the crowd. That's how I felt when I went to see old Dorothy Bach. I say old, but she must have been 6 or 7 years younger than I am now. She had given up on history by then and spent all of her time in her garden. Oh, she gave talks to the ladies' groups now and then, because that was how she got started doing her research. But when she got too old to lift a parish record book, she gave herself to her azaleas. She lived up at the top of Mount Avenue, right on the Hill Haven border. I'd looked into enough Hampstead history to know the right questions to ask her. So after she showed me into her drawing room, you see how long ago this was, people still had drawing rooms, I thanked her for agreeing to see me, and then I got right to it. I asked her if she had had more information about Gideon Winter than she had put in her book. He looked at Richard, then at Patsy. He had an eagle's face, Patsy thought, an old eagle's face. She had never been so conscious of William's age before, and she thought that she was so struck by it now because at this minute his eyes looked young. William's mouth twitched. She thought I was accusing her of doctoring the facts. I think she damn near threw me out of the house. Dorothy Bach was proud of that history book, a lot prouder than she'd ever be of her azaleas. Are you asking me if I suppressed information about one of the founders of Green Bank? She asked me. I assured her that I knew she would never do anything of the sort, and that present and future historians of the area would forever be in her debt. She wanted to hear guff like that, but on the other hand it was true, and she deserved to hear it. I guess, I told her, I'd be grateful if you could be more speculative than you could be in your book. You want me to speculate about Gideon Winter, Mr. Williams? You want to know what I thought of the dragon as I was doing my researches? 7. Yes, I would like to know just that, the young Graham Williams had said to the ancient lady on the brocade sofa. Her dress was at least 10 years out of date, with its high black neck that came to just beneath her chin, and its ruffled sleeves. Her face, as she set down her teacup without even glancing at it, was wrinkled, clever, considering. She had pushed her lips slightly forward, and the line at the top of the upper lip looked as sharp as a knife blade. "What makes you think that I speculated at all about him?" "Because of his mystery," Williams replied. "He came out of nowhere, he soon owned most of the land, catastrophe followed him, and he vanished. You don't name him in your compilation of burial records, so he wasn't buried, not here anyhow. I think you must have turned him over in your mind once or twice." "Everything you have just said is in error, young man." The upper lip still jutted forward. "He came from the county of Sussex in England, because the other farmers agreed to sell him no more land after a certain point. At least that was my conclusion, for they could certainly have used the money. He never owned more than just about half the land in Greenbank, and he was most certainly buried in Greenbank, but he was not buried in the church cemetery. No. When they buried the dragon, they buried him on a beach." "Gravesend Beach," Williams had said softly. She shook her head. "Now you are the one who is speculating. No, not there. The name derives, I am almost certain, from the practice of burying anonymous shipwreck victims up the hill from the Sound at that point. Gideon Winter, and again I must say that I am almost certain, was laid to rest on the long spit of land that juts out into the Sound about 1.5 miles west of the public beach. It was briefly called Point Winter. Since 1760 it has been known as Kendall Point, and it was where, as you may know, where General Tryon's troops landed to burn Patchen and Greenbank." Her mouth relaxed. "So you know a little of local history, do you? Do you know what else happened at Kendall Point?" He shook his head. "It was once the most famous disaster in the state of Connecticut, and it still would be if our memories were longer than they are. The entire congregation of the Greenbank Congregational Church attended a church social on Kendall Point in August of 1811. It was a beautiful spot, and considerably breezier than the church grounds, so on a hot August day it was much more comfortable. They could take their food and tables down to the point on wagons, and only have to carry the tables the last 30 feet at the end of the wagon track. And once they were on the point, they could see the traffic on the Sound from both directions. Sailboats, merchant boats, steamers, even pleasure craft from Long Island and down from New Haven. The Sound was even busier in those days, not to mention the fish boats." She was staring at him with pale eyes in which a hidden joke lay sparkling. She picked up her teacup again, and Williams saw that her fingernails were black. He had blinked in disbelief. In 1929, ladies, especially old ladies who were distinguished amateur historians living on the Golden Mile, did not have dirty fingernails. Then the young Graham Williams had remembered the azalea bushes crowding the side of the house, and realized that Mrs. Bach did her own gardening. But even so, wouldn't she have cleaned her nails before greeting company? He glanced again at her blackened nails. This time he saw brown earth smudges on her hands, and he felt slightly sickened. "Oh, they were going to have a beautiful time, Mrs. Bach had said. "Tables filled with roast pork and homemade sausages, currant bread, potato salad, blood pudding, preserves. It's in all the documents. They were going to feast. The minister, Reverend Greenough, played the violin, and after they had said their prayers and the children had run off some of their nervous energy, the Reverend intended to play some hymns for his flock. After the enormous meal, there would be an hour or so of jollier music, jigs. There would have been many a man in that congregation who could call a jig out of a fiddle or a banjo." Mrs. Bach knitted her smudged hands together. "But there was no feast, and there were no hymns, and there were no jigs. Instead, it happened." "It?" he thought. "Some sickness?" "If you like. A fever, if you like. But it was Kendall Point that was fevered." As they sat on either side of their 3 long-covered tables, the land split open underneath them. Great fissures opened first on the inland side of the point, and then split seaward quick as you could wink. The first table fell in, and the Reverend Greenough must have seen it. He was standing up at the head of all 3 tables, saying a prayer. The entire congregation was looking in his direction. Then the land opened up and swallowed the most inland table before the people sitting around it could scream. You can't tell me Reverend Greenough didn't see that. And if his responses had been quicker, he could have saved himself and all the rest of them. But the Reverend Greenough did nothing, and the Reverend Greenough said nothing. The opening hole took the second table, and now there was plenty of screaming. The crew of a merchant vessel called the Pequot saw the second table go down and heard the screams. They anchored and sent a dory with 8 sailors toward the point. Well, of course, the people at the third table had scattered, and they too were screaming. The Reverend had come out of his trance, and his voice was loudest among them. The sailors heard him invoking the name of the Almighty as he ran toward the water. On both sides of him, men and women were running in all directions, but they did not get far. Off the central fissure, smaller fissures opened up and took the people from the third table, took them one by one. And the last split in the earth took Reverend Greenough. They were all gone by the time the dory landed on the point. Mrs. Bach nodded almost happily at the young Williams. He had said, "You mean it was like the land had chased them, hunted them down one by one? Did they get out of the fissures?" But he had already known the answer to that. "The sailors came up on the point," Mrs. Bach said. "The sounds of the screaming hurt their ears. That's what the captain of the Pequot wrote in his log. My men this day have had their ears punished by the screams of the Kendal Point dying." They could see that wide crack in the earth, beginning 30 or 40 feet back where the cart stood, dividing all of Kendal Point like the trunk of a tree from which the smaller fissures at the top branched off, zigging and zagging through the earth. And everywhere in this maze of fissures, people were trapped. The tables were upended, the food steamed all around them. They struggled to get free, but they could not. Mrs. Bach's eyes glinted. And the sailors could not pull them free. And do you know why, young man? Because the earth... Yes, because the earth was already closing on them again, like a mouth when it is full of food. One of the Pequot sailors lost an arm and bled to death when he did not get away quickly enough. The stones sawed through his flesh and gristle and took off his arm at the shoulder. The rest of them wept and prayed. They could see the faces of the adults looking up in horror and see the tops of the children's heads. It was as though the earth itself was screeching for help, for the screeches continued after the earth had closed itself up again. One of the reports I read held that the screams from beneath the surface of the earth continued all the rest of that day, but I suspect some old-fashioned fantastification there. I don't think the screams could have lasted so long, do you? No, I don't think they could have. 36 adults and 14 children, the old woman said. That's what else happened at Kendal Point. What year did you say that was in? For the first time, the old woman looked at him with real interest. 1811. 1811, 35 years after the burning of Patchen. She was nodding vigorously. 32 years. You've seen the pattern then, haven't you? I hadn't gotten around to thinking of it as a pattern, Graham had said. But of course I remembered Prince Green, and then about 5 years ago those 4 women disappeared. He was deliberately keeping his face and his voice still, remembering Bates Krell and what had jumped out at him from clear across the Nowhatton River. Disappeared, the old woman snorted. I don't suppose you ever heard of Sarah Allen and Thomas Moorman, 2 children? Williams had shaken his head. They were skinned and roasted in a pit in the ground, sonny. A half-wit tailor did it, and they caught him in one of the Jennings's fields and strung him up as soon as Judge Barr could get there. The tailors are prone to go like that now and then, half-wit, I mean. And judging from the record, some of them are inclined to go another way, too. But that poor half-witted tailor killed those children in 1841, exactly 30 years after the tragedy on Kendal Point. None of this is in your book, Williams protested. The death records are, she said. He smiled. You refuse to speculate. That is correct. But didn't you come here to ask me about Gideon Winter, the man they secretly buried on the spit of land they named after him? Didn't you want to know what I thought of him as I was doing my research? Her eyes shone vehemently out at him. I'll tell you what I thought about him, young man. I thought that he would have gone far in this country if a handful of ignorant farmers hadn't stopped him. Oh, he took them. He took them all right. And that's why they called him the Dragon. He was smarter and stronger than they. And their women liked him. Imagine this, young Williams. You're a hard-scrabble farm wife with homespun clothes and the stink of pigs and tallow in your nostrils, and up comes a fine gentleman from Sussex, clothed by a tailor and rich as a king, with a smile bright as the sun and a voice soft as velvet. Wouldn't this fine young man dazzle you? She was waiting, so he answered. I suppose, yes. You suppose. Well, think about this. In 1650, nearly all of the children were dead. But in 1651, there was a whole new crop of conceptions, because the parish records show a new crop of baptisms in 1652. There was a boy named Darkness, and a girl baptized Eventide. Another girl was baptized Sorrow. I think they would have baptized each of those children Shame if they could. I'm just speculating, mind you. But wouldn't you imagine that those children looked a bit alike? So you think they killed him? Don't you? She asked. And don't you think he killed the first generation of children, or as many of them as he could? She was cocking her head, and he could see a broad gray line of dirt at the side of her neck. Remember, children were primarily economic power in those times. They weren't as sentimental as we. I think I can see how you feel about him, Williams said. Oh, women all love a dragon, Mr. Williams. I'm sure those 4 women who disappeared from town 5 years ago found a dragon to love. He knew she was crazy then. He had only one more question to ask. Something must have happened in 1870, in the early 1870s. Something did. Of course something happened, you fool. Didn't I say there was a pattern? Look in my book. All the data are there. And then, for an instant, Graham Williams was like Royce Griffin on the patio of a splendid Mount Avenue home 51 years in the future. He thought he caught an evil smell when Mrs. Bach leaned forward and spilled her tea over her table and dampened the unfolded copy of the Hampstead Gazette lying there. He thought he saw something crawling down the walls, but it was only the convoluted pattern of the wallpaper. He pulled his handkerchief from his pocket and helped her mop up the tea. 8. Anyhow, I was right about a couple of things, Graham said to Richard and Patsy. Dorothy Bach was crazy, all right. She had fallen in love with the figure she thought she saw way back there in the past, and so she hid the facts about his behavior that most reveal it. She didn't suppress anything, she just hid it, behind her objectivity. Patsy flipped the pages of History of Patchen. Suddenly she was tired. She thought of the story Mr. Williams had just told, of the sailors staring down in horror at the faces of those caught in the earth. History of Patchen shook in her hand. Graham Williams was saying, one thing she let through her net is that Winter never attended the church services on Clapboard Hill, and imagine how that must have seemed to the others, who would have gone if they'd had to swim halfway across the Sound. Richard Albee was drumming his fingers on his knee and looking puzzled, and the book by that crazy old woman Graham had met in 1929 trembled in Patsy's hand like a trapped sparrow. A second later, it trembled even more violently. Patsy dropped the book on the coffee table, gasping. The blue cover flew open and banged itself against the wood. 9. Gary Starbuck said, I thought Key West was bad, but I sort of expected weirdness in Key West. Place is full of queers and transies, guys who think about 2 things only, dope and sex. And around here I thought I'd get your basic Norman Rockwell situation. But to tell you the truth, I think people are even screwier here than they are in Key West, and not just because they're richer. Their heads are fucked. They act like the real rules of life don't apply to them. The Normans were rigid with attention, taking all this in as if it were scripture. And Tabby was remembering Key West and skinny Posh sitting on the toilet seat with a needle drooping from the crook of his elbow. Posh had been wearing a ratty, off-the-shoulder orange dress and high heels at the time. Posh had looked at him dreamily, his mascaraed lids just clearing his pupils, and said, "Beautiful eyes, beautiful eyes." That was Posh code for, "Now I'm fine, man, now I'm as mellow as a monkey up a tree." The real rules of life had applied to Posh all right. A couple of months after Sherry had kicked him out of Clark's life, Posh had turned up dead in a cell in the sheriff's jail. The doctor certified that Posh had died of natural causes, overlooking various broken bones and bruises, and Tabby had wondered if Posh had been wearing his orange dress when he died. Bruce Norman yelled, "Hey, what the fuck?" Tabby's heart pounded. He pictured a police car turning on its siren, flashing its light bar, swinging in ahead of them. Dickie, too, must have been nervous, for he shouted, "What?" Starbuck savagely cramped the wheel, and Tabby and Dickie pitched sideways in the rear of the van. Tabby grabbed the back of Bruce's seat and pulled himself forward so he could look out the windows. There was no police car ordering them to the side of the road. Tabby could see nothing but the black road, the headlights of the van streaming out, and a thick hedge on the side of the road. "God damn it," Starbuck said, and twisted the wheel far to the left, swinging the van across the road. Bruce was laughing. "Shut the fuck up," Starbuck ordered. As he spoke, something thudded against the van. "I never saw anything like it," Bruce said as Starbuck braked, shifted into the parking gear, and jumped out of the van. "I swear." "What happened?" Dickie and Tabby asked together. "A fucking dog," Bruce said. "It jumped right over the hedge and ran right into us. He tried to miss it, but—" Bruce stopped chuckling as Starbuck screamed, "Jesus Christ!" from down on the side of the van. Starbuck's face popped up in the side window. A thick vein stood out on his forehead. His deep eyes were now as flat and hard as a pair of black stones. He wrenched open the door and hurled himself into the seat. Then he clenched the wheel and straightened his arms. He looked as though the top of his head were going to lift off in a plume of smoke. "Did you see that?" he said to no one in particular. "Can you believe that? That fucking mutt committed suicide. He ran into me deliberately." He rocked back and forth, stiff-armed. "And the son of a bitch dented my fender, God damn his mangy hide." Bruce was still restraining his desire to laugh out loud, and Starbuck nailed him to his seat with a glare. "You two animals stink, you know that? You've been stinking up my van since you got in. The way you fuckers reek is going to wake that old fart up, I swear." Still fuming, Starbuck threw the van into gear and sped down Greenbank Avenue. Now and then he shook his head and muttered unintelligibly. Almost as soon as they had passed the access road to Gravesend Beach, Starbuck twisted the wheel savagely and spun the van into an asphalt driveway between two pillars. In the back, Tabby and Dickie went sprawling. Starbuck cramped the wheel again and shot the van into a dark place beside a high, thick wall of vegetation. He cut the lights, and for a moment they sat in darkness. Tabby was aware of the sour smell of Dickie Norman's exhalations. Then Starbuck flicked on a pocket flashlight and held it high up against his chest, making his face shadowy but visible. "You, kid, I hope you know how to drive this fucking van." He was still in a savage mood, and Tabby had sense enough to stretch the truth. "I guess I do." "Okay, remember, use the radio if you see anybody come in, or if you see any lights go on. If a cop comes in and sees the van, you lie down on the floor and get us out right away. When I call you, you drive the van up to the entrance so we can load the stuff in. Got it?" Tabby nodded. Starbuck shook his head. "I ought to have my head examined." Tabby watched Starbuck lead the Norman twins up toward the huge white house. A floodlight, angling down from under the rain gutter, dwarfed their bodies by pushing long shadows out behind them. They were 50 feet from the van, and still had a long way to go. The radio! Tabby suddenly remembered. He fumbled for it on the dark floor of the back of the van, found it jammed between a wheel cover and a metal wall, and switched it on. Gary Starbuck was just disappearing around a Japanese maple. Tabby heard him breathing. Then, beneath the breathing noises, he heard their feet moving across the grass. He looked anxiously toward the steering column and the gear shift, hoping that he would be able to figure out the van when Starbuck called for him. Clark had let him drive the red Mercedes once, but it had an automatic shift. Then there was a quick flashing illumination outside the windows, and Tabby stopped breathing. But it had been the sky, not the police. "Dis what's up, came Dickie Norman's voice over the radio. "Shut the fuck up," Starbuck replied very clearly. The sky flickered again. It was as if the veins and arteries in a body were suddenly illuminated. Starbuck was now kneeling before the front door, and Tabby saw him look up. In the next instant the sky was black again, illuminated only around a cruising moon. Starbuck had been carrying a small satchel like a doctor's bag, and from it he took a tool which looked to Tabby like a slightly fatter bicycle pump. A rod extended from the tubular object. When Starbuck turned it on, a high-pitched electronic whine came to Tabby over the radio. As Starbuck inserted the rod into the lock, the whine changed pitch, became louder and more intense. In less than a minute, Starbuck pulled the whole inner workings of the lock away from the door. "That's it," his voice said over the radio. "I don't want you assholes to make a single sound when we're inside. You just listen to me." Starbuck rose to his feet and quietly put his machine back in the pack. He pulled at the gutted doorknob, and the door swung open. Then he led the twins inside and closed the door after them. Tabby thought of the dog deliberately diving at the van. He felt dizzy and light-headed. "Kitchen," Starbuck's voice whispered over the two-way radio. Then Tabby realized that he was all alone in the van. Starbuck and the Normans were already deep inside the house. They had forgotten him. He could open the door. He could climb out of the van and go home. They would never know until the job was done. He hesitantly touched the door handle. From the radio came sounds of drawers opening. "Oh, boy," he heard Starbuck sigh. The thief sounded happier than he had been all night. "If I even think you'll talk about this with the cops, I'll come back here and kill you." What would Starbuck, who had said those words to him, think if he returned to an empty van? "I'm a businessman, see? I gotta stay in business." Tabby took his fingers from the door handle. His head hurt. He craned his neck forward and stared toward the big white house. 10. Les McLeod sat in his car, staring at the front of the country club. It looked very much like the structure Tabby would be anxiously studying through a van window 4 hours later. Les wanted another drink. Above all, he wanted to forget what he thought he had seen sitting in the end booth. His hands were trembling. From the outside, the Sawtell Country Club gave no signs that right beyond those big lounge windows there might be sitting a horror, a dead man with the skin peeled right back off his shoulder blades like an anatomy lesson. But that was crazy. The whole thing was crazy. He'd been spooked, that was all, by the boy's voice coming out of that bush, by that feeling of pure and utter wrongness. Les swallowed. He turned his ignition key and then punched on the Sony digital radio that had been one of his last birthday presents to himself. He wanted another drink. Where was he going to go? The disc jockey said, "That was a request, friends. Johnny Ray singing 'The Little White Cloud That Cried.' You've got to admit—" Johnny Ray. Johnny Ray. But he put a lot of emotion into that number. Now, let's get back to our more usual material. That was the voice from the bush. Not the singer, Johnny Ray, but a little boy who had showed up in the middle school on the first day of school in 1951, an undersized kid with protruding front teeth and blond hair so flat and lifeless it looked dead. His clothes were all wrong. All the boys in the 7th grade that year were wearing chino pants, plaid shirts, and brown tie Oxfords that would have looked more at home on a British lord in knickerbockers. When the boy named Johnny Ray showed up in Miss Larson's class, he was wearing a sweatshirt, boots, and blue jeans, so new they hardly creased. Then they heard his name. Give a listen to Miss Ella Fitzgerald and Tommy Flanagan and his trio, How High the Moon. The poor kid hadn't known what hit him. Suddenly the whole class had been laughing at him, laughing in that particularly jeering way that meant the whole class, all 31 of them, had found their scapegoat. Les shook his head and backed his car out of the space to turn it toward the long drive and Sawtell Road. Johnny Ray's voice. Even after the poor little shit had finally persuaded his parents that he needed a different wardrobe — they were from Texas, and Hampstead was the first northern place they had ever lived in — even after he made his parents take him to Sprigg & Son, where the right chinos and shoes could be found, he couldn't do anything about his voice. Les turned unseeingly out into Sawtell Road. Ella Fitzgerald was scatting crazily, pushing at an already relentless rhythm, but he barely heard it. The oncoming car he nearly struck honked angrily at him, and Les gave a distracted, half-hearted wave. Johnny Ray's Texas voice, a little husky, a lot slower than a Hampstead voice, dragging at the syllables. Not "I'm lost" so much as "I'm lowest." It had been the voice of that strange little Texas kid with the comic name. But that pathetic little kid from Texas had drowned the summer before they all went into the 8th grade. He had gone out with a boat from the sailing school. Pathetically, he was trying to learn how to sail, and the sailboat had come back without him, tipped over, its mast shining under the water, and the sail dragging like a shroud. August 1952. Hampstead police and the Coast Guard had dragged for Johnny Ray's body and turned up only tree stumps and hubcaps and a splintered, rotting dory that had been sitting on the bottom for a year and a half. 2 weeks later, the boy's body had rolled up on the beach at Sawtell Country Club at high tide, bloated and hairless and missing all its fingers and its nose and all but 2 toes. The fish had dined well on Johnny Ray. But his voice had spoken to Les from the bush. Les screechingly stopped the Mazda as soon as he saw the red light at the Green Bank Road corner and wound up jetting 6 or 7 feet out into the intersection. He did not even think to back up. August of 1952 had been a bad month for Sawtell Country Club. 4 days after the Mexican ambassador to the United Nations, a guest at the club while he visited friends in Hampstead, found the body of the almost unrecognizable Johnny Ray on the beach at 7 in the morning, the respected lawyer John Sayer chose the same 3 square feet of beach as the arena for his suicide. The light changed, and Les turned into Green Bank Road, unconsciously making the decision to go to Franco's. He was driving fast on the final stretch of Green Bank Road before it crosses the tall iron bridge over the Nowhatton and ends at Riverfront Avenue. The dog, which took off from under a porch, a black and white dog with a feathery tail and an almost girlish smile on its muzzle, did not penetrate Les McLeod's attention until it was nearly beside his window. He was aware only of a flash of color, of something moving quickly at his side, and he snapped his head over to see. The dog was smiling at him as it threw itself forward. Les slammed his foot down on the brake. His tires squealed and the Mazda's back end swung out, but not before Les had felt his rear tires thunk into something that gave them only a moment's resistance. "Holy shit!" Les yelled. He stopped the car on the shoulder of the road. He felt as though 2 conflicting orders of reality had just violently intersected, as though he had seen little Johnny Ray's face on the grinning dog. Shaking, he got out of the car. The crushed dog lay in the middle of the street. Blood moved slowly toward a drain. Les was grateful that the dog's back was facing him. He did not want to see that eerie smile on a dead animal. He wondered what in the world he was supposed to do now, and put his hands in his pockets and looked aimlessly around. A tall man in well-faded jeans and a blue button-down shirt was striding toward him across a lawn. Behind him steamed a boy with the man's face in miniature and a woman in tennis whites. "Your dog, I guess," Les said when the man hit the sidewalk. As the man drew closer, Les had felt relieved. This was a being like himself. His face, though young, was smoothed out by the exercise of power. His shirt and his hair were crisp. He all but had a sign pinned to his chest: Harvard MBA, 6 figures a year, future CEO. "You guess," the man said, and strode up until he was only a foot from Les. "And I guess you're the maniac who killed him." "Wait a second," Les said. This was not going the right way. "You don't know what happened." The man's eyebrows knitted together. "Let me explain." "Like hell I don't know what happened," the man said. "We were eating dinner in the dining room, and from there we get an excellent view of the road. You came along at 20 miles over the speed limit and killed my dog. I'm just damn lucky that wasn't my kid out there." The boy standing next to the man opened his mouth and yelled, "You killed Tapioca!" "I'm sure we can be reasonable about this," Les said. "If you ask your son to go inside for a moment, we could discuss—" "Discuss? You think there's something to discuss?" the man said in a loud voice. "I saw it. You came barrel-assing down that road like there was no tomorrow. That dog ran straight into me, and when I finally did see him, he was jumping at my car." "Jumping at your car," the man said, "putting himself under your wheels." "That's right, he jumped right at me." "You're a liar, or you're crazy. Either way, you ought to be talking to the police." "Now listen," Les said. "Your dog ran into me." "Because you were speeding." "You killed Tapioca!" the boy suddenly screamed. As Les and the man argued, the boy had stepped off to the side, obviously hoping that his father would deck this character, and now he suddenly dashed in toward Les and hit him soundly in the kidneys. "You murdered my dog!" he yelled up at Les's face. "God damn!" Les exploded. He stepped away from the kid before he belted him. "Look, you," he shouted at the man in the blue button-down shirt and exquisitely faded jeans. "I am a corporation vice president. I don't have to stand around and take this shit anymore." He took his money clip from his pocket. It was sadly depleted. He had 1 10 and 2 20s folded together. "What do you think you're doing?" the man asked. Les took the folded 20s from the clip. He held out the $40. When the man only stared at the money, Les dropped the 2 bills, and he and the man watched them flutter down to the roadside grass. "I don't believe you," the man said. "Forget that the dog cost about 4 times that. I just don't believe you. Get away from him, Van." The boy had been circling in for another assault on Les's kidneys. "Sue me," Les said. His rage had evaporated from the front portion of his brain. For the first time in his life, Les experienced his own brain as a thing of layers and segments. The front upper part of his brain was floating in a crystalline calm. His anger still boiled, but it boiled down beneath this floating, icy peace. He began to walk toward his car. Les opened the door of his car and drove toward the bridge. When he looked in his rear-view mirror, he saw the man and his son standing in the middle of Green Bank Road, staring at him. The boy was waving his fist. That cheered him up so much he was halfway across Riverfront Avenue and going straight toward the parking lot of Piggy Bindle's all-beef restaurant before he remembered that he had to turn left. By the time he found a parking spot on Station Row and had swung in next to the curb, the entire top of his head felt frozen by some kind of tranquilizer. Up there, thoughts floated in an icy realm to which Les could retreat at any time he wished. Beneath this icy paradise, his rage still burned. If Patsy were a normal wife, he would never have heard the pathetic voice coming from the bush, never have killed that wretched dog. The noises and the smells of 150 people jammed into a small bar and grill jumped at him the instant he pushed open the door. It was just before sundown on a Saturday night in summer, and Franco's was the busiest place in Hampstead. As soon as he got inside, some tall dude with blow-dried hair and a rugby shirt stepped backward and almost crushed Les's foot with his dingoes, but Les put his hands on the hips of the dude's designer jeans and pivoted him sideways. The dude spun around to glare, his beer glass slopping over onto the dingoes, but when he looked at Les's face, he just nodded. Les pushed his way up toward the bar. He floated up into the cold, indifferent realm at the top of his head, and grabbed the single empty stool at the bar before some clone of Bobo Farnsworth got it. "Double Glenlivet," he shouted in the direction of the bartender. When the curly-haired, mustached bartender cocked his head at him, Les shouted it again. "Double Glenlivet." "You got it," the barkeep said. "No need to shout." "Hey, librarian, listen to this," Les said when the bartender set down his drink. "You an animal lover? Well, you'll get a kick out of this. On my way over here, a dog ran into me. You get that? He ran into me. I didn't even see the little bugger until he was diving straight at me. I tried to turn away from him, but I didn't have time. Son of a bitch mutt committed suicide." "I heard of that," the bartender said and turned away. "You heard of that? What do you mean you heard of that? I never heard of that." "Never heard of lemmings?" The question was from a funny-looking dork one place away at the bar. The dork was definitely not one of the Bobo clones. His glasses were thick and smudgy. His thin hair did not curl, but frizzed. Deep lines crossed his thin forehead. "I've been sitting here thinking about the lemmings because of something that happened to me today, a lot like your story." The dork smiled ingratiatingly, and Les shrugged. He was way up inside the ice house now, and even a pushy dork couldn't upset him. "We got this cat," the dork said. "We call her Macintosh. She's a Persian, you know? Beautiful, long, silky hair. We've had her 10 years, from even before we moved up here from the city. I loved that freaky cat. Well, today my wife was looking out one of the windows on the third floor, and she saw Macintosh running across the lawn. She thought the old rascal was going to nail a bird. She's old, but she can still move when she wants. Macintosh used to get a couple of birds a week, and she'd leave the bloody corpses right on the doorstep, where we'd see them first thing when we went out to get the paper. The dork swallowed. But that damned animal wasn't going after any bird. She was running toward the kids' wading pool. My wife saw Macintosh run straight up to the pool and dive in. Dive in! A cat! Macintosh went right over the side of the wading pool and splashed into the water. My wife just stood there for a second, She couldn't believe her eyes. She kept waiting for Macintosh to try to get out of the pool, but Macintosh didn't even try to get out. Her head never even came out of the water. She hit that pool like she meant business, man. He blinked behind the smudgy lenses. That's why I was sitting here thinking about lemmings. Les did his best to look clearly at the man who had told him this story. He saw that the man wanted him to say something to him, to speak more about the suicidal dog, to join him in the companionship of feeling beings, to talk about lemmings and what would lead an animal to suicide. He saw that at the most primitive level, the man with the thinning, frizzy hair and the smudgy glasses wanted consolation, the consolations of alcohol and bar philosophy, perhaps, but more than that, the consolation of emotions exchanged and understood. Les leaned forward, smiled, and said, "Get stuffed." The dork recoiled. He spun rapidly forward on his stool and pointed his reddening face into his drink. Les felt infinitely improved. His face did not move, but up at the top of his mind a smile cracked across his frozen paradise. Up there he felt almost warm. He looked at his watch and was pleasantly surprised. Somehow it had gotten to be 9:30 at night. "Get me another Glenlivet," he called out to the bartender. The short glass, filled with ice cubes and dark, fragrant liquid, was set down on the oiled wood before him. He lifted it and took a sip of the malt whiskey. As he was appreciating its velvety smoothness, however, an uncomfortable thought penetrated his defenses. If he was such a success, why did he get such pleasure from telling a dork to get stuffed? Also, if he was such a great success, what was he doing in a bar at 9:30 while his wife sat alone at home? He had the answer to that one. "Stuff Patsy, too," he muttered to himself, and put away half of the second Glenlivet. But now some of that whiskey, and the gin which had preceded it, was clamoring to get out, and Les slid off his stool and pushed his way around the side of the bar and down the corridor past the telephone, where a blonde was necking with a beefy guy at the same time as she talked on the telephone. "I know the pot roast is in the oven," he heard her say. The pot roast in the oven and the boy-friend's hand on her tits. He climbed back up into the cold region of peace, because his mind had just given him a picture of ridiculously named Johnny Ray, his skin all blue and puffed out like the casing on a sausage, weeds caught in his hair, dark lines of damp sand trailing over the swollen chest, sitting in the last booth of the country club lounge. The entrance to the men's room was a few feet down the corridor past the telephone. One of the Bobo clones was standing before the single urinal, and Les squeezed past him and pushed at the door of the stall. It was locked. Les shoved his hands in his pockets and looked at the floor, which was awash in piss. The small white tiles still bore muddy mop stains from the morning, but they had been overprinted with the dirty, ridged patterns of boot soles. The man at the urinal sighed and arched his back. Still spraying, he took a glass of beer from the top of the urinal and gulped. Les watched him with fastidious gloom. He could scarcely bear to breathe. The air seemed a mist of urine and antiseptic. "You're in the barrel," the younger man at the urinal said, zipping up and stepping toward the door. Les grunted. He gratefully unzipped, took himself out, and let go. Whoever was in the toilet stall clunked something against the metal wall. Not metal. Not the belt buckle, Les had at first thought. Softer, as if the person in there had struck his hand against the side of the enclosure. Then the hand slammed again at the side of the stall. Les glanced uneasily sideways. "Help me," whoever was in there said. Both sides of the stall banged as if the person in there had thrown his fists out blindly. "I'm lost," the voice said. It was the voice of little Johnny Ray. Les stopped breathing. "I'm afraid," the voice said. "I'm afraid." Now Les heard fingernails scrabbling on the door of the stall. He knew that if he looked sideways and down, he would be able to see a few inches under the side of the stall. His flow of urine had dried up in the last few seconds, and his penis had shriveled back toward his trousers. If he looked under the side of the stall, he would see worn small sneakers, the cuff of jeans. Les pushed his shrunken penis back inside and zipped up. "Help me," the small Texas voice whispered. The fingernails slithered across the inside of the door. Les dared to look down at the space between the wall of the toilet enclosure and the grubby, piss-puddled floor. A fingerless hand attached to a thin, bony wrist was probing up on Les's side of the gray enclosure. The stump of a hand and the bony wrist were encased in wet, black mud. Deeper inside the enclosure, Les saw two black, stumpy things that must have been feet. Les's stomach moved upward, getting smaller as it went, so that by the time it climbed into his throat, it was the size of one of his golf balls. Now he was conscious of the terrible smell in the toilet, the stink so bad it was like a loud noise, the sound of an explosion. The mud-blackened thing in the stall fell to its knees. Les backed toward the door, afraid to turn his face away from the stall. When he felt the aluminum handle strike the band of muscle beside his spine, he whirled around and tore open the door. He jumped through the opening and slammed the door. His stomach was still tightly gathered in his throat. He thought he could hear a slap, slap from the other side of the door, the noise of something soft and damp striking a hard surface. Les's ears were roaring. He plunged past the bar into the thickest part of the crowd and stumbled toward the door. His second Glenlivet sat next to a $10 bill on the bar, but he never noticed them. 11. Graham Williams was leaning forward on his elbows and saying, "Of course, what I had to do was find out what had happened in 1873, and believe me, I had to dig for it. Dorothy Bach, who was fixated on what she thought she knew about the dragon, wasn't going to say anything to me, and nobody else." The pages of the heavy, blue-bound book were riffling, leafing themselves over so rapidly they seemed transparent. She felt herself invaded by a sensation she knew to be alien, but for some reason instantly familiar, as the smell of a specific cologne or perfume could evoke the feelings of a memory without revealing the memory itself. The pages flew past. "No," Patsy said, and this time the two men looked at her. Richard Albee merely looked curious. He looked as if he were just working out that she probably had a headache and was wondering if Williams had any Bufferin in his medicine chest. But the old man looked more than politely concerned. He had opened his mouth and was gazing at her very intently. Neither one of them had noticed the book. She looked back at the book and saw that the pages had stopped moving. She started to say to Graham Williams, who was boring into her with his eyes. Williams nodded. "It moved," she said. The old man's eyes, she noticed for the first time, were a fine blue. The right eye had a single fleck of gold near the iris. "Moved. In my hand." Then the eyes, which were gently pressing her to go on, to say more, to let them know what was happening, were not the old man's any more. They were Marilyn Foreman's eyes. And the alien but familiar sensation was from all those years ago. It was the Marilyn sensation. "This is why I saw her on the street," Patsy thought. "They were going to take my will away and make me see things again." She did not know who they were. They were an alignment of vast universal forces. One more page flipped over in front of Patsy. "I saw it happen," Richard said. "It happened." He sounded stunned. Patsy felt just as she had before she'd had the vision of Bates Krell murdering the woman in the silk dress. A terrible thing was coming, but it was her terrible thing, and she could not stop it from unreeling before her. Something was moving within the open book. The white pages swirled with black. Black lines where the pages were about to burst into flame, flew randomly over the lines of print, Grayish smoke curled just above them. A green, pointed thing broke through the surface of the page. The green spike continued to rise. A malevolent black eye, 4 inches across, came up after it and immediately fixed on Patsy's eyes. "What's wrong?" Patsy heard Richard say. She realized that he could not see the dragon's head emerging from the pages of the book. The dragon's eye seemed to be made of black stone, shot with an iridescent, wavering pattern of green. As the snout pushed up out of the book, the eye held her fast. Then the long, wrinkled snout was free, and the dragon swung its head sharply and hungrily toward Patsy. The long mouth opened. The malevolent, pupilless eyes held hers. "Patsy," she heard Richard ask, "are you all right?" "You're good, a good man," she thought, at a level far too deep for ordinary rational process. There was the head of a dragon. Incredibly, there it was. The hard green spikes on its head were crusty with black and peeling skin. The black eyes were encased in circles of bone. It was a reptilian head, old and strong. Green-black scales lapped away from the eyes and marched down the length of the snout. The crude mouth hung like a gate on a hinge. Patsy's insides had turned to white powder, to something utterly insubstantial and weightless. With a start, Patsy realized that through the head of the dragon she could still see Graham Williams. Behind the black eyes floated his sunken blue ones. She could even read his concern in them. Patsy watched as the ugly head retreated into invisibility. The air hissed at her ears. Those few feet of air before her had grown as hot as a glowing slab of iron. 12. "Kitchen," Gary Starbuck said. He was playing his flash around the white entry Royce Griffin had stood in the day before his suicide. Finally, the beam of the flash settled on the last door off the long corridor. Starbuck moved the light up and down, and after a momentary hesitation, Dickie and Bruce began to move toward the door. Dickie pushed the door open, then stepped aside for Starbuck to enter. Nearly invisible in his blue clothes, the thief rapidly swept the flash over the counters. He glided through the dark kitchen and opened 2 drawers, then another. He flashed the light inside them, but took nothing. Bruce Norman saw him shake his head and begin to look around silently, uncertainly, shooting the light in different directions. Bruce thought he resembled an animal in a forest, a badger or a mole sniffing out its way. Starbuck began to move quickly toward a tall door on the far side of the kitchen. This had no knob or handle, and swung freely on its hinges. The 3 of them crowded into the tiny chamber on the other side of the door. Immediately opposite them was another swinging door, to the dining room, as Starbuck knew. He played the light over the tall cabinet door in this narrow room. He chose one randomly, it seemed to Bruce. The flash picked out shelves stocked with bottles. On the shelf beneath were jars of nuts. Starbuck moved on to a lower cabinet. He shone the light inside, and Bruce saw his shoulders hitch. Quickly, Starbuck opened 2 more of the lower cabinet drawers. "Oh, boy," he sighed happily. Bruce leaned forward to peer into the opened cabinets. Starbuck had taken something from his bag and was pushing it into his hands. This was a green plastic bag, the kind Bobby Fritz used to stuff leaves into when he was clearing a lawn. "Get all of it," Starbuck said. The thief stood up and shone the light down on an array of silver utensils. The display of silver seemed at least 6 feet long to Bruce. Every piece was slotted into a kind of holster in a long, soft cloth. Bruce and Dickie began sliding the silverware out of the felt pockets and dumping it in the bag. "Take out the whole thing," Starbuck hissed, and mimed pulling out the entire length of material. His face wore a furious grimace. Bruce tugged the whole heavy length of material out of the end drawer, and Dickie began folding it up on the pantry floor. Once the silver was in the plastic bag, Starbuck led them out into the dining room. Here on a sideboard were several ornate silver trays, and these too went into the bag. From the dining room, Starbuck led them into the high-ceilinged living room. As soon as they noticed the wall of windows, the sky shattered. Shafts of light ran across the deep blue and zigzagged through the clouds. The light flickered into the living room, and Bruce thought weirdly that he had seen right through his brother's body, that he had seen Dickie's heavy bones and the individual cells of Dickie's blood sifting in his veins. The house seemed to shift itself without moving, like an animal's dream of running. "What?" Dickie said. "The piano," Starbuck said, and flashed the light down to the far end of the room. But they could all see it anyhow, with the weak moonlight layering in through the window wall. The piano was 15 feet long, every inch of it handmade and shaped. The body was built up of nearly 20 layers of wood, bent and curved under precise degrees of tension. The shine on the surface looked as deep as a pool. It was nearly 50 years old. It was a special order Bösendorfer grand, and Gary Starbuck had a customer in New York City who had wanted one like it for at least a decade. He would pay Gary $20,000 for it, which was about a fifth of its real value. "Can we get that monster in the van?" Bruce whispered. "Just," Starbuck said. "For now, you two get it out on the patio." He strode across the room and unlocked the windowed doors in the long wall. Dickie put his hands under the keyboard and experimentally tried to lift the front of the piano. His upper arms bulged, his jaws worked. He managed to pick it up perhaps half an inch. "For Christ's sake, not that way," Starbuck whispered. "You want to get a hernia? You want to rack yourself up? Get under it. Get your backs under it and lift it with your legs." Again, the house made its mysterious, moveless tremor. "What?" Dickie said. "Do I have to repeat myself?" Starbuck asked. His flashlight found the mirror where it stood on the wall among the Impressionist paintings. Then, for a second or less, another oddity occurred in that house. Something that really only Dickie Norman would notice, but which would haunt Bruce Norman's mind in the weeks after his brother's awful death. Dickie had said, "What?" again, and sounded so stupid Bruce wanted to brain him. But Bruce had turned like Dickie in the direction of the flash, and he had almost seen, or he had thought he had seen, that the mirror did not reflect the light, but took it in and swallowed it. The beam of light, this he thought was what had made Dickie speak, fell into the ornate mirror like a stone into a well, as if the mirror were sucking the light out of the flashlight, and would take it all, would drain the batteries dry. But then there was a bursting dazzle on the mirror's surface, and a beam from within the depths of the mirror came up to meet their own. 13. As soon as Les McLeod had closed the door of the bar behind him, cutting off the rumble and chatter of the patrons and the bing-bing of the cash register, which had just rung up "no sale" on the last bill Les would ever fold into his money clip, he inhaled hugely. His stomach had gradually crept back down to its proper place in his body. The alcohol he had taken during the day now was burning like a lump of charcoal somewhere in his gut. Les gulped more air. He did not want to think about what he had just escaped in the men's room at the back of Franco's. He wanted only to get home. But in his mind he saw that stumpy hand come probing from under the partition, and his stomach tightened and shrank again. He wanted to get home, yes, and if Patsy were in the spare bedroom, he would straighten her out. Come to think of it, no matter where she was, he was going to straighten her out. Everything came back to Patsy. When he got home, he'd back Patsy into a corner of the bedroom and raise a few big purple bruises on her shoulders, then on her sides, and she'd be screeching by then. The big tears would be rolling down her nose, and then he'd pop her one in the gut. Les almost smiled. He stepped down onto the sidewalk on Station Row and turned up toward his car. A small black shape dipped out of the sky and twittered past his head. Les swung his hand at it, thinking that a bird was attacking him. The shape darted crazily off into the streetlight's illumination, and he saw that it was a bat. At the same time, he saw two more bats fluttering toward him over the top of the street lamp. One of the bats swung right at his face. A fishhook-like claw on one of its feet sliced his cheek, and Les screamed with pain and disgust as he hit out at it. A blow like a stone struck his chest. Les opened his eyes, for the first time aware that he had closed them, and saw the second bat clinging to his jacket. Its wings were folded like creaky robes, the little head turned up to his. He furiously swept at it with his hands, but the bat tightened its grip and chattered up at him. He saw loathing in its tiny black eyes. He plucked at the leathery body, but its claws were dug far into the fabric of his jacket. When he looked up, he saw the sky full of chattering particles. Bats swooped over the street light and fluttered past the front of the station. Another came diving in toward the side of his head, and Les ducked just in time to see its claw-like toes, the tiny head like a ball of dried snot staring at him. A shimmering flag of bats wheeled toward him. Les bolted toward his car. The bat, sticking to his jacket, bounced as he ran, thudding softly against Les's chest. One of the oncoming bats thudded against his head. Another flapped straight into his face before it fell away. Les put his hands over his face. He felt a sudden sharp pain bloom in his right ear, and a moment later he felt blood dripping down his neck. When he at last reached his car, he seemed to be in a cloud of bats, a world of bats. He yanked at the Mazda's handle. The door was locked. One of the bats tangled itself in Les's hair, and he grunted in disgust as he slapped it away. Another bat fastened on his sleeve, and he slammed its body against the outside of the window. The bat dropped to the road. Another of them whapped into the side of his head, and he staggered sideways. They were boiling around his head, and Les clamped his eyes shut after a set of needling claws brushed his forehead. Les swirled his hands up in the air and connected with his left, brushing one of the small bodies away. He had to get his car keys out of his pocket, and he hunched his back and turned away from the majority of the bats, while he waved his left hand in front of his face and dug in his pants pocket with his right. A bat settled on the waving hand and extended its wings. He could feel the needle claws settling into his skin. As long as they don't bite, went through his mind. His fingers found his car keys. The bat on his head sank its teeth into his skin. The face, half a baby's, half a dog's, swiveled toward him. Les bellowed and flapped his hand, dislodging the bat, which hovered 2 feet before his face and looked at him with implacable hatred. Les wanted to kill this bat. He wanted to toss it to the ground and jump on it, cracking its ribs and shredding its filthy wings. The other bats momentarily separated before him, and he saw the one that had bitten him skitter 6 inches up into the light from the station lamp. Les jumped forward and swung, but the bat skittered away again. The bat, still clinging to his jacket, bumped against his chest when he landed. Les swung out again at the bat that had bitten him, and saw that the back of his right hand was bloody. He could feel the blood dripping down his forehead and soaking into his eyebrow, and now his collar was wet with it. Les groaned and trotted back to his car. He twisted the key in the lock, cracked the door, and slid quickly in, banging his head on the frame. He slammed the door shut after him. A small clutching body stirred near his heart. Les uttered an inarticulate roar of panic and disgust. He looked down at the bat still clinging to his jacket, and the bat's eyes locked on his. Les grunted, tearing at his jacket. The bat continued to fix him with its small eyes. At last, Les got one arm out of its sleeve and whipped the jacket around the back of his head, almost weeping with disgust and fury. In a second, the jacket was a ball of material before him on his lap, the sleeves dangling from either side of the ball, like elephants' trunks. Les threw it on the dash and began battering it with both fists. He felt the animal inside the jacket struggle and tremble, fighting to claw its way out, but he banged it with his fists until it was still. Les was drooling. Blood and sweat plastered his hair to his head. He raised both fists and battered the limp thing in the jacket again. He lifted his fists and dropped them weakly on the pulpy remains. "Got you," he breathed. Then he saw that his windshield was blanketed with small, furry bodies. Les gunned his car forward and almost instantly caromed off the steering wheel as the Mazda slammed into the car in front. His mouth wide open, but no sounds coming from it, he backed hard into the car behind him, then hauled at the wheel and shot out of his parking spot. A section of bats near the edge of his side of the windshield tumbled away. As he turned right at the end of the block, he remembered to turn on his lights. One of them seemed to work. Les turned left at the next corner, blasting through as the light changed from amber to red. From what he could see through the corner of the windshield where he had visibility, his was the only car on the road. He twisted the Mazda into the ramp for the eastbound side of I-95. Here there were no toll stations until Stratford, 20 minutes up the road. Les floored the accelerator and saw the bats flatten out against the windshield. 2 or 3 at the farthest edges flipped into the airstream. He rocked the car sharply to the left, then to the right, and back again. He never heard them, but other drivers blasted their horns behind him. His maneuvers had cleared the windshield of all but half a dozen bats. Their red eyes glared in at him, their tiny mouths worked, and he knew they were screeching at him. Les could see their mouths working in an almost human way. Whatever they were saying slipped backward in the breeze. Les looked at his speedometer and saw that he was going just under 90 miles an hour. Another one of the bats flapped upward and peeled off the windshield like a black leaf. Les emitted a trembling, high-pitched giggle, and for the first time felt his shoulders loosen. He lifted his foot from the accelerator. The lights flowing by on the westbound lane seemed reassuringly ordinary, people going somewhere. Then Les became aware of another presence in the car. Some small dark shape was in the other bucket seat. Les unconsciously said, "Hey," and looked toward it. What looked like a 9 or 10-year-old boy made completely of mud slumped against the black fabric of the seat. Water dripped from the mud boy and pooled on the cushion. A lung-searing blast of foulness struck Les. The odor he had caught on the golf course magnified 100 times. The odor formed a hot brick in Les's chest. The boy opened his eyes. "I'm lost," he croaked. "I'm afraid." Les came down on his accelerator with all his weight. He was screaming, but he did not know it. He was traveling at just over 115 miles an hour when he rammed into the side of another car a quarter-mile up I-95, a Toyota Celica belonging to Mr. Harvey Pilbrow of West Haven, Connecticut, and killed Mr. Pilbrow's 18-year-old son, Daniel, and his girlfriend, Molly Witt, also 18 and of West Haven. Les McLeod died only an instant after the two young people. Their cars sent up a plume of flame 50 feet high. 14. Patsy opened her eyes. "Something's happened," she said, then realized that she was lying down on the couch in Graham Williams' living room. "How do you feel?" the old man asked. "Something happened," she repeated. "You're right, something happened," Richard Albee said, coming into her field of vision. He took her hand, and warmth seemed to spread out from his touch. "You passed out after the book stopped moving." "Oh," Patsy said, "the book." "Are you all right?" Williams asked. "Help me sit up," she said, and Richard pulled her upright on the couch while she swung her legs down. Her head was as light as if it held only bubbles. She realized that she could not stand. "I'll be okay pretty soon." "Remember the book?" Richard asked. He was still holding her hand, and knelt on the floor before her, looking into her eyes with an expression of total concern. "I do, but that's not what I mean," she said. Richard let her hand go, and went back a few feet to hear her out. Patsy did not know how much she could say. Already she feared to sound crazy, even to these people who knew so much about her. She had had a fit of some kind, she supposed. She remembered the Maryland sensation, and the head of the dragon rising up from the book. That much she would tell. But the fit made her feel guilty and ashamed for her lack of control. It also made her feel dirty. That she'd passed out in the midst of it somehow connected itself in her mind with her husband, with Les, with her failed marriage. And that was the part she could not discuss with these men, as much as she already cared for them. Before she had awakened, she had seen a column of fire, and had understood that her marriage was being cleansed in that fire. Real destruction, real cleansing. In this was a danger as present as that intended by the dragon. What had gone through her mind, in the instant before she had awakened, was that Tabby Smithfield was very near to death. But did that mean that Tabby was in the column of fire? And if he was in that pyre, or going toward it, then— "Just relax, Patsy," Graham Williams was saying. How did that connect to her marriage? She did not see how it was possible, but what was happening to Tabby was going to echo through her future with Les McLeod, whatever that was to be. She wished the boy were there before her now, so that she could hug him with all her strength. She looked straight into Richard Albee and thought, "I'd like to hug you, too." "Oh, I don't know what I mean," she said, and saw a line of worry furrow between Richard's eyebrows. "But I guess the two of you didn't see it, did you? The dragon's head?" It was such an extraordinary sentence to utter. The line between his eyebrows grew deeper. It came up out of the book. It was looking at me. She remembered that black eye, shot with the wandering pattern of bright green like a stone. "We didn't see it," Graham said. He looked as shaken as she by what she had said. "But I believe that you saw it, Patsy. And you know what it means, don't you? It means—" "He was warning us," Richard said. "Gideon Winter was turning his attention to us," William said. "That's what it means. In that sense, it's a warning." He snatched up the book and then looked at Patsy with wide eyes. "It's hot!" Richard reached over to touch the book. He glanced again at Patsy after his fingers had rested on the page. He nodded. "I don't want to touch it," Patsy said. "No, but I want you to look at the page," William said, and held up the book with the pages spread out before her. She saw the black lines burned into the paper. There were more of them than she had remembered. A few of the burn marks were just dark squiggles over the lines of print. These reminded her suddenly of bats, and just as that occurred to her, she thought she saw one of the bat squiggles move, one of the wings flap in a broken and unhealthy way. "Les," she thought, and a second later, "Tabby." "I saw the burn marks before," she said. "They came just before it did." "I don't mean the burn marks," William said. "Look at the dates on the tops of the pages." Patsy looked. At the tops of the pages were a pair of dates, the same for both of the facing pages, 1873 to 1875. She shook her head. Williams held the book toward Richard and let him see the dates. 1873 to 1875, Richard said. "Don't tell me. More roasted children." "Not quite," Williams said, "but you're on the right track. It's the next date in the cycle. In 1811, the entire congregation of the Green Bank Congregational Church was killed by a freak accident on Kendall Point. By the way, and this is important, there were 2 Williamses among those who fell into the fissures, and 2 Taylors, a father and daughter, and 4 Greens, and an old man named Smith. Mrs. Bach didn't tell me that. She didn't want to tell me that, but I looked it up in the newspapers. The Kendall Point accident nearly wiped out all our families. After that, all our families weren't in Green Bank proper for a long time. My relatives lived in Patchen, as did the surviving Greens. They were members of the Patchen Congregational Church, and so they survived the day. In 1841, Rustum Taylor went crazy all the way, instead of the half-crazy he'd been all his life, and killed those 2 children and ate most of them before Anthony Jennings led a posse that found him sitting at the top of his roasting pit. "Ate them," Patsy said. She closed her eyes and caught a dimming after-image of the column of flame. "Tabby, where was he?" "Ate them." Mrs. Bach didn't feel that the last days of a half-wit Taylor were worthy of being in her book, but she read the same newspapers I did, and she knew about it. And she had walked through that old Greenbank cemetery on the Greenbank Road about 2 miles from here, and she had seen the headstones for the children Rustum Taylor killed. The headstones are still there. Sarah Allen, 1835 to 1841, taken cruelly from us. And Thomas Kirby Macaulay Mormon, 1834 to 1841, Little Tom. Graham Williams put down the book. "It's cooling down now." "Yes, she knew about those children all right, but she didn't write about their deaths any more than she wanted to write about what happened in 1873, and for the same reason. I'm not even sure she was conscious of it, but she wanted to hide Gideon Winter behind the most day-to-day view of things." Williams looked sharply at Patsy. "Do you want to rest, Patsy?" "I'm going to be fine," Patsy said in a faraway voice. "Well, what did happen in 1873? Richard asked. "One person from each of our families died in a fire at a mill," Williams said. "But so did 41 other people. July and August of 1873 were called the Black Summer for 2 decades. It was more than a year before strangers began coming through Hampstead again. Oh, they came through on the coaches, but they came through fast, and they didn't stop. They just rolled on until they got to Hillhaven. The reason I know that is that in 1874, a new coach inn called the Halfway House was put up in Hillhaven. There had always been a halfway house in Hampstead, right on the Green Bank Road, in fact, but after 1873 it just seems to have fallen in on itself. It went out of business and slipped right out of the records. After the Black Summer, people seemed to avoid Hampstead. I've looked at the logs of ships that docked in Hampstead Harbor. Now, that's where the yacht club is. For years, right on up from the 1860s, and seen that starting in 1873, they went a couple miles farther up the coast of the Hillhaven Harbor. After about 1875, they came back here again. But I'll tell you something Dorothy Bach didn't keep out of her book. Before the Black Summer, the town population of Hampstead was 1,045. 2 years later, in 1875, the town council held its own census. The population of Hampstead was 537.
Half of them died? Richard asked incredulously. I thought you said only 45 people died that summer.
Well, a lot of them probably moved out, Williams said. They could have gone just up the road into Hillhaven or Patchen, or as far as they had to go in order to think they were safe, and I think a couple hundred of them probably did just that. They were betting that later they could come back and find their houses pretty much the way they'd left them. You find a real flurry of livestock transfers during and just after the Black Summer, people selling up and getting out.
But that still leaves a couple hundred, Richard said.
Yep, Williams said. That it does. You know, before you people came here, I wasn't too sure about all this stuff. And I would have read about Mrs. Freedgood and Mrs. Goodall and just wondered about it. But when I saw Patsy and Tabby on that Sunday night, I knew he was on his way back. And he was getting stronger, too. Maybe as strong as he must have been in the Black Summer and the months after it.
What makes you think that? Richard asked.
The Black Summer of 1873 started just the way this one did. A woman was found cut to pieces in her farmhouse. A week later, another woman was found behind the row of shops along Main Street. She was in the same condition. There were two others, one of them a little Smith girl. And all of that was before the deaths at the old cotton mill.
Richard asked another question, and Patsy heard his voice as if it came from a hole deep in the earth, or from a telephone receiver left lying unattended on a table. What made the Black Summer so much worse than the summer of 1841?
Oh, we were all back by then, you see,
Williams said, and Patsy sluggishly thought, all back, isn't that nice, just like a reunion.
Williams, Smith, Smithfield by then, of course, Taylor, Green, all back. The Green Bank Congregational Church had been revived, too. By 1873, something that had happened all the way back in 1811 seemed like a fairy tale to them.
Those children with the terrible first names, Richard said. Darkness and Eventide and Sorrow. They had our last names, didn't they?
You're thinking well, Richard, the old man said. Sorrow's full name was Sorrow Taylor, and she married Joseph Williams. Darkness was Darkness Smith, and Eventide's last name was Green. And there was a Shame, too, as Dorothy Bach knew very well. A little girl named Shame Williams was born in 1652 and died before she could be baptized.
Sorrow Taylor, Patsy murmured. The name seemed very beautiful to her.
Most of them were girls, Williams said, and in time they all had children themselves. Williamses married Taylors, and Smiths married Greens, and then Williamses married Smiths.
To Patsy it seemed like a beautiful formal dance, all these marriages and couplings going on so long ago in the past. Her fingers twitched, and her lips were numb. A Williams took a Taylor, and a Smith took a Green, and then a Williams took a Smith. It was all a circle, and for a second she saw the circle in her mind, glowing gold like a wedding band. Something smoky, something not right, flickered in the middle of the golden circle, and Patsy shook her head. But then Marilyn Foreman's hand clamped down hard over hers, and Patsy saw what was in the middle of the circle. She did not hear it herself, but she emitted a low, terrified moan, and both Richard and Graham realized that Patsy had fallen back into the couch. As she moaned, she slipped down, already unconscious, and her head fell to the cushions. Before they could reach her, Patsy's hands began to twitch, and then her whole body shook violently enough to rattle the couch against the floor. Richard grabbed her hand, not knowing how to stop her convulsions. Finally he stepped next to her and put his arms around her and held her tightly against him, taking the shock of her movements into his own body. 15. "Get that piano outside," Starbuck said, "and put it down easy. Then come back in and get this mirror." No, Bruce thought, and knew that Dickie was thinking the same thing. Let's just leave that mirror where it is. We don't want to mess with that thing. No, sir, no way. Just before he had seen the light from Starbuck's flashlight burst on the surface of the mirror the way it must have done right away, he thought he had seen something in there, something touched by the swallowed light, which of course had never been. Something like a worm or a leech, flinching back from the light. Like hell. That was a crazy thought. That was something to tell freaked-out Skippy Peters and then watch his Adam's apple bob around in his skinny neck. "If you shake your fucking head at me once more, I'll tear it off your fucking neck," Starbuck whispered at him. "Get moving on that piano." The light burned in Bruce's eyes. "I swear I'll shoot your balls off if you don't get moving." "I was just thinking," Bruce whispered back, and he felt Dickie quiver beside him. "Thinking shit," Starbuck hissed at him. "We could put the mirror in the piano, make only one trip," Bruce improvised. "Yeah?" The light swung toward the mirror again. "Yeah, okay. It'll go into the top of the case. Just don't chip the frame." Dickie and Bruce edged around the piano and began to thread their way across the room. Starbuck played the flash idly on the sculptures, and as idly picked up the one nearest him. It was a small statue of a dancer, and he was surprised by its weight. He turned it over and saw the name scratched into the base, Degas. "Hold it," he said, and the boys froze. "No, not you assholes," he said, and excitedly shot the flash toward the next small sculpture. It looked just like the one he cradled in his palm. When he shot the light down the length of the room, he saw two more of the little sculptures of dancers. Starbuck pulled the radio out of his pocket and spoke into it. "Hey, kid, you there?" "What?" came Tabby's frightened voice. "Get the van up here right now. We're going to split in a couple of minutes." "You want us to—" Dickie and Bruce had frozen halfway to the wall where the mirror hung. "Fuck, you're dumb," Starbuck said. "Get the mirror, get it inside the piano, push the piano outside. Then you can get yourselves back in here and take all those pictures off the wall. You understand all that?" As the shaken Norman twins continued toward the wall, Starbuck went for the second Degas sculpture. He was speculating, in the last few seconds of his life, that the things in this room represented at least 2 years' worth of the good life, even at 10 cents on the dollar, which is what he knew he could get for them. With the silver, the piano, the sculptures, and the paintings, he would be able to fade out of the Beach Trail house months before any of the dozy local cops began to look for him, and take his time getting to a new place. He was thinking of going back to the Midwest, territory he had not seen for a long time, to Grosse Pointe or Lake Forest, some town so rich that when you inhaled your bank account got fatter. Then he dimly saw an old man with a gun in his hand coming through the living-room door. Thought, no, he's young, he's just a kid. And then he heard Dickie Norman screech in pain and terror. After that, the room seemed to explode, and the explosion cut him off forever from the interesting spectacle of Dickie Norman spouting blood all over a painting he would have sworn was a Manet. His own pistol was in his hand by then, but first his fingers would not work, and then he was wondering if you could still sell a Manet that had Dickie Norman's blood all over it, and then he was gone. 16. Tabby tossed the radio onto the passenger seat, and then climbed into the driver's seat. Static-laden conversation erupted from the radio, and he jerked his hand out for it before he realized that he was picking up Starbuck's orders to the twins. The thief sounded angry. Tabby twisted the key in the ignition and then put his foot down on the accelerator. The engine caught. Tabby had now exhausted everything he knew about driving the van. He looked in dismay at the gear shift, which was 4 feet long and angled like the shift on a truck. Above the knob at the end of the shift was a red button. Tabby grabbed the shift, pressed the button, and yanked the shift down. He did not depress the clutch, since he did not know it was there. The van growled. It sounded as though it was eating itself, devouring its own wheels and gears. Tabby let go of the shift, then grabbed it again and wrenched it sideways at the same time as he floored the accelerator. The van trembled like a dog in a seizure. From the sounds it was making, soon it would begin to defecate its own parts out the exhaust pipe. This was hopeless. Tabby threw open the door and began to run up the drive. Then he remembered the radio and sprinted back for it. He was running past the Japanese maple, and about 35 feet from the house, when he realized that since he was going to be seeing Starbuck in seconds, he would not need the radio. The security light, angling down from beneath the rain gutter, dazzled and fixed him. He saw himself exposed before a pitiless judgment. He would have to confess to Starbuck that he could not make the van go, that was all. The thief or one of the Normans could go back down to the gates and bring the van up. All Tabby had to do was go inside and tell Gary Starbuck that he could not get the van to move. Fearful, Tabby closed his eyes and saw. A column of flame rose 50 feet into the air. Then it lifted from the ground and was in the shape of a huge bat with its wings extended, a giant bat made of fire. Tabby stopped running. His mouth had gone cottony, and his heart was pounding. He took a tentative step forward. Something was going to happen inside that house. All the atmosphere seemed charged with that weird electricity which had flickered earlier through the sky. Tabby saw something glowing in one of the downstairs windows. The radio, forgotten in his hand, emitted a long, wavering screech of agony. Tabby took another step forward. Whatever was glowing in the downstairs window was urging him forward. Part of him knew that whatever was going on in that house was too much for him, that it was like that still very dim memory of a future event he had seen when his father and his grandfather had tried to pull him into twin halves at Gate 44 in JFK Airport. That dim, shocking memory of a man opening up a woman's skin with a long red weapon. But the rest of Tabby Smithfield heard a silent voice from within the big imposing house, which softly and insistently invited him inside. "It's nice in here, Tabby. Just come up to the door. It doesn't matter that you can't drive the van. Nothing like that matters any more. Just come in and join us." Dazed, and with the two images, the fire bat and the man opening up the dying woman's skin, rolling down through a receding corridor in his mind, Tabby took another step toward the house. Then he heard a shot coming from the same room where the inviting shape had glowed through a large window. 17. Richard's arms ached. Patsy thrashed against his restraint like a bull in a pen. "I don't know if I can hold her much longer," he said desperately to Graham Williams. "I'll get her legs," Williams said, and went as quickly as he could around the coffee table. He grasped one of her ankles with his right hand, and she kicked out strongly enough to throw him off balance. He sat heavily on the flimsy table, and both men heard it crack. Williams grimly leaned forward, pursing his mouth with effort, and caught her flying leg under his arm. As he pinned it down with his elbow, he reached out and grasped her other leg with his free hand. Patsy's hips whipsawed. Williams felt a sudden pain in his chest. Richard saw Graham's face go white. It was as if the sharp crack from the table had come from within the old man. Patsy thrashed against his arms again, and screamed a single word. "Run!" Richard shook his head at the old man, telling him to let go, that he could handle Patsy's convulsions. But Williams strengthened his grip, and Patsy's movements became tighter and more easily controlled. "Run!" she screamed. Then she let out a long wail that made Richard almost drop her. Richard heard a loud cracking noise behind him. He ducked his head, imagining that a window had exploded in, and then saw the glass front of a framed film poster beside William's desk shatter and crumble to the floor in a glittery jigsaw puzzle. "Ah!" Patsy screamed. The paperback detective novels, jammed on top of the art books, were snapping out of the bookcase, sailing into the air, and then swirling upward.
Richard heard the frame of the poster behind him crack apart like kindling. He watched the books on the top row of the bookshelves across the room cannon off the shelf and sail across William's desk. The typewriter rocked on its pad, then rolled right over and thunked against the floor. Bing rang the carriage return. Books flew randomly off the shelves. Richard and Graham watched two of them ascend straight up to the ceiling, where they clung for a moment like flies before dropping to the floor. Another of the framed posters, Glenda, Richard saw, a tinted drawing of Mary Astor in Gary Cooper's arms, flopped straight over on its face and jittered like a dying cat as the glass tinkled into 1,000 bright sections. 18. "Come on in, Tabbs, we need you now," said the silent voice in his mind, and he stepped forward again. For a moment he saw dozens of people lined up at the big windows. Then they broke apart, turned to one another, or turned away. "Why, it's a party," Tabby thought. "How can there be a party?" He lifted the radio to his mouth and said, "Hey, what?" "Come on in," the radio said to him. "Get in here, Tabby." He could not see the people very clearly, but the Norman twins were not among them. "Get in here," the voice on the radio said again. The people parted, and Tabby saw that what had been glowing was a mirror far across the room. Now its center was a delicate rose pink that pulsed and glowed. Tabby began to move again. But then Bruce Norman burst through the front door. He had his arm around Dickie's chest and seemed to be pulling at him. Dickie's face was marble white. He was moving very slowly. "Where's the van?" Bruce shouted. Bruce was red with blood. Blood plastered his shirt to his thick chest. Dickie, too, had splashes of blood on his face, and his entire side was stained so deeply that the colors of his clothes were not visible. Tabby pointed down the long lawn. He had seen that all that blood was Dickie Norman's. Then he saw a knob of white appear in the midst of the soupy redness where Bruce was holding up his brother. Dickie's arm was gone, and the knob of white was his shoulder. He rushed to help Bruce support his brother, and his mind cleared. He seemed to himself to have been moving in slow motion since the column of flame had bloomed in his mind. Tabby firmly clamped his arm around Dickie's back and felt Dickie's heaviness, his slowness. Dickie was going to die, he knew. Together he and Bruce half-carried, half-pushed Dickie all the way to the van. Tabby moved to open the rear door, but Bruce screeched at Tabby, "Not in the back, in the front, on the seat." Bruce's eyes seemed to take up most of his face. Tabby helped get Dickie in the passenger seat, and then Bruce ran around the front of the van to climb in the driver's seat. Tabby jumped in the back and slammed the door shut, just as Bruce slammed the van backward into a tree. Dickie slumped toward the floor. "Pull him up, for Christ's sake!" Bruce screeched, ground the gears, and shot out from under the trees in a shower of scattered earth. Tabby bent over the passenger seat and tried to haul Dickie back upright. His left hand slipped on the sheet of blood covering Dickie's left side, and Dickie waveringly rolled sideways. The white knob of bone slid along the fabric of the seat. "Get him up!" Bruce yelled. He spun out onto Mount Avenue and turned in the direction of the Sayre connector. Tabby hauled at Dickie's right arm, and then Dickie got his legs under himself and helped push himself back onto the seat. Leaning over, Tabby looked into his eyes. They were looking straight ahead, focused on something a long way off. Dickie's eyes were unearthly. Tabby thought that Dickie Norman looked more intelligent than at any other time in his life, but he was glad he couldn't see what Dickie was looking at so intently. "Hold on, Dickie," he said, and patted his good shoulder. Dickie did not even blink. "Where's the guy?" Tabby asked. "Starbuck. Where's Starbuck?" "Fucker's dead," Bruce said. "Dead? I just talked to him on the radio." "Fucker's dead. The old guy shot him." Bruce sped straight through a stop sign. What happened to Dickie?" "I don't know," Bruce screamed. He wiped a hand over his jowls and left a bloody smear. "We were supposed to pick up this fancy mirror and put it inside this big black asshole of a piano. We were just going to get the mirror when the old guy comes in with his gun. He doesn't even say you stick him up or nothing. He just shoots. and he got Starbuck. He blew that fuckhead away. Then Dickie gives out this god-awful yell, and I look over at Dickie, and he's shooting blood all over the wall, and his goddamn arm is gone, and he's just standing there looking up, and I thought the old guy was going to blast us both. He shook his head. I thought the old guy shot him, too, until I seen that his old fucking arm is gone. So I just got him out. I saw other people in there, Tabby said. Tabs, the old guy was the only other one in that room. You got to get out now. I'm taking Dickie down to Norrington General, and you got to get out of this van. Bruce pulled up at the traffic light on the Sayre connector. Out, Tabs, fast. Tabby jumped down onto the road and slammed the door. Good luck, he said, but the van had pulled ahead through the red light and was speeding toward the on-ramp to the thruway. 14 minutes later, at 11:56, Bruce Norman made it to the emergency room of Norrington General Hospital, a feat he accomplished by keeping the accelerator floored and the engine in the overdrive Gary Starbuck had constructed. When he came to the toll station, he did not even think of slowing down. He hit the barrier at better than 110 miles an hour and split it into half a dozen flying, sawtoothed sections. The nurses in the emergency room peeled his brother off him as soon as they came through the door, strapped Dickie to a cot, and slid an IV in his arm. Dickie's eyes never lost the intelligent, faraway stare Tabby Smithfield had seen. An intern named Patel, who had been born in Uttar Pradesh and had a medical degree from the University of Wisconsin, began doing what he could to Dickie's shoulder. But Dickie died while Dr. Patel was still putting little metal clamps on the severed arteries. It was 3 minutes past 12. Dr. Patel stood up, looked at the clock, and then at Bruce Norman, who was sitting in a chair at the side of the emergency room, watching him with slitted and dangerous eyes. Dr. Patel picked up Dickie's remaining hand and felt for a pulse. But his hands had been in Dickie's wound at the moment of his death, and he knew there would be no pulse. He gently lowered Dickie's hand to his chest. Bruce stood up. He stank of blood, and blood had soaked and smeared over his shoes, his jeans, and his shirt. The blood on his face was like war paint. "This is a dead boy," said Dr. Patel, whose accent and diction were still those of India. "Can you tell me, please, how this wound was inflicted?" Bruce walked up to the small, brown-skinned doctor and hit him squarely on the side of the head, knocking out 2 of the doctor's teeth and sending him flying into Dickie's IV stand. The doctor fell to the floor in a pool of dark liquid, and Bruce picked up his brother and carried him back outside to the van. At that moment, the nurses were all either in the emergency patient's cubicles or around the corner at the nursing station, and none of them saw what had happened until Jake Rems, an alcoholic with a black eye and a broken nose, began squalling that a monster boy had killed his doctor. Dickie was back on his seat. Bruce was calmer. He drove down the highway to Woodville and the next hospital, St. Hilda's, and there he accepted the news that his brother was dead. It was now 12:31 on Sunday morning, the 8th of June, and Patchen County was beginning its 25th day without rain. 19. Just after 1:45, Tabby had turned into Beach Trail and was trudging slowly up toward Hermitage and Four Hearths. He was too tired to think about everything that had happened. He wanted only to get inside his house, go up to his room, lock his door, and crawl into bed. In his mind, he saw the fire bat widening its red wings. The wings were as red as Dickie Norman's left side, where Dickie had looked as though a crazy painter had slapped him with brushful after brushful of bright red paint. The fire bat's eyes were black holes, and clouds shone palely through. Tabby looked ahead up the road and saw the houses march one by one on either side of the black street, the street lamps throwing circles of light on the ground, and thought that all of it, right up the hill to his house, looked like a setting in a dream, and that soon these houses would begin to swell and bloat. Blood and foul yellow liquid would pour from the windows, the street would crack and turn over, and bruised white hands would thrust up through the exposed earth, and the fire bat would soar overhead, setting the bursting houses alight, and crooning, "Master Smith, Do you wish a ball in the back?" He groaned, lifted his hands to wipe his face, and saw for the first time since the Normans had come through the front door of the doctor's house that he was still carrying Gary Starbuck's two-way radio. It crackled in his face. "Tabby! Tabby Smithfield! You get back here! You get your tail back here right now or I'll kill you!" The voice leaped out of the radio on a cascade of static, but it was strong and clear. It was the same voice he had heard speaking to him while he stood on the doctor's lawn. Gary Starbuck's voice. Starbuck was not dead. He was back there in a fuming rage because Tabby and the Normans had run out on him. Tabby stared down at the radio, not knowing what to believe. Bruce Norman had seen the doctor shoot Starbuck, but he himself had seen people at those windows. People Bruce had told him were not there. "Ugh!" the radio whimpered. Radio signals, Tabby thought. It was picking up some kind of radio signals, and pretty soon Dr. Demento would come on, announcing that the next number would be Surfin' Bird by the Immortal Trash Men. But he knew that these were not radio signals. He was never going to hear Steve Miller's Midnight Tango or Song for a Sucker Like You on this radio, and Starbuck, he was certain, was dead. And Dickie Norman, too, would be dead by now, his arm savagely ripped off by a delicate rose-pink light that glowed at the center of an antique mirror. The lump of black metal and plastic in his hand grew suddenly warm. With an almost exhausted curiosity, Tabby lifted it nearer to his face, an acrid electronic stink. Then the thing in his hand was unbearably hot. Smoke poured from the grill. The top edge drooped and grinned. A strip of metal sizzled against his palm, and he jerked his hand, sending the radio flying onto a lawn. It burst into flame while it was still in the air. Something within it went pop, and when it struck the lawn, a small specific cloud of blue gas emerged from its diminishing surface. Many of the pieces still burned. It cracked on the center, and as the plastic melted, small burning elements from inside the radio twisted and moved across the grass. One fiery piece seemed to have tiny legs and a shiny back like a beetle's. It staggered some inches from the melting body of the radio, then turned crisp and transparent and died. A few tiny flames began to feed on the dry stalks of grass. Tabby realized that the entire lawn could catch fire, and he jumped onto the lawn and began stamping on the tiny flames. "Tabby, is that you?" a woman called. And when he looked up, he saw Patsy McLeod standing on the front step. Then he recognized Graham Williams' house. He had been too bone-weary to identify it earlier. "It's me," he said, and she jumped off the porch, already running. Graham Williams poked his head around the front door, and Tabby waved. Williams grinned and waved back, rubbing his chest with his other hand. He stepped outside and pushed his hands into his pockets. Patsy ran into Tabby and almost knocked him down before she hugged him. "Are you all right?" He nodded. "What were you doing?" "I was holding a radio, and it sort of exploded," he said, feeling a little light-headed now that he was circled by her arms. A metal catch on her white overalls dug into his neck. Patsy smelled pleasantly of perfume and fresh perspiration. "I was so worried. I passed out, actually. I guess I had a kind of fit, and I dreamed you were in terrible danger." She straightened up and took her arms from around him. "You were in danger, weren't you?" "Well, I burned my hand," he said, and showed her the fat strip of burned flesh across the palm of his hand. "We'll soak that in cold water, but that's not what I mean. Where were you tonight? What were you doing?" He could not answer that question. If he had to, he could explain, and Patsy would believe him, but the explanations would take too long, and he was too tired. "Why, you've got blood on your shirt," Patsy said. He looked down. It was blood, all right. Dickie Norman's. That was where he had wiped his hand after trying to pull Dickie back up on the van's seat. Patsy's face had gone even whiter. "I'm all right," he said. "I'm not hurt. I was just out with some people. And 2 of them are dead now." Patsy's head jerked back as though she had intercepted this thought. Her wide, dark eyes caught his. Then the image of the fire bat, its wings extended and clouds drifting past its empty eyes, slammed into his mind, along with, "I saw this. Oh, no.
I saw this, and it was going to kill you. We can't do this. Nobody can do this. Tell it to the Marines, Buster, because we're doing it." The words had flown between them as the dreadful image of the fire bat had faded, and at the conclusion, Patsy's mouth actually twitched in a smile. "We are," Tabby said. He tried, "I saw that too, Patsy," or it slipped into his mind, and he felt it instantly transfer to hers. "We can't. No, can't tell. Can't tell anyone else, even Richard." "Richard?" "Yes." A complicated series of emotions involving warmth, guilt, and deep physicality blew into him, along with the sibilant yes, and he backed away mentally, knowing that this was too private for him. "Richard Albee," he said out loud. Patsy nodded, and then Graham Williams was on them, saying, "Come on in for a second, Tabby. You have to meet our fourth member. You look like you could use a rest anyhow. I guess we all could." He realized that he was looking directly into Patsy's face. She was exactly his height. "This scares me," he thought. "And 2 of them are dead now?" Patsy thought. Later. "The fire thing?" Later. "The fire thing, damn you?" "I don't know." "It was going to kill you," Patsy thought in Tabby's brain, and he knew that she was telling him no more than the truth. The joyousness of what he and Patsy McLeod had discovered they could do went black and cold. "Are you all right?" the old man was asking him. "What the hell happened to you? What's all that blood?" "I'm fine, really," Tabby said. "Where were you, son?" "I can't tell you," Tabby said. "I can't tell anybody. Not now, anyhow. But I'm not hurt." Williams glowered at the boy. "I get the feeling I'm missing something. There's something going on here, and I'm missing it. Did he tell you what he was up to, Patsy?" Patsy shook her head. "Well, I suppose you'd better come on up and meet Richard Albee," Graham said. Then he shot another dark glance at Tabby. "You're not in trouble with the police, are you? Were you out on another mailbox massacre?" "Something like that," Tabby said, and could not look at Patsy. His face reddened. "Well, anybody your age has a license to be stupid," Williams said, "but don't overdo it." The 3 of them were walking across the overgrown, weedy lawn back toward the house, and a 4th figure, a slender, well-knit man in his mid-30s, came out to stand on the porch. He was only 2 or 3 inches taller than Patsy and Tabby, and his longish, dark hair was combed straight back. The man looked sleek and capable to Tabby. Then he was close enough to see the man's face in detail, and something in his chest jumped. Whether in fear or in confirmation, he did not know. Richard Albee, the 4th descendant of the original Green Bank settlers, was the man he had seen through the window of the Griffin Diner in the Post Mall shopping center. The Normans had been bragging about a kid named Skip Peters, how he had done everything they wanted him to do, even the craziest things. In the midst of the Norman stories, Tabby had seen Spunky Jameson staring in at him through the window. Then he had seen that this was an adult. It could not possibly be Spunky Jameson. Spunky was a 10-year-old kid, and he had suddenly had the feeling that this person knew him, that they had met, and that events both terrible and wonderful would flow from that meeting. He had felt himself slipping into a panicky dream, and then Dickie Norman pushed the tines of his fork into Tabby's hand and broke the feeling apart. "I should have known that you'd turn out to be Tabby Smithfield," the man said. "You met each other before?" Graham Williams asked with evident surprise. "We looked at each other," Tabby said. "Mysteriouser and mysteriouser." The 4 of them stood outside a moment longer, not speaking, aware that it was the first time that all of them had been together. Graham Williams knew that what was mysteriouser and mysteriouser was their meat and drink now, and that knowledge filled him with dread. He knew that what was to come would make Patsy's fit only a footnote to their story. Tabby had none of these premonitions, at least not while they all stood in the darkness outside Graham's house. During that moment when currents of emotion jumped between them all, he first had felt unreasonably secure, as if nothing could hurt him now. Then he realized he was with an old man and a younger man and woman. It was the structure of the household on Mount Avenue, just before that household blew apart with the death of his mother. "Well, let's get inside for a bit," Williams said. "Tabby, there's something you have to hear about. Patsy saw the dragon tonight." Richard Albee opened the door, looking down at Tabby with an expression of kindly puzzlement, and Tabby remembered how Les McLeod's gun had looked, how enormous it had been when its barrel was pointing right at his chest. That moment now seemed to have taken place centuries ago. He looked uneasily back to the place on the lawn, where the melted, broken pieces of the radio lay. Graham Williams put his arm across his shoulder. Tabby went up the steps to follow Patsy into the book-lined corridor. 20. At 3:15 that night, two small boys could have been seen walking down the newly paved access road to Gravesend Beach. The smaller of the two, 4-year-old Martin O'Hara, was limping slightly. He wore dark blue shorts and a light blue T-shirt with a shiny portrait of Yoda on the front. His 9-year-old brother, Thomas, was wearing a new pair of Keds, straight-leg jeans, and a dark green T-shirt with short yellow sleeves. Thomas had scaled up the waist-high chain-link fence across the public road at the entrance to the beach, swung his leg over, and then swung the other leg over and jumped down. Then he had reached down and lifted Martin over the fence. Now Martin was struggling to keep up with Thomas. "Hurry up," Thomas called to his brother. He did not look back. "My feet hurt, Tommy," Martin said. "We're almost there." "Oh, thank God," Martin said in an eerie echo of his mother's voice. A second later, Thomas said, "You're going too slow again." "But I don't want to be slow." "You're stupid." "I'm not stupid, Tommy," Martin wailed. In minutes they had reached the wide part at the end of the access road. Ahead and to one side of them was the gray, empty beach. To their right, the long length of the breakwater from which Harry and Babe Zimmer had liked to fish. The Sound was at low tide, a long, black shelf of barely moving water with silver glints of light on its small rolling waves. "This is it," Thomas said. "Yeah, this is it," Martin repeated. Thomas jumped on top of the concrete retaining wall at the edge of this parking area, and helped Martin to get up on top of the 2-foot wall beside him. Then Thomas jumped down onto the sand. "Come on, Martin," he said. "Jump down." "Carry me," Martin said. "I can't jump. It's too high for me." Sighing, Thomas came back and lifted Martin down onto the sand. "Now we have to take our clothes off," Thomas said. "We have to?" "Sure we have to," Thomas said, and sat down calmly and began to untie his shoes. Martin sat down on the sand only inches from Thomas and yanked at his own laces. A few seconds later he furiously yelled, "Tommy, I can't get my shoes off." His brother, naked except for his shirt, knelt before him and tugged off the sneakers without bothering to untie the snarled laces. As Thomas pulled his shirt off over his head, Martin pushed down his shorts and red cotton underpants and stepped out of them. Then he sat and grabbed the toe of his right sock with his left hand, grunted, and pulled the sock off. He repeated the technique with his left sock. Come on, Thomas said. He was standing up in the darkness, and to Martin he looked as tall and powerful as an adult. "Get your shirt off." "I want to wear my Yoda shirt," Martin said. "You have to take it off," Thomas said. "I want to wear my Yoda shirt," Martin said, his face working. "Jesus," Thomas said. "You're not supposed to say that," Martin exploded. "All right, come on, you can wear your shirt." Thomas led the way across the beach. A fat, nearly continuous strip of seaweed marked the high tide water line. The boys stepped over it and cautiously marched down the drying strand. They didn't want to step on any of the sharp rocks or on the broken crab shells that littered the beach. "Horseshoe crab!" Martin screamed. "Look, horseshoe crab!" "It's dead. It's yucky," Thomas told him. "Come on, Martin." Martin scampered ahead and reached the water first. "Brr!" "The water's okay. It's just a little cold," Thomas said loftily. He strode into the water after his brother and repeated, "Just a little cold," though in fact it seemed much colder than that to him. "It'll get better."
They had to walk out nearly to the end of the breakwater before the water was even waist-high for Thomas. Martin was bobbing grimly along, holding his head up. "It's still cold," Martin said. "Just go as far as you can," Thomas said. "It doesn't have to be far." "Don't go away," Martin said, his shirt billowing out around him in the black water. "I have to," Thomas said. "You know I have to, Martin." Then he looked down at his brother's intent small face. "Give me a kiss, Martin," he said on impulse, and bent to touch his brother's cold lips with his own. Then he threw himself forward into the water. Martin struggled to stay on his feet and bounced forward another step. The water was up to his chin. He lifted his feet from the stony floor and paddled his arms. That was all the swimming he knew how to do. "Tommy!" he yelled when he realized that his feet could no longer touch the bottom. His brother paid no attention, but continued swimming toward the buoys. Martin paddled a few feet farther out. His shirt felt heavy, heavy. His head went under, and he desperately inhaled half a pint of burning sea-water. Spluttering as his head surfaced again, he windmilled his arms, taking himself farther out past the end of the breakwater. Then his head went under again. A huge black shape opened its mouth and darted toward him. Thomas kept swimming until his arms were too heavy and slow to lift. He had gotten more than 50 feet past the buoys. His body felt warm and tired. He let his head slip under the water, jerked it up when water splashed into his nose, did another overhand stroke, and then slid backward into the water as if something on the bottom were sucking him down. Half an hour after the first Bloody Mary was poured at brunch in the Sawtell Country Club, a woman named Ray Nestico Bell carried her beach chair down to the far end of Gravesend Beach to get away from the noise of a volleyball game 8 teenage boys had set up near her original place. Besides the shouts and the flying sand, what drove her away were the leers and stares the boys directed her way whenever they thought she might be looking at them. Mrs. Nestico Bell had reached the first of the boundaries that mark off the private beaches, and she was just putting down her chair at the edge of the seawall below the Van Horn house when she saw 2 oddly shaped bundles of sand and weed rolling in the waves directly before her. She dropped her chair and took a step forward. From one of the bundles a white foot extended. She clenched her hands in front of her mouth and began to call for help, at first so quietly that the boys playing volleyball did not hear her. These images, the screaming of a woman in a bikini and the happy pounding of 8 teenage boys down a stony beach, marked the true ending of the events of Saturday, the 7th of June in the year 1980. The first threshold had been crossed. 2. Naked Swimmers. 1. By Monday, the 9th of June, word had spread through town that the killer of Stony Friedgood and Hester Goodall had been shot to death while committing a burglary on the Golden Mile. No one in the police department had expressed this view publicly, but off-duty Hampstead officers in bars on the Post Road and Riverfront Avenue talked about the way a gutsy little doctor named Wren Van Horn walked into his living room with a pistol and shot down an armed housebreaker who had his gun out ready to kill the owner. That was the deciding point. "You wait," these officers breathed into the receptive ears around them. "There aren't going to be any more killings in Hampstead for a long time. We're done with that guy." The bartenders and the other customers went home and told their wives and husbands and parents that Hampstead was safe again, and the wives and husbands and parents went out to their grocery stores and bowling alleys and Nautilus exercise rooms and dance classes, and told their clerks and instructors and partners that Hampstead had nothing to worry about any more. The monster who had savaged Mrs. Friedgood and Mrs. Goodall was dead. "Of course we'll never be able to prove it," the policemen had said in the bars, and, "Of course they'll never be able to prove it," the wives said to their hairdressers and vendors of baguettes. "But he had to be the man. Why, he wasn't even from around here. I heard he was from Florida, from New York, from Illinois." Sarah Spry answered the phone at her desk on Monday morning and heard Martha Gable, one of her oldest friends, babble for 10 minutes about somebody getting shot and somebody having a bag full of antique silver and somebody not being a problem anymore, and finally had to say, "Martha,
I think you'd better slow down and spoon-feed me. I can't make head or tail out of this." When she finally got the story out of Martha, she cursed herself for not checking in with the desk officers at the police station as soon as she arrived. She usually did, but this morning her editor had hit her with the news about the O'Hara boys and suggested that before she met Richard Albee for his interview, she might swing over to the O'Hara house and talk to the boy's mother. And what would be the good of that? She had snapped, still trying to see around the deaths of those two kids she had seen about once a month since they had been born. "You're a friend of the O'Haras, aren't you?" Stan Brockett asked her. "So what?" she nearly yelled. "You want me to ask Mickey O'Hara how it feels to have her children drown? Do you want me to ask her how the death of her children will affect her work?" Mickey Zaber O'Hara was one of Hampstead's many semi-professional painters. She had shows and openings in local galleries. Her husband, a gem appraiser with an office on Gramercy Park and another in Palm Springs, had had a studio built for her in their attic, but she sold paintings almost entirely to her family and her friends. "No," Stan Brockett had said, "her work never was anything but deep-dyed shit, and you know it. I want you to ask her what her kids were doing out on the beach around 3 a.m. "What do you mean, 3 a.m? Mickey O'Hara would never have let her kids play outside at that hour." "The coroner says that they must have entered the water around then, so ask her about it." "I'll do it," Sarah had agreed, "but only because I know you're wrong, and her paintings are beautiful. I've got one hanging in my living room." "Then you'd better keep reviewing her openings," Stan Brockett said. "Try to set it up for around 2:30, okay? I want to see both pieces by 6 tonight." And that gave her about an hour and a half to write each piece, which would not be a problem for her, and she still had the whole morning to do the What Sarah Saw column and her review of the White Barn Players' production of Hot L. Baltimore. She was assembling the information for her column when the telephone rang. She picked it up to hear Martha Gable incoherently trying to tell her that the killer of the two women had been shot by Dr. Wren Van Horn in a burglary attempt. "I heard it from Mr. Pascal at Everything Bread, and he said that he had heard it from a customer who had heard it from a policeman," Martha Gable said. "So I wanted to call you and see if it was really true. But, Sarah, the policeman said it was true. He said we'd never have to worry about that man again." As soon as she could get Martha off the phone, Sarah called Dave Marks at the police station. Dave Marks was the desk officer on duty when Sarah came to work most mornings, and over the years they had worked out a mutually satisfying relationship. Dave Marks gave Sarah any important information from the previous night, and she got his picture into the Hampstead Gazette whenever she could. When the Gazette ran its pictures of the Memorial Day parade, there was Officer Dave Marks, striding prominently along with his fellow officers. When the Gazette ran a piece on teenage drinking late at night on Sawtell Beach, there was a picture of Officer Dave Marks leaning on the guardrail at the beach parking lot, looking youthful and authoritative. Sarah got her information before any of her competitors at the Norrington High Life or the Patchen Advocate, and Dave Marks got a lot of attention from female police buffs who thought he was a celebrity. "This guy was Gary Starbuck, and he was a biggie," Dave Marks told Sarah. "He's been breaking into houses all his life, traveling all over the country. I bet you this Starbuck guy had about 600,000-700,000 scattered here and there in various accounts. We're going to open his house up so the folks can walk through and identify their property. We think he's done at least 20 burglaries in Hampstead since he arrived. You ought to see his place, Sarah. It's like some kind of a cave, all that stuff he's got in there. I guess he just ran out of luck. Dr. Van Horn shot him once, and that was all it took." "Will Wren Van Horn have to answer any charges?" Sarah asked. "Hell no," Officer Marks said. "He shot Starbuck in the commission of an armed robbery. The son of a bitch had his weapon right in his hand. Van Horn'll be lucky if the chief doesn't bring him down to the station, declare a press conference, and give him a medal. Cops all over the country have been looking for this guy for at least 15 years. It's funny, he was just like his father. This guy's old man lived just the same way. Work a town, fence all the stuff, move out fast, rent a house somewhere else. He was caught once over a 40-year career and did 14 months in jail. The old man dies 2 years ago in a nursing home in Palm Beach. He leaves his kid a pile of money, and the kid carries on where he left off, like it's the family business, you know." "Did Starbuck do the murders?" Sarah asked bluntly. "I hate to say it, but he sure doesn't sound like the type." Dave Marks was quiet for a long time. Then he sighed. I had 3 calls about that already this morning. People want to believe what makes them happy, you know? We never related Starbuck to the murders, and we never will. There might be a couple of our guys who think he was the one, but you know what that is, Sarah? It's hard for a cop to face that a guy like that is actually running around free. Every day he isn't caught is like another insult, see? Yes, I see, Sarah said. I was afraid of that. But a lot of people are going to believe that they don't have to worry about a stranger showing up at the door anymore. If it's a stranger, Dave Marks said. Well, let's get off that subject. You want the rest of the stuff, or do you want to wait for the file? Anything big? Traffic fatality. Leslie McLeod of Charleston Road. McLeod was going about the speed of light up I-95 and killed a couple of kids from West Haven coming home from New York. Was he drunk? There was enough booze in him to float a navy, Dave Marks said. I'll wait for the file. He was some kind of big shot. I'll still wait for the file. 2. Patsy had heard nothing of Gary Starbuck's sudden end, nor that the murders were now supposed to be solved. She had not been to a hairdresser, to an exercise room, or a dance class, or even a grocery store since Saturday night. She had returned home from Graham Williams' house not long after 1:30, seen with no surprise that Les was not home, and went to bed in the spare room. She had noticed that his clubs were gone. Les would play golf all day, then eat at the club and sit in the lounge until closing time. He would be getting angrier and drunker and angrier. Tomorrow he would boil over and begin beating her again. This time she would fight back, Patsy vowed. This time she would not go into a defenseless crouch. She would kick him. This time she would kick him in the balls if he gave her half a chance. At Graham Williams' house she had gone through an extraordinary array of emotions, from terror to humiliation to love. And what was most extraordinary to her was that the other 3 were not threatened or disgusted by all that had happened to her. They were simply, calmly, wonderfully there. They accepted her. If she had shown so much of herself in front of Les, he would have ordered her out of the room. Somehow that she'd had a fit, setting the cause aside for the moment, that she had then passed out and afterward experienced unhesitating love for the 2 men who had made sure she wouldn't concuss herself or swallow her tongue, that then she had apparently found that she had a telepathic link with a teenage boy. Somehow Les would have seen all this as primarily a threat to his job. That was not at all how the wife of a corporate vice president was supposed to spend her Saturday night. Even through her deep exhaustion, Patsy felt rage. Les had put her into a straitjacket. Her marriage had walled her up within iron conventions. She now remembered all the discussions Les and she had had soon after their marriage. "You can't act like that, Patsy," Les had said. "Like what?" "Like you were acting with Johnson, or Young, or Olson, or Gold." "I wasn't acting any special way at all." "I know, but it looked like you were flirting with them. And if enough people think you were flirting with Johnson, or Young, or Olson, or Gold, or any of the 20 other young executives Les had climbed so expertly past, then we'll never get the Chicago posting." Les had got the Chicago posting, rising so far above Johnson and the others that he could see the molt in their hairlines. They had moved to an apartment twice the size of their New York apartment. Les could afford to buy 5 new suits and a fistful of new striped neckties. He had his name on the door and a Bigelow on the floor. And he had started hitting her. He had 4 drinks instead of 1 when he came home from the office. He stopped talking to her. He had stopped even listening to her. He worked 9-hour days, 10-hour days, then 12-hour days. On the weekends he played golf with clients, with accounts, never with people. Les had stopped knowing people. Because of one client, he took up skeet shooting. Because of another, he started going to the Bears games in the fall. Another got him into the athletic club. Les McLeod was ambitious and successful and admired. When he came home at night to the woman who had known him when he was only ambitious, he had his 4 drinks, grumbled about her plans for dinner, and started to short-circuit.
Then she could see the Les driven desperate and half-loony by the 12-hour days, the constant pressure of reports and decisions and responsibility. And then he started to hit her. If he tries that again, Patsy swore to herself, I won't just kick him in the balls. I'll go after him with a knife. He can't come in loaded after playing golf all day and decide that it's time to show little Patsy who's the boss. I'll stick a knife in his arm if he tries that again. It was as if the entire history of her marriage, since Les had objected to the way she spoke to Teddy Johnson, gave license to that image, herself jabbing a long carving knife into her husband's arm. She fell asleep with that picture in her mind, where it simmered in an angry glow of moral satisfaction. Just past 4 o'clock in the morning, Bobo Farnsworth, still working double shifts, woke Patsy up to tell her that her husband had died in a fatal accident in the eastbound lanes of Highway I-95. Patsy knew that once Les had been good, as good anyhow as his world and character permitted, and that his goodness had been starved to death on what his career fed it. His one-time shyness had turned into social bullying, as on the night of the horrible dinner party with the Albys, Ronnie, and Bobo. His sunniness had turned to calculated heartiness, his humor had turned to acid, and his unaffected love for her had turned to grumpy, jealous possessiveness. She mourned what there was to mourn. She had felt a moment of shocked guilt, but around the time Les had immolated himself in his Mazda, she was imagining pushing a knife into his arm. But that guilt lasted only long enough to be recognized. In some sense, Les had stopped being her husband the day she had refused to make lunch for him, the day she had met Tabby Smithfield during Dr. Lauterbach's hour. And that momentary guilt had not earned enough to pay its way. It was for some other woman, not for her. If she felt guilt, it was for the teenagers Les had killed. On that Monday, Patsy had the morning to fill before going to the funeral home to consult with Mr. Holland. She did not look forward to the meeting. Mr. Holland was a fussy little man who had been so well trained to his profession by his father and grandfather that he never betrayed any human feeling whatsoever. He was a propriety machine, and if he had ever had any idiosyncrasies, they had been ground to dust many years before. Mr. Holland knew the McLeods, and he was not going to be happy with the idea of cremation. Not only would he want to sell her an expensive coffin, he would want to avoid a scene with Les's parents. Patsy opened Les's closet, a cedar-lined walk-in, a few steps from the bed. He had claimed it for his own immediately after they had moved, giving her the darker, less convenient closet next to the bathroom door. Here hung his 20 suits, his 10 jackets. Here were his 15 pairs of shoes in a neat row, each stuffed with a wooden shoe tree. In wooden cubicles his shirts and sweaters made neat stacks. From a hook beside the ranks of suits dangled 4 pairs of suspenders, one with a pattern of death's heads. Drawers concealed stacks of starched pocket handkerchief and iron socks. "I will cremate him," Patsy said to herself. "I will." She brushed her fingers against the sleeve of a dark blue cashmere jacket, and then jerked her hand back. The soft material felt like a rebuke. What could she do with all these clothes? Give them to his parents? Goodwill? She had to select the suit to give the undertaker. She did not want to touch his clothes, and she did not want to go to Bornley in Holland to see Mr. Holland. She did not want to put up his parents and listen to them going through the inevitable cycle of criticism and mollification. "I don't like to say this, Patsy, but is your house always so messy? Of course, I know you young women see things differently now." If I had any character, Patsy thought, I'd give the clothes to Goodwill and put Bill and Dee in a motel. Laura Albee would have been capable of such a gesture. Patsy wandered back down the hall to the spare bedroom. It was here that she was most comfortable. She supposed that when Bill and Dee came, she'd have to give them this room and move back into that other room, so redolent of Les and her marriage. She ripped the sheets off the bed she had been using and put on her newest, prettiest ones. Patsy was walking toward the living room when the phone began to ring. When she lifted the receiver, she heard a man's voice saying, "Patsy? Patsy McLeod? This is Archie Monahan." "Oh, yes. Hello." The name was barely familiar. "I just heard about Les, Patsy. Jesus, what a damn shame." Years of living with Les McLeod had trained her to hear the falsity in men's voices, so she said only, "Yes." "A terrible thing. I was with him nearly all day that Saturday, you know, on the course." And in the bar, Patsy thought. "I didn't know that." "Oh, yeah, we played 18 holes. He had a good time, Patsy. I thought you ought to know that." "Thank you, Archie." "So, how are you making out? How are you holding up?" She suddenly remembered what he looked like, a short, paunchy, red-faced man in garish clothes, bright, clever blue eyes. "I'm just trying to get through the morning, Archie. When it's 12, I'll try to get through the afternoon. I couldn't tell you how I was holding up." "Well, I'd be happy to come over any time and help out. I'm a lawyer. I've seen a lot of things, Patsy. Any help you need, getting the estate in order, just talking things through. I make a great shoulder to cry on, Patsy." Patsy said nothing at all. "And if you want to get out of the house, I'd be real happy to take you out for a bite any time, Patsy. What about tonight? I bet there's a lot of stuff you want to talk about, things you have to say, things you're afraid you'll never be able to say. I can help you, and I'm betting that you need a little old-fashioned help. Should I just come by for you around 7? "What did you have in mind, Archie?" she asked. "Candlelight and wine? Does that strike you as appropriate for the young widow?" "I think the young widow should have anything she wants." "Oh, good. Then I'll tell you what I want, Archie. I want you to go into the bathroom." "Huh?" "Into the bathroom. Then I want you to switch on the light. You have to be able to see yourself very well. Then I want you to take off your pants. Then I want you to take off your underpants. I want you to stand over the sink and think about me. I'm 5'5", Archie. I weigh 116 pounds. I'm actually pretty skinny, Archie. I want you to put your hand on yourself." "Hey, what the hell is this, Patsy?" "Well, it's what you're going to do anyway, isn't it, Archie? So I might as well want you to do it, because you're not going to do anything else." "Jesus, you're sick!" Archie hung up hastily. Patsy smiled, a little wearily, a little bitterly, but she smiled. 3. When Mickey O'Hara opened the door of her long, white clapboard house on Hampstead's hilly north side, Sarah Spry said, "Oh, Mickey," and held out her arms and embraced her. Mickey O'Hara was 8 inches taller than Sarah and had to stoop down. Sarah kissed her temple, leaving a little streak of lipstick, and briskly patted her back. "Oh, Mickey," she repeated, "I'm so sorry." She clung to the taller woman for several seconds before releasing her. When they parted, Sarah saw her original impression of the dead children's mother confirmed. Mickey's face had sunken in. She looked 20 years older. Her eyes burned from far back in her head. Her cheeks were shadowed. "Honest," Sarah said, "if you don't feel like talking to me, I'll go right back to my car and go on my merry way. Stan Brockett can take a running jump for all I care. I'd understand perfectly." "Don't be dumb," Mickey O'Hara said. "I'm glad for the company. For some reason I seem to be all alone." "Alone?" Sarah was shocked. "Where's Des?" "Des went to Australia with a client. They're doing something way out in the outback, some place called Coober Pedy, and I couldn't even get through to him until last night. He's coming back, but he won't be here until tomorrow." A faint, though biting, odor of whiskey accompanied this speech. Sarah thought that was understandable. Mickey O'Hara had identified her children's swollen bodies, spoken to the police, and then spent a day and a night alone. Probably tranquilizers had seen her through the night, but Sarah didn't think that she had had more than an hour's sleep. "Come on in, will you?" Mickey asked.
Don't just stand around on my doorstep. You'll make me nervous. Do you want company for tonight? Sarah asked. You shouldn't be alone. Oh, my sister's coming in from Toledo, but thanks, Sarah. You want a drink? They were going into the living room, which had been decorated with long, high-backed Italian furniture of pale brown leather, glass-topped tables, and track lights pointing down toward Mickey's bright, watery abstractions. The drinks trolley had been rolled up to the edge of the long couch. Sarah's mouth was already forming no, but she looked at the 8 or 9 bottles on the trolley, at the ice melting in the silver bucket, and pity made her say, Yes, just a small one of whatever you're having. Mickey wobbled toward the couch in her long brocaded caftan, saying, Great, great, great. She sat down heavily, reached down to get a clean glass from the trolley's bottom shelf, and then looked across at Sarah, who had seated herself in the massive chair which faced the couch. Mickey's face looked blow-torched. The decorative caftan and the pale furniture in the bright room, even her own harmless and pretty paintings, conspired against that painful face. There was no room here for grief. No provisions had been made for it. So Brockett thinks I'm of public interest, does he? Sarah took her notebook and pen out of her bag. I'll just sit here and have a drink, if you'd like. I mean it. Oh, Sarah, you always mean everything you say. Have some scotch. Mickey poured half an inch of whiskey into Sarah's glass, dug a few swimming cubes out of the ice bucket with her fingers, and then held the glass out toward Sarah. Come and get it. Sarah stood up and took the glass from Mickey's fingers. Really, Mickey said, I don't mind talking about it. Really, I don't. She picked up her own glass from the trolley and sipped what looked like straight scotch. It's all I think about. Why shouldn't I talk about it? The only thing is you have to promise not to be embarrassed if I cry. Just take a little snort and wait until it blows over. Fine, Mickey, Sarah said. You know what the funny thing is? Mickey O'Hara asked. Those kids never went out at night, especially not by themselves. Never. They just never did it. And they never went to the beach without permission. I don't think Tommy especially liked the beach anyhow. He liked sailing, remember? Tommy was crazy about sailing. We were going to get him a little sunfish for his 10th birthday. He would have loved that. Mickey O'Hara's face worked and her mouth trembled. She slugged back a huge mouthful of the whiskey. But I'll tell you what I really don't get. You know what I don't get, Sarah? How those kids got all the way to Gravesend Beach. That's 4 miles away. 4 miles! You know, they didn't walk all that way by themselves. Someone picked them up. Someone took them there. Some total creep picked up my kids and... Mickey ducked her head and sobbed while Sarah sat stiff with self-contempt. Ah, shit, Mickey said finally. I can't even say it without crying, but I think that's what happened. They wouldn't walk all that way by themselves. Little Martin was still using a baby bottle. I used to think he'd end up carrying the trusty old Even Flow off to college with him. But they left the house by themselves, Sarah said. At least I didn't hear that anyone was considering the possibility of kidnapping. It was Tommy, Mickey said. It had to have been Tommy. He must have egged Martin into it. He must have gotten him out of his bed and put his clothes on him and told him some crazy story and then gone out with him. Mickey flashed her sunken eyes, and for a second looked to Sarah like some crazy old woman you'd see on the streets in New York, an old woman with no teeth and a bulging sack filled with torn-up papers and all her clothes. Honestly, if Tommy walked in the door right this minute, I'd hit the little bastard so hard I'd probably kill him. The terrible eyes clamped shut again, and the shoulders shook under the brocaded caftan. Mickey was making a kittenish mewing sound. Sarah was trying not to feel like a grave robber. She could not imagine why Stan Brockett had sent her here. Sarah stood up, walked around the coffee table, and sat down beside Mickey. She put her thin arm across Mickey's broad back. Then she pulled the other woman toward her. Micky's sobs eventually ticked down to a ragged trembling. "Oh, my poor babies," she got out, and a fresh line of tears jetted out from the corners of her eyes and spilled down her cheeks to her jawline. "Martin was so impatient with himself. He wanted to be a great big boy, just like his brother. And Tommy called him stupid and all the normal abusive things boys say to their brothers, but secretly he was bursting with pride that Martin idolized him so much." Micky slowly straightened up and drained what was left in her glass. "I want them to get the guy who took my children to the beach and killed them. I want them to stake this son of a bitch to an ant-hill. I want them to peel his skin off while he's still living." Her eyes were those of the crazy, toothless bag lady again. "I want to see him suffer as much as anybody can suffer and still live, and then I want to kill him myself." Then Micky surprised Sarah by hitting her hand on the reporter's knee and leaning close to her as if she were going to confide a secret. "You know, I did something. I had this dream." She leaned back again and smiled at Sarah from the burned-out eyes. "Remember when I told you that if Tommy came in, I'd knock his block off?" Sarah nodded. "Well, I dreamed that Tommy did come into my bedroom. He was so cold his teeth were chattering. I held out my hand, and he took it. He was all wet. I could smell the water on him. You know how you can do that? He was freezing. So I pulled him toward me, and I lifted up the sheet, and I just pulled him into bed with me. Then I tried to warm him up by hugging him. Sarah put her arms around her friend again. Now how, she wondered, would Stan Brockett want me to put that into my story? 4. On Monday morning, Richard had a phone call from a man who said, "Hey, this is Baumeister Trucking, and I'm out on the post road. How do I get to this beach trail, anyhow?" "Who is that?" Laura asked, coming into the kitchen carrying a container of Ajax and a wet rag. "Our stuff will be here soon. That was the truck driver." "We get our furniture back at last?" "Yeah," he agreed. "I have a surprise for you," Laura said. "I've been saving it for today." "I have a surprise for you, too. When I was at the supermarket this morning, I heard the two women in front of me discussing the death of that man who killed the two women here in town." "Did you really? Oh, thank God." Laura's hands had flown to her mouth, where they knitted together in an unconscious reference to prayer. "Thank God. Oh, I'm so glad. I mean, I'm not happy that he's dead, but I'm happy that he's not still walking around. It's such a relief with you going off to Providence tomorrow." "I thought you'd like to know," Richard said. "But I didn't know you were worried about me going away. Sweetie, I'll only be gone a couple of days." "I know, but I was nervous anyhow. I didn't want to talk about it because I didn't want to make you feel defensive about going." "I'm already defensive about going," Richard said. "This house is going to be such a mess." "Just you wait. We'll have everything unpacked by tonight and the furniture all set out and the dishes all put away. The mess won't be so bad. Lump and I will survive if you're gone for a couple of days. At least we'll have our own bed back again." "Farewell to Surf City," Richard said, and embraced her. "You really heard those women say that, didn't you?" Laura asked. "Sure I did. You think I made it up?" "How did that man die?" She had her arms around him, and her head lay against his chest. "I guess it happened just down on Mount Avenue. The man broke into a house, and the owner was there with a gun. The man got shot." "I'm glad that's over," Laura said. Richard saw a brown truck pull into the driveway. "Here's the rest of our life," he said to Laura. A bullet-like man with a cigar stuck in his jaws eased down out of the cab and began to move slowly toward the back door. The rear doors of the truck swung open, and two muscular black teenagers jumped out. "Do they have the right address?" Laura asked. "It's their famous continuity of service," Richard said. "They try to bring most of the same furniture they took away from you in the first place." Sarah Spry pulled into the driveway as the two teenagers were teetering down the planks between the ground and the back of the truck. Between them was a massive Victorian sofa. The driver sat enthroned in his cab, too grand to help the boys.
boxes that were full, half full, and empty, the same gray and yellow boxes they had first seen in London, covered the kitchen and living room floors. Two of the chairs that matched the sofa sat in puddles of crinkly brown paper on either side of the fireplace. Richard held the door open for her, and she came in and put her hands on her hips and tilted her head back and looked around appreciatively. "You're a whiz," she said. "That awful smell is completely gone, and you've started to fix up the old place already." "Well, we wanted to get as much done as we could before the furniture arrived," Richard explained. Sarah Spry's manner was just what he had remembered, but her face looked odd. Her eyes were puffy and rimmed with red, as if she had some kind of eye infection. "I know I look funny," the reporter said. "I've been crying. I had to do something pretty miserable before I could come here. Have you heard about the two children who drowned themselves at the beach just down the road? Happened Saturday night. I had to see their mother, and she's an old friend of mine. Hello, you must be Laura," she said to Laura, who was standing rather gloomily just inside the door to the kitchen. "Isn't your hair a beautiful color? Mine's as red as an old fire plug, but yours, my dear, you look like a fairy-tale princess. So, anyhow, we cried us a river, as Julie London used to say." The two teenage boys were now coming awkwardly through the door, their biceps bulging like weightlifters. Richard knew that the sofa must have weighed 300 pounds. "Facing the fireplace," Laura said, and they staggered toward the living room. "What a terrible thing," Richard said, and Laura nodded and said, "Is she all right?" "She's getting drunk," Sarah said. "Her husband is in some backwater in Australia, and that's the kind of thing you get in Patchen County. Husbands hop all over the world like bugs." "Would you like some coffee?" Laura asked. "I just discovered a kettle in our old cups. We brought some instant from our other house." "You not only look like an angel, you have the temperament of one. What a splendid idea! Coffee. Instant is dandy with me, by the by. It's practically all I ever drink. Who has time these days for all that other stuff?" Laura disappeared back into the kitchen. "Two children drowned themselves?" Richard asked, remembering how she had phrased it. "You mean they killed themselves, two brothers?" "I didn't mean to make it sound worse than it was. They must have gone in swimming very late that night, around 3 in the morning. It looks like they just swam out until they couldn't swim any farther. Or maybe one got into trouble and the other died trying to save him. That's probably what happened." "They were teenagers?" 9 and 4. "Oh, my God," Richard said. Sarah Spry nodded grimly. "It's one of those terrible things. Hampstead has had its share of them over the years. Why, do you know that one of my first jobs as a reporter was to go out to the country club and see the body of the man who owned this house? John Sayer? Well, it was. And he was a suicide, let me tell you." "Yes, I know," Richard said. "You talk to your neighbor across the street. He'll fill you in. Old Graham Williams. He was there that night. He was one of the last people to see John Sayer alive." "Graham is a friend of mine," he said. "Then you've got better taste than most of the people in this town." They had gone into the big living room, and Sarah put herself down on the huge sofa. She opened her bag and took her notebook and pen from it. "Talk about yourself," she said, opening her notebook. "What was it like being on Daddy's here? What do you think about it now? Do you ever plan to go back to acting?" So he talked about Daddy's here. He described his respect for Carter Oldfield, his love for Ruth Brandon. He did not mention Billy Bentley's name. He wanted not to think about Billy Bentley. "Well, that sounds good, anyhow," Sarah Spry told him. Laura had come in with 3 cups of coffee, and she sat on the sofa with the reporter. Richard could tell that she was furious with Mrs. Spry for staying, furious for implying that he had just lied to her. He knew she was furious because she sat very still and did not blink for long periods. Laura wanted everybody out of the house. "As for what I'm doing now," he said, "I guess I'm trying to bring the past to life." And that was an unfortunate choice of words, he thought, considering what he and Williams and Patsy had been talking about. But he went on to describe their house in London and the business that had grown from it. "I'm sorry," Sarah Spry said. "I'm losing track somehow. Could you repeat what you just said?"
Laura swung her foot up and down, burning with impatience only Richard could see. "Sure," Richard said. "And then I guess we'll have to break it off. Laura and I have tons of things to do." He paused, seeing that the reporter was staring at her pad, flushing. "I'm sorry," Sarah Spry repeated. I seem to be having—" The telephone rang in the kitchen. 5. There, in the middle of her notebook, was what had caused her to lose the thread of the interview. Sarah knew she was blushing, but she could not help it any more now than she had been able to back in her blushing days, when any boy with a crack about fire-engine hair could bring the blood burning into her cheeks. She stared at the sentences, but they would not unwrite themselves. "I guess I'm trying to bring the past back to life. Naked swimmers. I believe in the structures of these older houses. I believe in the values they express, and I—" Then, farther down the page, in her neat small writing, was the second wrong thing. "I was trained as an architect, but I didn't really begin doing the kind of work I truly loved until we bought our first house in London. I'm lost. That first house was my real university. I'm afraid. My business took off when a few people—" Sarah dropped her pen on the floor. "Naked swimmers. I'm lost. I'm afraid." It was as if those two poor lost children, Martin and Tommy O'Hara, had spoken to her straight through her pen. She had not heard Richard Albee say those words. She had not consciously written them. There had been a moment when it was as if a gear had slipped, or the picture had gone fuzzy on the television tube, and in that moment of mental fuzz, the unspoken words had expressed themselves through the pen and onto the paper. Lost, afraid. She bent to retrieve the pen, her head seeming to detach itself from her body and view her awkward groping for the pen with cold indifference. "I'm sorry," she said. She heard herself say it and saw her fingers close around the pen. "I seem to be having some trouble. I seem to be having a little difficulty keeping myself in order." When the telephone rang, she could have fallen on the floor with gratitude. 6. "Patsy's in trouble," Richard heard Graham say. "I don't know what kind of trouble, but she needs us, Richard. Believe me, I wouldn't call you on a day like this if I didn't think it was serious." "Trouble like Saturday night?" Richard asked, imagining Patsy trembling and convulsing somewhere on a strange floor. "I don't know. I don't think so. No, it didn't sound like that. But she needs our help, Richard." "Where is she?" "At the funeral home just off the post road on Rex Road, around the corner from the tack room, Bournley and Holland." "I'll try to get away," Richard said. When he came back into the living room, Laura had left the couch and was standing in the back door with the two teenage boys. "Everything's out of the truck, Richard," she said. "One of the dining room chairs has a broken leg, but that's the only damage I can see." He looked toward Sarah Spry, who was clutching her pen and leaning forward over her knees like a third-grader who has to go to the bathroom. The flush was gone from her cheeks, and her entire wizened face looked inward and withdrawn. "Okay," he said. "If we see anything else, we'll write to the company. You guys did a good job." He gave each of them $10. "Mister, is that lady all right?" one of the boys asked. "I think so. Here's $5 for the driver, but it's $5 more than he deserves." The boys left, and he turned to the reporter. "I'm afraid that the interview must be over," he said. "I have to go down into town. Do you have everything you need?" She nodded, put her hands on her knees, and dipped a little when she pushed herself up. "Yes, I have plenty." "Would you like to rest here for a bit before you go? Can I get you anything?" She smiled. "No, thank you." "I just thought you seemed—" He paused, for he did not want to say disturbed. Then he realized that a more accurate word was frightened. "Oh, I seemed, did I?" she said. Sarah was still smiling. "I think that conversation this morning caught up with me. That was not nearly as pleasant as this one was. No, I'll be fine, Mr. Albee. I'll just be on my way. The story should be in Friday's Gazette." He walked her to the back door. The moving truck was gone.
and a mountain of brown paper and devastated packing cartons reared up beside the driveway. Beside the yellow and brown mountain smoldered 2 cigar butts the size of dog turds. He waved as she got into her car, and then turned back to Laura. She was standing a few feet away and had her arms crossed over her chest. A black smear of dust bisected her forehead. "I can't believe that woman came here to interview you on our moving day. She'd better be good to you in her article, or I'll go over to her office and burn her desk." "Well, it's over with," Richard said. He patted his pockets to locate his car keys. "The timing for this is terrible, but Patsy McLeod apparently is in some kind of difficulty. That was Graham Williams on the phone. Patsy's down at a funeral home on Rex Road. I really ought to go, and I'd like you to come with me." "Graham Williams can't handle it himself?" Laura inspected the palms of her hands, then wiped them free of dust on her jeans. "You and Graham are the Patsy McLeod Appreciation Society, it looks like. You spend all Saturday night with her, and now you have to rush off to help her bury her husband." "I know it looks funny. I know it sounds funny and probably smells funny, too, but she needs help. That's all I know. I wish you'd come along." "I wouldn't dream of missing it," Laura said. "But the real reason I'm annoyed with you is that you forgot all about your present, and I spent about a week picking it out." "My present?" he said stupidly. "Oh, my God, you got me a present. I did forget. The movers came, and then Sarah, what's-her-name, and then Graham called. Oh, Laura, I'm sorry. I really am sorry." "You ought to be, Buster," she said. "I hid it in the kitchen cabinet. Do you have time to see it now, or do we have to rush off to your precious Patsy right away?" "Let's go see it," he said, and put his arm around her as they went back into the kitchen. Laura bent over and opened one of the bottom cabinet doors. She took out a silver-gray box about a foot high. "I sure hope you like this," she said, standing up and offering it to him. "It's a house present. I never spent so much on anything before in my life." He took the box and set it on a counter. The box weighed less than he had for some reason expected. He lifted the top and then looked sideways at Laura. She was still miffed, but far more than that, she was eager for his response. "Whatever you do, don't drop it," she said. He lifted the paper covering the top of whatever was in the box, and then put his hands in. It was cool porcelain with a smoky yellow glaze. His fingers found a square bottom. This was hollow, which accounted for the lightness of the object. He hooked his fingers into the base and picked it up out of the box. His expectant smile froze on his face. He was holding the grinning yellow head of a dragon. 2 horns pricked up from its flat forehead. A thick wing, like a frozen wave, rose up just behind the head. "It's Chinese," Laura said. "A roof dragon, an ornamental tile. The color means that it was on an imperial palace. I thought it would be good luck for us." "Yes," he said, scarcely able to breathe. "I see your enthusiasm is unbounded. Put it back in the box, and I'll take it back as soon as we get our stuff unpacked." "No," he said. "I want to keep it. I think it's beautiful." "Do you really?" "I do. I love it. I was just surprised. Honest, I love it." "You look funny." "I remembered something Graham Williams told me. There used to be a man here who was called the Dragon." And that was all he could tell Laura about Saturday night. "Did your father know him?" That made him smile. "No, it was a long time ago, back at the start of Greenbank." "Well, now there's another one," Laura said. "Let's find a place for it." Richard carried the dragon's head into the living room and set it on top of the mantel. Then he hugged Laura. Part of him felt that now the chaos had been admitted, had been allowed inside, that the door in his dream had opened, and Billy Bentley had come storming in with his hair plastered to his forehead and his clothes dripping from the storm. "You do like it, don't you?" Laura asked. "You're not just saying it." He felt between them the cushion that was Lump Albee, the modest darling of his dream. "I love it," he said. "Of course I do." 7. When Patsy opened the massive front door to the funeral parlor, she tried to dismiss the memories of the previous night. Mr. Holland had been waiting for her, and his narrow face, as he came oozing across the carpet, was a rebuke to fancy of any sort. He was actually a kind and nervous man, Patsy knew, but nature or heredity had given Franz Holland the face and structure of a Dickensian villain. His eyebrows twisted and twirled, his nose pointed, his shoulders hunched. He always wore expensive suits on his lanky frame. His lips were slightly too red for his pallid face. He wanted to be thought civilized and superior, and so he aped those mannerisms he thought represented distinction. He was fond of laying one finger slantwise across his upper lip, of standing with his hips cocked and one foot slightly forward, of walking with his hands behind his back. When he walked toward Patsy across his thick carpet, he actually combined two of these gestures, and held his left index finger slantwise across his upper lip, and his right hand behind his back. Patsy thought he looked like some pompous bird begging for silence. As he neared her, the left hand languidly dropped, the right languidly met it, and Mr. Holland very slightly bowed. "Mrs. McLeod, thank you for coming to us," he said in a pleasant baritone voice. "Just remember that we are here to make this process as easy and painless for you as it can possibly be. As I said to you on the telephone yesterday, Mrs. McLeod, the last ceremony we give our loved ones can be as much a thing of beauty as the others, as beautiful as a christening or a wedding. Now, you have a suit for me?" Patsy had been assured yesterday by Mr. Holland that although Les had been too burned in the fire that followed the accident for an open coffin, there was certainly enough of Les left to be dressed in his favorite suit. "Which we really do prefer, Mrs. McLeod, don't we? We want to think of our loved ones as attired in the raiment of glory, my father used to say, which often as not is provided by Brooks Brothers. So if you'll bring along some suit, shirt, and tie Mr. McLeod particularly liked." Mr. McLeod's favorite shoes were not required. Patsy passed over the small brown paper bag she had been carrying. Franz Holland hitched it up under his arm, as easily as if it contained his lunch. "Mr. McLeod's parents will be arriving today, will they?" "Yes," Patsy said. "They're taking the Connecticut limousine from Kennedy." "Ah," Mr. Holland said, bowing forward and clasping his hands behind his back. "Of course, I remember the senior McLeods very well. They came to us when your husband's grandfather passed away, and I think they were very pleased with what we did for them. Which brings me to an important question. Have you thought about the casket you would like to provide for your husband's remains?" He guided her, without actually touching her elbow, around a corner, into a large room filled with reclining coffins. "I think you can see that we offer a wide range of choice, Mrs. McLeod," he said, very nearly gesturing at the rows of yawning coffins. "And I'm sure you would agree with us that, in this most personal of matters, choice is essential. And, if I may, Madam is a tailor, is she not?" It took Patsy a second to realize that Mr. Holland meant her. "Yes." "My father and myself conducted the funeral for Madam's grandfather. Bornley and Holland have worked with many generations of tailors, Mrs. McLeod." "But not Josephine Taylor," Patsy said. "Pardon?" "You didn't work with Josephine Taylor, did you? My grandmother? Taylor was her maiden name, too. She and my grandfather were distant cousins. You worked on her husband, but not on her. You put him in one of your boxes, but not her." "Madam's grandmother fell ill, did she not?" Mr. Holland inquired, stepping one pace back. "It was a very sad story. Madam's grandmother was a lovely person. I believe other arrangements were made." Patsy could not have said why she felt so hostile. "Yes, they certainly were. Madam's grandmother was the town crazy lady, and so her fine husband let her be put away in an asylum for most of her life." Now the finger was back at its post across the upper lip. "It is a tragic history, Mrs. McLeod, and no doubt the circumstances bring it back to you. But if there is something to be learned from that history, madam, it is that we ought to provide as well as we can for our loved ones when they are no longer able to provide for themselves. "I want my husband cremated," Patsy said. "He was almost cremated anyhow, wasn't he? I want to finish the job. Just sell me the simplest damn coffin you have and cremate him inside it." Franz Holland visibly drew back. "Of course there are other family members to consider." She flashed out, "I don't want to cremate any other family members, at least not yet. I only want to cremate my husband. And if you won't do it, I'll take him somewhere where they will." "Mrs. McLeod," Holland said wretchedly, and in that instant, the instant before control left her altogether, she pitied him, who was after all a sensitive man and talked that way because his father had taught him to do it. "Mrs. McLeod, as the wife of the loved one, your wishes are supreme, and we will do whatever will make you most comfortable. But we do have your comfort in mind, and I want to ask you to consider—" Patsy nearly fainted. Mr. Franz Holland was dead. That pleasant, modulated baritone voice was coming out of a cracked, discolored mouth. The upper lip had split all the way into the nose, and she saw sunken gums and the roots of teeth standing out like distended veins. His tongue had blackened. Mr. Holland's skin was dry and parchment-like, very slightly brownish in color. In places, it seemed to have exploded open, leaving ragged holes into a sagging horror of ropey purple organs. Patsy finally saw that the creature before her wore only a dickey and a necktie. The skin on its hips had sunk in around the bones, and the penis had shrunk almost completely away. Patsy screamed, having found her throat. The creature jumped, and then held out a hand toward her. The nails were purplish black and several inches long. "Don't touch me!" Patsy screamed. The creature backed away, hushing its dead bare feet across the thick carpet. This was what her grandmother had seen. Josephine Taylor had gone on as long as she could, seeing her friends and strangers suddenly presented in rotting bodies when they were going to die soon, and then she could take it no more, and she had had herself subtracted from the world. Mr. Holland was going to die within a month, and eventually this is what he would look like. Only no one was supposed to see him when he looked like this. "Mr. Holland," Patsy said in a shaking voice. She was looking down at the carpet. "I am sorry for screaming. I am having a difficult time. Please do not come near me. I apologize for making a scene. I am afraid that I am not quite myself." "Of course, Mrs. McLeod," came the low voice, and Patsy shuddered. "I wonder if I might use your telephone. I must call a friend to help me. No, please do not come near me, Mr. Holland. Just show me where your telephone is." The skeletal, shriveled feet hushed backward, and Patsy saw one of the claws pointing back out into the hall. "That's fine," she said. "I'll find it." "At the desk in the alcove beside the chapel of rest," the thing said, and Patsy bolted past him, looking the other way. "Have I done anything?" she heard him ask. "Have I offended you so terribly?" He sounded almost tearful. "If you do wish to cremate your husband, then, of course—" "Yes," she called backward. "Stay in that room, please, Mr. Holland." She saw the alcove half hidden behind a red velvet drape. There was the desk and the telephone. The book was in the top right-hand drawer, and she quickly looked up Graham Williams' number and begged him to come as quickly as he could. "Yes, Richard, too," she said. "Both of you, come get me out of here." 8. What happened after the other three arrived at the funeral parlor was anticlimactic and can be reported in only a few sentences. Laura Albee, who knew so much less than the other two about Patsy, seemed to comprehend the situation inside Bournley and Holland much better than her husband and Graham Williams. Laura immediately went to Patsy and put her arms around her. Richard and Graham huddled foolishly behind Patsy's back, patting her shoulder and glancing uncertainly toward Franz Holland, who seemed uncertain whether he could now emerge from the casket showroom. Eventually Richard went over to speak to him, but Laura called out to the funeral director, "There's no problem about a cremation, is there?" "Not if Mrs. McLeod wishes one," Holland said. "I will make all the arrangements." "That's settled, then," Laura said. She stood, and Patsy stood with her, still holding on to her. "We can all go home again." Graham took Patsy back to Charleston Road, agreeing to drive her back for her car later that afternoon. "I had a touch of the Josephines," Patsy told him. "Still, at least I know that all of you are going to have a long life." Josephine Taylor could never tell when her family or her friends were going to die, Graham told her. Only strangers and people she did not know well. But thanks anyhow. Richard drove up to Rhode Island for his first appointment with Morris Stryker the following morning. He and Laura had parted with a long embrace after their first night in their new house, and with a promise to see Patsy McLeod after he returned. 9. 2 nights later, while Richard Albee was beginning to admit that he could not stand his client, and that Morris Stryker very likely had little affection for his restorationist, Bobby Fritz was still agonizing to Bobo Farnsworth and Ronnie Wrigley about the loss of his best customer. The three of them sat in the side booth just past the bar in the Penny Whistle Cafe, and 2 empty pitchers joined handles in the middle of the wet table. Ronnie kept drawing circles in the spilled beer, and Bobby knew, as he had known or suspected many times in the past, that Ronnie was bored by him. She thought he was immature or stupid. She thought he was a hick, not good enough to be a friend of Bobo's. Bobo had not come into the Penny Whistle, Bobby's favorite bar in Hampstead, and at one time Bobo's, more than 3 or 4 times since he had gotten serious about Ronnie, and 2 of those times had been while Bobo was on duty. "He fired me, man," he said, even though he knew he had said it not 5 minutes before. "Do you think you could ask him to give you the job back?" Ronnie asked, still drawing circles in the puddled beer. Ronnie Wrigley, he considered, was one of the best-looking women he had ever seen. If not an outright 10, she was at least a good solid 8.5. It didn't matter a damn that she was about a decade older than Bobo and himself. It didn't even matter that Ronnie did not particularly try to look young. She did not have to. Even when she looked kind of tired and draggy, the way she did tonight, Bobby wanted to get his hands on her. The more beer he drank, the more he wanted it. He was afraid that she would laugh right in his face if he ever tried anything. "I can't beg, Ronnie. The man fired me," he explained. "But I just hate to go by there in my truck and see what's happening to his lawn. All the weeds are getting in there. He's got timothy and wild grass all over the place, and pretty soon he's going to get that broom grass from out of the marsh. I don't even want to think about what's happening to his garden." "I think Ronnie's right," Bobo said, putting his arm around her and causing Bobby exquisite pain. "Just go up and ring his bell. Tell him how much you care about it. Maybe you can work out some kind of deal." "Deal, huh?" Bobby said. "If I walked up to his house, he'd probably shoot me stone dead. Jesus. He must be pretty good with that gun, huh? He shot that Starbuck guy with the gun right in his hand, didn't he?" "That's how we found him," Bobo said. "The gun right in his hand." In fact, though Bobo did not want to say this, Dr. Van Horn had become a minor celebrity around the Hampstead Police Headquarters. Turtle Turk ragged younger men by telling them they should take shooting lessons from Van Horn. "But those murders are over now, aren't they?" Bobby said. Ronnie was nodding her head, but Bobo said, "Starbuck was a housebreaker. He wasn't a maniac. Too many people think we're out of the woods. There'll be another murder one of these days. Wait and see." "You say," Bobby said. "I say they're done. That's part of the reason the other cops are so fucking happy, right?" He slapped his hand against his forehead. "I'm sorry, Ronnie. I should watch my mouth. I just don't feel right tonight." "You did have a lot of beer," Ronnie said. "I'm not blaming you, but you drank most of those pitchers by yourself, and now you're working on a 3rd one." "Hell, I'm not drunk." He sounded belligerent to himself. He saw himself through what he thought were Ronnie Wrigley's eyes. Immature, none too bright, drunk on beer. "Well, I'll tell you what," Bobby said. "If I ever see him, I mean Dr. Van Horn, I'll talk to him real nice." Ronnie was smiling at him, and Bobby suddenly felt this was possible, that he could put things back together again. "And I'll bullshit a little bit and all that, and then I'll tell him that I'll do his lawn free, twice a month. Free lawn service, because I can't stand to see it go to hell that way. And then what do you bet he takes me back? That's what he'll do. He'll take me back." "You're blasted, you dope," Bobo said, reaching across the table to pat Bobby's head. "Ronnie and I will drive you home." "I'll do it for free. Don't you see how totally brilliant that is? Then he'll have to hire me back." "Come on," Bobo said. "Only if I get to sit in front next to Ronnie," Bobby said. "How'd you ever get a woman like this, anyhow?" The look on Bobo's face told him that maybe he was drunk, after all. The little house where Bobby lived with his parents was on Poor Fox Road, which one long-ago selectman had called Hampstead's Appalachia. The road ambled along the bank of a tidal estuary and gave up just before it would have butted into the Green Bank Railroad station. Who the poor fox was and what had happened to him, human or canine, had been forgotten long ago, but the name still had its former appropriateness. Poor Fox Road was the only street in Green Bank to be hidden, since to get to it you had to take an unlikely narrow road off Mount Avenue, across the street from the entrance to Gravesend Beach, and then follow along the estuary until you came to a series of crumbling frame houses. Once these had been faculty houses for Green Bank Academy, but the school had sold them after World War II. Now a cranky and reclusive painter lived in one. A young man who worked at a body shop on Riverfront Avenue rented another. One particularly sinister house had been empty for at least 50 years, and the last belonged to the Fritz family. As they turned onto Green Bank Road, Bobby found himself thinking more and more obsessively about putting his hand on Ronnie's thigh. He could not stop himself from imagining what it would be like to fondle Ronnie Wrigley, what she would feel like. And if he gave in to this powerful yearning, he knew 2 things would happen. Ronnie would have her most demeaning vision of him confirmed, and Bobo would throw him out of the car and never speak to him again. So he said, "Hey, Bobo, just let me out where you'd turn, okay?" "You want the exercise, Bobby?" Bobo asked him. "Yeah, I want to clear my head before I get home." "Good idea," Bobo said, and pulled Ronnie's car over to the side of the road as soon as he entered Mount Avenue. "That's where it happened," he said, nodding toward the lights of the Van Horn house, which were visible through the trees. "Good for him," Bobby said. "I mean it. Good for him." He got out of the car and waved as Bobo drove off up Mount Avenue. Bobby realized how drunk he was as soon as he started walking. The edges of Poor Fox Road seemed to tangle and twine, and within a few feet of the entrance, he was up to his knees in weeds. "Oh, lonesome me," he said, and backed out onto the road's surface again. His feet took him all the way to the other side of the road, and then he straightened up and made himself go in a more or less straight line toward his house. For a moment he saw 2 moons overhead, 2 roads before him, but he squinted and brought the images together. 2.5 pitchers of beer hummed in his blood. 2.5 pitchers of beer muffled his head. With terrific suddenness he had to urinate. "Lordy, lordy, lordy," he sang, and turned into the weeds along the side of the road, unzipped himself, and barely got himself out in time. His piss splattered in a wide arc across weeds and tree trunks. On his right leg he felt a spreading damp spot. Shitsky. Finished, he zipped up again and faced Poor Fox Road. The moon seemed twice as large as it should have been. It was a bloated, rotting sphere leaning down toward him. Chill light streamed toward him from this enormous moon. He felt the stain on his right leg turn freezing cold. The moonlight seemed to crackle against his skin. Poor Fox Road was supernaturally bright. Bobby saw the perpendicular shadows thrown by pebbles on the road. Then he saw that there was a face in the moon. The face was sneering and coarse, inhumanly cruel. Bobby threw out his hands as if they could protect him from the terror this awful face promised, and saw that in the light they looked covered with silver fur. The moon leaned right up to his own face and whispered, "Look down." Bobby looked down, screamed. Blood was flowing down the road in a sluggish tide, lapping over his shoes. Its smell enveloped him. The road stank like a butcher's shop. Because the cynical moon was so close now, The slow-moving tide of blood was black. "Look up," the moon whispered in the black and white world, and Bobby jerked his head up. He saw silvery trees, black leaves, a silver and black bend in the road. "He's coming." The moon blew toward him on a foul wind, and opened its bloated mouth and grinned. Bobby heard footsteps splashing through the tide of blood. He tried to step backward, and a blood-soaked creeper whipped out of the side of the road and grasped his ankle and dumped him into the cold, slow-moving tide. "Coming," the moon whispered into the back of his neck, and Bobby struggled back up on his feet. His hands were black with blood. His jeans adhered to his legs. He could not move in this black and white, this silvery world. The crazy idea that all this blood on the road was really his own jumped into his mind. He was dead. It just hadn't happened yet. He knew that something awful was coming toward him, and he stepped toward it, raising his fists. He was almost disappointed when nothing more frightening than a man came around the silvery corner. The moon rode hugely behind him, and Bobby could not see his face. "Stay away," Bobby said. His voice sounded small and high. A familiar voice said, "You're all right, boy. Why, you've just had too much fun." The black figure stepped forward again, and Bobby saw that there was no river of blood washing down the road. His own urine stuck his jeans to his leg. In the moonlight, his hands were once again painted with silver, not black. The man advancing toward him was someone he trusted. "Had a lot of beer tonight, didn't you, Bobby?" the man asked, and then he lifted his head, and Bobby saw the white hair and civilized face of Dr. Wren Van Horn. "Oh, I was just talking about you, Doctor," Bobby sang out, his relief making his voice louder than it needed to be. "No kidding, I was. You know what I said about you? Good for him. That's what I said. Good for him. And I meant it, too." "Thank you." The doctor came slowly toward Bobby in the streaming moonlight. "No birds," Bobby said. "You notice? No bird sounds. Usually if you come down here at night, you hear an owl or two." "Oh, the owls are dead now," Dr. Van Horn said as he came toward Bobby, weaving in the middle of the narrow moonlit road. "No shit. I see a lot of dead birds on my lawns, you know. A couple more every day. I hate to run the big mower over 'em, you know. It makes a terrible noise." Then a connection formed itself in Bobby's mind, and he said, "Now that reminds me of what I was going to say to you. Dr. Van Horn, I just can't stand seeing your lawn go to rack and ruin the way it is. What I want to do is, you let me come work on it for free for a little while." Now Dr. Van Horn was standing only a foot or two in front of Bobby on the narrow road. Bobby could see an aureole of silvery hair standing out against the still enormous sphere of the moon, but the doctor's face was again a sheet of black in which floated denser patches of black. "What do you say?" he asked, and then recoiled, for the foul stink of sewage and rot had opened around him, and it was worse than that. It was the smell of something that has died in a cover of weeds and weeks later is struck by the shovel and spills out this almost liquid smell. "You want to work for me?" Dr. Van Horn asked him. Bobby stepped backward and felt the tide of blood lapping at his ankles. Dr. Van Horn held out his hand, and in it was a small curved blade. Before Bobby could react, the blade slipped through the air and punched into his neck just below his left ear. The doctor drew the blade quickly down and across, and a huge bubble of blood burst from Bobby's neck. Bobby fell to his knees. He felt no pain at all. All he could feel was the warmth and wetness of the blood rushing down his neck and chest. All that life rushing to get out of him. Dr. Van Horn swung down at him again, and this time there was a great flare of pain, for the doctor had sliced off most of his left ear. Bobby held up his hand, almost not believing that all of this was happening to him, and the little curved scalpel came down between his second and third fingers and split open his hand. The little scalpel went away again, and Bobby's heart obediently pumped out another gout of blood, and he lost consciousness just before Dr. Van Horn sliced off his left cheek. Bobby Fritz, Greenbank's excellent gardener, toppled forward into a vast blackness. Dr. Van Horn rolled his body over, sliced off his shirt, and then began to rearrange what was beneath it. He cut through Bobby's chest, exposed the ribs and snapped them back, sliced away the matter surrounding the heart, and lifted it out. He set the heart in the hand he had split open. Then he opened Bobby's belt, unsnapped his jeans, and pulled them down. After that, he sliced off the penis and testicles and put them in Bobby's right hand. All of this was similar to what he had done twice before, and would do 3 times more. They would not go forward, his victims. He dragged Bobby's scarcely recognizable body into the weedy ditch beside Poor Fox Road. When it was out of sight, he took a sheet of paper from his hip pocket and put it inside Bobby's chest. The sheet of paper and the poem lettered on it in writing so anonymous it might have come from a computer's printing station were not discovered until several hours after the body was found. This was 2 days later, on the 13th of June. 10. It was a mailman who found Bobby Fritz. Roger Slyke drove a blue and white mail van over most of Greenbank every morning, and then spent most of the afternoons back in the Central Hampstead postal station sorting mail. For 2 or 3 days, Roger had been feeling oddly disoriented. His teeth hurt, and there was a more or less constant noise in his ears, and sometimes he caught himself at the point of putting someone's mail in the wrong box. He wondered how many times he had done it in these past 2 days without noticing. On Wednesday morning, when he should have been turning into Charleston Road, he had found himself way off his route, all the way over to the old Sarum Road, without any idea of how he had got there. At noon, on Friday, the 13th of June, Roger Slyke had driven all the way up to the end of Poor Fox Road just to deliver a letter from the Bush for President campaign to Harold Fritz, who was a lifelong Democrat and would never get out of bed to vote again anyhow. On the way back, his head had started to swim, and he had gotten a bad feeling, a really bad feeling in his heart, of being sick, scared, wrong, as he sometimes did when he looked at that empty house between the Fritz house and that place where the boy had all those wrecked cars. Roger had let the mail van coast to a halt. He had caught an awful smell. For a second, Roger Slyke was certain he had seen the daytime moon leaning up toward him and grinning at him. Then he stopped the van and jumped out and held his head, which felt as though it wanted to explode. Roger had not set the brake on the mail van, and while he was holding his thundering head, the van slid forward a few inches and then rolled on into the ditch. It promptly pitched onto its side and dumped hundreds of letters into the weeds. Roger looked up with bloodshot eyes and said, "Nah." He walked over to the ditch and looked down, shaking his head. He stepped into the ditch after making sure it was not filled with poison ivy. Roger was wearing short pants. He made it to the van and pushed at it. With the help of one more man, he could get it upright. Roger knelt down to begin picking up the letters and magazines scattered through the weeds. Suddenly that smell of a smashed possum was stronger than ever. And then Roger found himself looking through a green tangle of vines and straight at Bobby Fritz's grinning face. Roger Slyke let out a whoop and backpedaled up the side of the ditch and ran all the way to the entrance to Gravesend Beach. There was a phone in the guardhouse. When the police found the block-lettered poem in Bobby Fritz's chest, they found that several of Roger's letters had slipped down in beside it. The letters stank, too, but Roger Slyke delivered them the next day. The state police did not recognize the poem, nor did anyone on the Hampstead force. Rich men trust not in wealth. Gold cannot buy you health. Physic himself must fade. All things to end are made. The plague full swift goes by. I am sick, I must die. Lord, have mercy on us. Beauty is but a flower, which wrinkles will devour. Brightness falls from the air. Queens have died young and fair. Dust hath closed Helen's eye. I am sick, I must die. Lord, have mercy on us. Strength stoops unto the grave. Worms feed on Hector brave. Swords may not fight with fate. Earth still holds ope her gate. Come, come, the bells do cry. I am sick, I must die. Lord, have mercy on us. Nobody could identify this poem until Bobo Farnsworth thought to call his former English teacher, Miss Threadgill, who is now the head of the English department at J.S. Mill. "Are you developing an interest in English poetry, Bobo?" she asked him. "Only in this poem, Miss Threadgill," he said. "What you read to me were the second, third, and fourth verses of a famous poem by Thomas Nash called In Time of Pestilence. Nash was generally a rather feverish, violent writer, the greatest of the Elizabethan pamphleteers. He was given to the grotesque. In Time of Pestilence by Thomas Nash," Bobo said. "Thank you, Miss Threadgill." "What in the world are you people doing over there in the police station?" Miss Threadgill asked, and Bobo told her that she would be reading about it in the papers. 11. The stanzas from the Thomas Nash poem were printed on the front page of the Hampstead Gazette the following Monday. But even before that, they appeared in a New York Times Metropolitan section article headlined, "The Connecticut Ripper." In a box beside the article were photographs of Stony Friedgood, Hester Goodall, and Bobby Fritz. In a long conversation he had with Patsy McLeod on Tuesday night, Graham said, "It's poetry, do you see? That's the link. He's deliberately referring to Robertson Prince Green. Young Green's father claimed he had been corrupted by poetry, and there was a newspaper article about the Ripper poet. He wants us to know, Patsy. He wants us to know who he is." All through this conversation, Graham Williams heard the whicker of the dragon's wings. He heard them while Patsy told him about her marriage. He heard them in the title of the Nash poem, which lay printed out before them on the front page of the Gazette. He heard it especially in a list of children's names which were given in another Gazette article. On the night of the 13th, Friday the 13th, the day Roger Slyke accidentally found Bobby Fritz's body, Richard Albee called Laura from Providence. He said that he was having more problems than he'd expected with the job and would have to stay in Rhode Island 4 or 5 more days, maybe as long as another week. Laura told him not to worry about her. She said she would be fine, that she was sorry he was having difficulties, but knew he could sort them out. She told Richard that things were quiet in Hampstead. Laura could not have told him about Bobby Fritz, for she did not hear about the discovery of the killer's third victim until the next morning, when Ronnie Wrigley called her up with the news. Yet she could have said, and did not say, to Richard that 5 more children had followed the example of Thomas and Martin O'Hara and drowned themselves. This had happened on the night of the 11th, the same night Bobby Fritz was hacked to death, mutilated, and concealed in a ditch on Poor Fox Road. And Laura did not tell Richard about the 5 children because she knew he would worry about it, would worry about her, and she did not want to add to his troubles. Laura had seen the first article about the 5 children in Friday's Gazette. Their names were given again in the following Monday's paper, which Graham Williams and Patsy McLeod had open on the table before them. Within what is known, there is a deep layer of the unknown. No one on the staff of the Gazette ever said it in print, but the town had gone into shock. The nightmare of the random killings was not over after all, and an even worse cycle seemed to have been visited upon them. No one on the Gazette wanted to do more than report the facts to print what was known. That was all there was, they imagined. And here is what was known. On the night of the 11th of June, or early on Thursday morning, the 12th, these events took place. A 12-year-old boy named Dylan Steinberg walked into the water at Sawtell Beach after leaving his clothes neatly stacked beneath his shoes on the sand, and swam out until he became too tired to swim any farther, went into the water, and drowned. In separate incidents, 3 children named Carl Blockett, Monty Sherborne, the son of the principal of J.S. Mills Middle School, and Annette Crowley, the child of a travel writer on the staff of the Times, who were 6, 7, and 13, respectively, drowned themselves with the same crazy deliberation off Gravesend Beach. And a 5-year-old boy in Red Hill named Hank Hawthorne, the son of an insurance executive and grandnephew of a noble old lawyer in Milburn, New York, left his bed in the middle of the night, stripped off his pajamas and threw them on his bed, then went downstairs, unlocked the door, and drowned himself in the wading pool on his front lawn. This is what the police and Gazette reporters knew. They would truthfully have said that there was no need to report the effect of this information on the town of Hampstead. That seemed obvious enough. It was not printed in the newspaper, but on the faces of those who were shopping for spaghetti sauce and romaine lettuce at Greenblatt's, the faces of those buying typing paper or just looking at the big screen projecting television at Anhalt's on Main Street. But even here, there is a profound layer of the unknown. Those people buying groceries at Greenblatt's or stationery at Anhalt's would have known that the mothers and fathers of the dead children were distraught, in emotional shock, traumatized. Hampstead was a sophisticated town, and the shoppers would have predicted that some of the parents would find their way into psychotherapy and others into the divorce courts. Because they were verbal and sophisticated people, they could have described the guilt the parents of the dead children must be suffering. They would have speculated about cults and phases of the moon and sunspots, much as Sarah Spry was soon to do. Might have gone on to mention other cases of childish mass hysteria, which this did seem to be, after all. And if you had kids, you ought to be locking them in their rooms at night or taking them back to the city where they'd be safe. But probably no one except Mickey Zaber O'Hara and possibly Sarah Spry would have guessed that Mrs. Sherborne and Mrs. Crowley and Wendy Hawthorne in Red Hill dreamed, on the night their children were killing themselves, that they were comforting cold, wet sons and daughters, taking their frozen bodies into their beds and holding them tightly against their breasts while they chafed their backs and brushed sand from their chests. 12. When Richard spoke to Laura on Friday night, he did not have to say that the source of the problems that would keep him in Providence was his client. For when there were problems, it was usually the client who caused them. Laura would have known that, and Laura had seen her husband cope successfully with clients who could not make up their minds, who changed their minds in the middle of the job, who thought that they could do the job better themselves. Richard had not made friends with all of his clients, but he had at least been friendly with all of them. Laura knew these things, but Laura had not met Morris Stryker. Morris Stryker defeated most of Richard's expectations, and Richard had begun to fear by Friday night that Stryker would defeat him, too. They had begun badly, and maybe the beginning underlay all the subsequent troubles. Richard's first impression of Morris Stryker was that he was a great deal like the truck driver who had left a mountain of rubble in the middle of his driveway. Stryker was large and flabby and nursed a cigar with his lips. Stryker was a bully who had terrorized his secretary and cowed the contractor on the job, Mike Hagan, into agreeing with everything he said. And for his part, Stryker thought he was a fraud. Stryker had expected him to be English. Richard had discovered that 3 days before, when he had driven up to the job for the first time. He had come into Providence on I-95, checked into his hotel, washed and changed his clothes, and driven to College Street. Stryker and Mike Hagan were already there, sitting in the back seat of Stryker's Cadillac. When Richard left his car and walked across the street, his eyes on the lovely but dilapidated 18th-century mansion he was supposed to restore, Stryker and Hagan emerged from the Cadillac to meet him. He had immediately known which of them was the contractor and which the client, for Stryker wore a powder blue suit, a navy blue shirt, white shoes, and a gold chain around his neck. Contractors, in Richard's experience, usually dressed in a way that made them look at home in their pickup trucks. "Albee," the massive Stryker said. "Mr. Albee?" "Yes, nice to meet you, Mr. Stryker," Richard said. "This is a lovely Georgian house we have to work on." I want it to look like the most expensive house on the block, Stryker said, and looked at him a little oddly. This is Mike Hagan. He's doing the work. Mike and I went to school together right here in Providence.
Hiya, Hagan said. He stood in back of Stryker, hands in his pockets. Well, Mr. Stryker, Richard had said, this is going to be an interesting project. I can see plenty of opportunities to use contemporary techniques, for example, in the paints. Richard was revving up, thinking about the pigments he could use to get the brightness and clarity of an 18th century interior. Hey, you're not English, Stryker unexpectedly said. You're supposed to be English, aren't you? I was born in Connecticut, Richard said. My wife and I lived in London for about 12 years, and that was where I started doing restoration work. That's probably where you got the impression I was English. Toby! Stryker shouted, turning back to the Cadillac. Toby, get out here right now. A colorless, blond man opened the front passenger door and stood up nervously beside the car. He's not an Englishman, Toby, Stryker said in a lowering voice. He's not? Toby squeaked. I thought he was. I mean, he's from London, isn't he? Mr. Albee just worked there, Toby. He is from Connecticut, which you should have found out about, don't you think, Toby? Yes, sir, Toby said. Mike Hagan just stood with his hands in his pockets, not looking at anybody or anything. He'd had a long experience of Morris Stryker. Stryker shook his head, then leaned over and spat out his cigar. You worked in England, though, huh? He asked Richard. Until now, all of my work was in England. Stryker shook his head again. Well, we might as well go inside. He glared at Richard. I thought, you were English, and you just came over to Connecticut so you could work in this country. I wanted somebody English. We can make the house look as English as you like, Richard had said, and that had been a mistake. 13. This was Saturday, the 14th of June, a week after the attempted burglary at the Van Horn house, and Tabby Smithfield awoke in the middle of the night, confused and feeling somehow that time was escaping him. He had to hurry. He had to rush. He did not know where. Gasping, he got out of bed and felt for his clothes. He was late for school. He was late for an appointment with his grandfather. He slid into his jeans and pulled the day's shirt over his head. In the dark, he laced his running shoes. He knew that he could not make any noise. His father was in the room downstairs with Berkeley Woodhouse, and he would be furious if Tabby disturbed him. Berkeley Woodhouse was the woman Tabby had seen with his father just before he'd had the series of visions in the library. Clark had invited her to Four Hearths for dinner, and she had given Tabby a kiss that left lipstick on his cheek. Clark and Berkeley were drunk when they had arrived back at the house, and got drunker during dinner. She talked about her divorced husband. He talked about sherry. Berkeley had kept reaching across the table to grasp Tabby's hand. Immediately after dinner, Clark had switched on the television set and taken Berkeley upstairs. The orders were clear. But now Tabby had to get out of the house. He had to get on his way. His grandfather was waiting, and Dickie Norman was waiting, and Gary Starbuck, too. Tabby eased out his bedroom door, aware that something was wrong with these thoughts, but in too much of a hurry and still too fogged with sleep to know what it was. He went quickly down the stairs. The house was completely dark. He opened the front door and walked out into the brightest moonlight he had ever seen in his life. His grandfather was waiting. No, someone else was waiting. He looked back up at the place where the moon should have been, and saw the face of Gary Starbuck looming down toward him. "Run!" Starbuck ordered him, pushing his great white face through millions of miles of empty air. "Run!" Starbuck's face was dead as moon rocks, the color of white cheese. Tabby ran from the moon with Starbuck's face in it. He pounded out of Hermitage Road and turned the corner into the long descending slope of Beach Trail. Momentum carried him forward, and for a heart-stopping few seconds he seemed to be traveling above the ground as if he had shot off a ski jump. Then his feet found the surface of the road again and held to it, and he was racing down Beach Trail. It seemed to go straight down, and be made not of asphalt but of slick mud. When one of his feet struck the road, it slid crazily along, and he had to fight for his balance until he could get the other foot out in front of him, and the whole process began all over again.
As he sped toward Graham Williams' house, he saw it enveloped by a red glow. He raced forward and down the hill much steeper than he knew it was. There was an enormous scorched circle on the lawn where he had thrown Starbuck's two-way radio 7 days before, and from the black circle a line of singed and burning grass led straight to the front door. Tabby drew closer and closer to the old man's house, unable to stop or get off Beach Trail, and saw the glow surrounding the house flicker redly. Behind him, the Starbuck moon blew toward him and almost knocked him over with its breath. Now he could see right into the glowing house. He could see every room. Books were circling lazily as sparrowhawks in the living room, and the comic book devil was strangling Graham Williams in the upstairs bedroom. As Tabby sped by, truly unable to stop, the devil, who was red and horned and had a thick saurian tail, tightened his grip on Graham's neck and turned sideways to face Tabby. He was grinning. His face was enormous, and a flickering tongue the size of a baseball bat curled and danced out of his mouth. His massive penis was split into two erect, twitching forks. The devil twisted Graham's head and then lifted the body to show Tabby how limp it was. Tabby screamed, but the scream slipped out behind him, and he was careening into Mount Avenue, struggling to stay on his feet. The dead breath of the moon slammed into his back and lifted him along down Mount Avenue. When he sped past the historical marker before the walls of Greenbank Academy, it swung up from the ground like a gravestone on hinges, and the fire bat flapped up out of the ground. The fire bat circled over speeding Tabby Smithfield, looked down at him with its empty eyes, and then lifted up. Tabby saw it move quickly away, even its fire whitened by the frozen silver light streaming from the moon. The fire bat dipped its wings at the Van Horn house and then sailed over the water. Tabby watched it flying toward the mill pond. Of course, he could not see the mill pond. That was a mile away, and trees and houses intervened. But as Tabby jumped or was blown over the fence across the short road to Gravesend Beach, he was aware of two areas which glowed as if they burned. These areas were roughly equidistant from him, and neither one was normally visible. Far off to his right, the fire bat was settling down on the spit of land known as Shrink's Row. And far off to his right, jutting out into the sound like Shrink's Row, Kendall Point shone red, too. Tabby looked right and saw the bat's wings brush the tops of the pretty frame houses, saw flames spring up under the eaves, looked left and saw all of Kendall Point glowing a poker's angry red. Then he was walking down the road to the beach in ordinary moonlight. The sky showed a trace of red over the tops of the trees to his right, but he could see no flames. It seemed to him that he had been moving for the past 10 minutes in a crazy dream. He looked uneasily up at the moon, which looked nothing like Gary Starbuck. He stopped still on the narrow road to the beach. The air around him stopped, too. The ground was solid. The redness over the tops of the trees between him and Shrink's Row could have been from a police car, he thought. He did not believe that those houses were burning any more than he believed that an enormous bat made of fire had climbed up out of the ground beneath that slab of a monument. Tabby looked once more at the redness, daring it to show him an actual flame, and then continued up the road to the beach. Wait a second, he thought. Why am I going this way? Why not just go home? Do you really think you could sleep? He asked himself out loud. Not for about a week, no. Besides, I have to what? Go up to the water. What for? To see it. He had to walk up to the sound and look into the water. Simple, really, wasn't it? And all the rest of what had happened, Gary Starbuck and the devil and Graham Williams and the fire bat, had been the little sideshows and inducements to bring him this far, so that he had only another 20 yards to go before he could walk out on the sand and take a good look at the sea. From where he stood, he could see a long black line of water. He did not want to get any closer to it. Please. The wind pushed him forward, scurrying at his back. Please. Please yourself. A part of him did want to see what was going to happen up there. Part of him wanted to find out what would be the last act of the night's performance. He stepped forward and the wind teased his hair, fluttered his shirt. His stomach ground in upon itself, and he was afraid for a second that he would throw up. He stepped forward again, then determinedly strode all the way up to the retaining wall at the end of the parking lot, jumped over the wall, and landed on the sand with both feet. Now he was on the dragon's territory. Tabby looked up. The moon had retreated, and the world was safe. Away to his right, the sky above the trees showed a persistent tinge of red. To his left was the curve of the beach, then the series of little private beaches, each marked off by a row of upended slabs, like headstones. The last of these, sweeping out into the water beneath a wooded hill, was the beach which had once been his grandfather's. Small, dark waves spattered into froth at the edge of the sand. The only noise he heard was the hissing of the waves. The breeze gently pushed at his back. The hissing of the waves called him forward. Tabby walked across the sand toward the shingle, the stripe of seaweed-encrusted pebbles at the high tide mark. "Show me," he said. The froth of the waves turned red as it bubbled toward his feet. When he looked out at the seething water, he saw it too was now red, a deep, sluggish red that went black in the troughs between the rising waves. The air reeked of blood. And then the first flies appeared. They had been awakened by the smell of so much blood, and in seconds it seemed to Tabby that every fly in Hampstead had come to feed at Gravesend Beach. The silence had become a single great buzzing. Tabby frantically waved his hands before his face, trying to keep the flies from his eyes and mouth. Now the shingle and the entire stretch of the beach were a black, glistening carpet of flies. He felt them shifting over his feet, weighing on his shoes. Their buzzing grew louder and louder, more rhythmic, as hundreds and thousands more of them clustered on the blood-soaked sand. "Show me!" Tabby yelled. He disgustedly spat out the flies which had entered his mouth, and watched a giant red wave swell up in the moonlight. The wave bulged out, layering and layering as it moved toward the shoreline, and growing, Tabby thought, 10 feet high. He stepped backward, and felt the flies crushing beneath his feet. They buzzed furiously about his head. Half a dozen or more crawled down his collar, inside his shirt. The towering wave arched above Tabby, and he saw his father and Berkeley Woodhouse tossed within it. They were naked and dead, tumbled together inside the wave. And when the red wave shattered on the beach, it sent them rolling. Immediately 1,000 flies descended. When the next wave rolled them back, the flies' monotone buzzing scream grew louder and more hypnotic. "Show me!" Tabby yelled, and saw another wave far out in the Sound begin to speed toward him, growing more massive with every foot it traveled. The wave rose up 15 feet into the air, and was still growing when it crested at the shoreline. Tabby ran backward over the surging flies, looking up into the arching wave. First he saw Graham Williams, his thin arms and legs splayed as he was borne up by the water. Then Richard Alby's body, not only naked but hacked and mutilated, spun into sight. And then Patsy's dead, nude body revolved as the powerful weight of the wave buffeted her past Richard's corpse. The wave of blood towered up over Tabby, almost seeming to walk up on the sand, and the flies attacked it. When it fell, tumbling the bodies of his friends into the sand, it knocked Tabby over. Every inch of him was instantly drenched with the thick, heavy fluid. Tabby was carried down the sand as the blood withdrew. For a horrible moment he was looking into the dead eyes of Richard Alby, whose body swept past his. Tabby dug his fingers into the soaked sand and scrambled with his legs. He felt dampness cover his hands again, and then saw that where his fingers had clawed into the beach, blood welled out. Richard Alby's body slid back into the Sound. He could not see the other bodies. Tabby pulled his hands from the bleeding sand and got to his feet. The wet flies struggled in the pools of blood dotting the sand. Thousands of others found Tabby. They landed on his eyelids, in his hair, burrowed into his ears. Flies blanketed his hands.
Tabby slapped his hands against his wet shirt, scattering hundreds of them and killing as many. He wiped at his eyes. "Show me," he screamed. "It's just water, and the flies aren't even here. Show me what you can really do." For an instant, for a moment so brief it was almost gone before he realized what it meant, Tabby was standing in dry clothes on an ordinary Gravesend beach. There were no flies. Then the world gave a hitch, and he was slimed with blood once again. The air stank, and battalions of flies lifted and fell around his head. He groaned and staggered back. Then he realized what had happened, and he laughed. He had stopped it for a second. He had startled the dragon, and made the merry-go-round come to a halt, however temporarily. He laughed, and the flies crawled in his mouth, and he kept laughing. Then he shouted again, "I won! I won!" The flies lifted off him in a buzzing mass, and circled out over the shingle, making for some new target. Tabby stood in his blood-soaked shoes, breathing hard. Wherever he looked on the red sand, flies clustered in greedy, buzzing knots. "They're not dead," he said softly. "My friends aren't dead." "Not yet," hissed the red froth on the shingle. The flies which had left him lighted on another body cast up on the red shingle. Their sound intensified and reached that rhythmic food frenzy he had heard before. At first Tabby thought it was Patsy's body they were swarming upon, and he squashed across the sand to drive them away. But the body seemed too large to be Patsy's as he got closer to it, and then he noticed that it had been hacked and cut, as Richard's had been, yet it was a woman's body. Tabby froze a few feet from the body. He had seen that the belly was savagely cut open, and a small lump of flesh that must have been an unborn child rested beside the woman's body. On the fetus, too, the flies lifted and crawled. Tabby saw its unbelievably tiny fingers clenched in a fist. Then he knew who the dead woman was. She was Laura Albee, Richard's wife. He began to shake. After all he had been through, it was the sight of the unborn child's clenched fingers that affected him most. The red water began to hiss louder and louder, and a viscous wave slapped down on Laura and the fetus. Tabby began to walk backward, unable to take his eyes off the linked bodies. He heard the water beginning to slap and roar as it did during a storm. Clouds scudded together, blotting the moon. Off to the right, the redness in the night air was unmistakable. Houses were burning. Tabby could smell smoke now, as well as another graver odor underlying the pervasive stench of blood. The waves were pounding toward the shore, whipped by the wind across the water. Red foam boiled on each successive series of waves, and was tossed into the air like bloody rags. Another body washed up on the shingle. Laura Albee and the tiny fetus were gone, sucked back into the bloody sound, and a more massive body now lay half submerged in the rolling, violent waves. The flies streamed between it and Tabby in a buzzing, knotty veil. The bulky body surged forward on a large incoming wave, and then it reached forward and elbowed itself out of the water. A bolt of lightning cracked down out of the sky and screwed itself visibly into the sand to Tabby's left. The body at the edge of the water was getting to its knees. One shoulder looked like an auto-wreck. A red-stained bone protruded from ragged flesh. Tabby backed away toward the retaining wall and the parking lot at the end of the drive. The body was trying to stand, but it had difficulty rising from its crouch. Tabby saw Dickie Norman's face above the body. Another brilliant stroke of lightning sizzled above the sound. Dickie finally got to his feet. Long, neat autopsy scars divided his forehead and his chest. His mouth sagged open, and blood from the sound leaked down over his chin. Dickie started moving toward Tabby. Now the wind, which had pushed Tabby here, pushed him back toward the beach. From the direction of the fire, sparks rose and floated in the twisting currents of air. "No, Dickie," Tabby said. Dickie Norman gnashed his teeth at the sound of Tabby's voice. "You're not real," Tabby said, hitting the concrete retaining wall with the back of his thighs. The wind tore the words away and broke them into nonsense syllables. Dickie was now halfway across the beach, clawing forward with his one arm, leaning into the wind. Blood-soaked sand flew and scattered.
A white McDonald's bag spun out of the parking lot, struck the sand in a series of skittering hops that stained it irregularly red, and went sailing into the seething water. "Dickie, go back," Tabby said noiselessly. Dickie's jaw worked. More red fluid drooled from the corner of his mouth. To Tabby it looked almost as if Dickie Norman's torn corpse had muttered, "I'm tired." For no reason other than it was an instinctive grasping for safety, Tabby let his mind say, "Patsy, Patsy." Dickie Norman took another step into the bruising wind. Tabby felt his mind groping for Patsy's, and in a growing panic failing to find her. For a moment Tabby felt his mind falling toward a great vacuum, some psychic black hole, and Dickie canted his head over toward his shredded shoulder and beamed at him as if he had just told a joke. "Patsy!" He felt a circling, fuzzy response, as faint as the signal of a Tennessee Bible station on a car radio. "Patsy, trouble!" Patsy was asleep. Dickie took another step toward him, still gleaming at him. The warm response he'd had was dwindling to a pinpoint. "Patsy, help me!" "Oh, dear Tabby, what? Tabby!" It was not much, no more than a moment of dim contact, but Dickie Norman fell to his knees, 6 feet from Tabby. Tabby groped again for Patsy with his mind, but found only a dwindling spot of warmth. Dickie was struggling to turn around, flat on his stomach on the bloody sand. The wind had died, and the flies returned, first to Dickie's shoulder, then to the puddles in the sand, then to Tabby. He waved them away from his face. Now Dickie's torn shoulder was black with them. Dickie's feet dug into the sand and pushed. His hips shifted from side to side. Freshets of oozing blood opened where Dickie's feet scratched beneath the surface. Like a damaged tractor, Dickie toiled back toward the sound. Tabby had not won, he knew, but at least it had been a draw. Because of Patsy McLeod's almost unconscious help, he had done that much. Now Tabby could clearly smell the fires burning along the side of the mill pond. Dickie Norman reached the shingle and crawled into the shallow water. As Tabby watched, the sound lost several degrees of redness, declining to a dusky pink, then altered to violet, and then became inky blue once more. He was dry. There were no flies, no bloodstains on his clothes or the sand. On the shingle, the meek waves deposited a white froth. Tabby ran up the steps to the changing rooms and the public telephone. 14. Very late that Saturday night, 3 events of varying importance took place, which were related to the fears of Richard Albee and Tabby Smithfield, and which pointed the direction things would go now the threshold had been breached. On that Saturday night, Hampstead was irrevocably into the second stage of its destruction. The first of these events was that Richard Albee telephoned Laura at 11:30, just about the time that Tabby Smithfield awoke in the grip of an inexplicable urgency. He was out of sorts after a long evening of listening to Morris Stryker destroy his initial plans for the College Street house. Stryker, incredibly, wanted a Bauhaus interior, and he was drunk enough to be slurring his words. Stryker had insisted on putting a bottle of 50-year-old cognac on the table and having Toby Chambers pour out for all of them. Chambers himself was excused from drinking, but Stryker made it clear that Hagan and Richard had to have as much of the cognac as he did. Laura answered the phone on the 8th ring, and he suddenly felt much better. "Oh, thank God," he said. "I know it's late to be calling, but I was worried." "Worried about what?" Laura said. "About, you know what. The client just told me that there'd been another murder in Hampstead. He read about it in the paper. I think the client's a mobster. He thought it was a barrel of laughs." "Are you drunk?" Laura asked. "Of course I'm drunk. I've been out with Morris Stryker, and the penalty of not getting drunk is being roasted over a slow fire. I couldn't risk it. Really, Stryker's a mobster. Every night men rush up to him in restaurants and give him padded envelopes." "Oh, dear," Laura said. "You're not having a very good time, are you?" "I'm having a terrible time. Being roasted might be a ball compared to this. But tell me what happened. Who was killed?" Nobody we know. The gardener who works around here. I think I've seen him a couple of times. Sure you've seen him. He's always working. That's who was killed? Where? When? I'm not sure. The body was only found yesterday. He'd been dead a couple of days, I gather. Richard, I'm very tired. You woke me up, and I don't want to talk about this now. I just want you to come home. I wish I could, he said. I'm going to have to redo a lot of my work, so I'll probably have to be here another couple of days. Please be safe. I'll be safe, she said. Next time, call it a regular hour. I'm going back to bed. Richard said, I'll call tomorrow whenever I can get away from Ivan the Terrible. Love you. And I love you. Why aren't you here with me? You went away, she said. Some short time after that, Patsy McLeod stirred in her sleep. Her in-laws had just left that evening to return to Phoenix, and Patsy had not been able to keep her eyes open past 10 o'clock. A second later, something penetrated her dream with the force of a blow, and she shook her head, still not really awake. She saw Tabby Smithfield before her, a Tabby who needed her in some pressing but unspecified way. It was as though Tabby were her child, and the fact of maternity had told her that he needed her. She saw him not wounded, but in some awful and potential danger, as if she were to see him drink half a fifth of gin and then get behind the wheel of a fast car, and she sent out to this troubled Tabby as much fragmented concern as she could call up. For a second her eyes fluttered. Through her open window she smelled smoke. Then Patsy's body relaxed, and the odor melted into a dream picture of herself as a witch on the edge of a forest boiling something in a huge black pot, and then this image, too, melted into a ceaseless flow. The Hampstead Fire Department had already received 2 calls about the fire on Mill Lane, the official name of Shrink's Row, by the time Tabby Smithfield telephoned them from the payphone above Gravesend Beach. 2 trucks had gone out from the Riverfront Avenue fire station, then 2 more had followed from the Central Station in back of Main Street. When the extent of the damage was reported by the first men to arrive, Hampstead requested 2 trucks from Old Sarum to augment the other 4. Mill Lane could be reached only by traversing a narrow bridge across the mill pond, and of course the trucks could not get across the bridge. The first 2 trucks arrived at the mill pond parking lot at the same time as the deputy chief, Harry Yokin, pulled up in his car. While Harry went across the bridge to see how many of the houses were going up, the 2 Main Street trucks pulled into the lot. A minute later, the fire chief, Tony Archer, followed the trucks in. Archer jumped out of his car and started ordering the men to link up their hoses. He could feel the heat blasting at him from all the way over across the bridge and up the path, and he fatalistically knew that most of the little houses would be lost. Harry Yokin came panting back across the bridge a moment later, and he confirmed it. All of the houses were burning. All? Archer asked. How the hell could they all be going so soon? And here's something else, Yokin said, wiping at his face. Chief Archer knew then what Yokin was going to say, and knew why he was hesitating. His deputy was sure that an arsonist had set the fires. Yokin blinked. There's a uniform burn rate. On all 8 houses? Yokin nodded. All the houses started up at the same time. You talked to anybody? The crews were now pounding across the bridge with their hoses. Yokin shook his head. They're inside, all of them. Jesus wept, Archer said, and then began bellowing orders as he and the deputy chief ran across the bridge with the second crew. As soon as he was on the little path on the other side of the bridge, Chief Archer saw what had made Yokin suspicious. The flames, which had started on the roofs of the frame buildings, had reached a parallel point in all 8 houses, just above the door frames. Someone had ignited these houses, and that person had killed the people inside them. In these houses, the bedrooms were on the 2nd floor, just under the roofs. The smoke would have gotten them first, then the fire had taken them, as they lay unconscious in their beds. As smoke poured from the dying buildings, the crews were playing their hoses on the 2 nearest houses. Archer and Yokin and all the firemen squinted against the searing, blasting heat. The lawns began to burn, and a maple tree across the path from the yellow house Dr. Harvey Blau had rented suddenly shot into flame. Archer directed the Old Sarum crews to the far end of the path to keep the fire from spreading into the wooded parkland which separated the mill pond from Gravesend Beach. He could smell the stink of burning fabric and baking greenery, and the roaring, snapping, elementally destructive noises of the fire, sucking in air like an animal crouching to spring, filled his ears. "They're all dead," he thought, thinking of the people who had been asleep in those upstairs rooms. Who would do a thing like this? Hampstead, Chief Archer's home for the past 20 years, seemed to have dipped into savagery and lunacy this summer, to have turned dark and crazy. Children drowning themselves? He had known the little Sherborne boy, and what had happened to him just didn't make sense, no more than someone spilling liquid paraffin along the roofs of 7 houses and then setting them alight. More than ever the fires sounded to him like living things. He looked up at the smoke pouring from the roofs of the burning houses. A line of flame was dripping down the roof line, letting small orbs of fire fall to the grass like drops of water. The drops of flame hit the ground and split apart. For a moment the chief reflected that these moving flames seemed almost alive, the way they moved so rapidly across the dry grass. The mass of black smoke also seemed live, twisting and writhing upward. Then Chief Archer thought he saw something moving in the smoke. Within the blackness, darker shadows darted and flickered. Just before he moved to join the first crew, Archer peered into the writhing, ascending column of smoke. Coming from all 8 houses, it braided together 20 feet in the air and rose into the darkness. Birds, he thought. Some damn birds got caught in the smoke. Then he saw the shape of a wing and thought they were bats. "Chief?" Yoken asked him. Archer saw their necks and their open, furious mouths. He saw them hovering in the smoke, as bats would never do. Thousands of baby dragons were floating in the smoke, swirling upwards, spinning away. The first crew of firemen exploded into flame 20 feet from him. The hoses they carried blew apart, and several tons of water instantly flashed into steam. The crew next to them dropped their hoses and ran to the other side of the path, getting away from the scalding steam. Their own hoses must then have turned hot in their hands, because they dropped them an instant before they, too, blew apart. Now men were screaming, and 8 men were outlined in flame, some of them rolling in the baking weeds and setting them alight, some of them crazily running straight into the larger fires. Liquid drops of fire streamed from all the houses and pooled between them. "Get those hoses on the men!" Archer screeched at Yoken, and saw the thousands of little dragons spinning out of the smoke over Yoken's head. As the deputy chief turned to obey him, his arms suddenly flew out to his sides. For an instant, Chief Archer saw smoke leaking from Yoken's sleeves. Then Deputy Chief Yoken's uniform shirt burst into flame. A fraction of a second later, his gray hair frizzed and crisped off his head. His trousers smoked and burned. Archer struggled out of his jacket in order to wrap Yoken in it and stifle the flames, but the jacket was still hanging from one of his wrists when Harry Yoken uttered a muted, bubbling scream and fell to the ground, completely encased in flame. His skin blackened and shriveled as Archer continued meaninglessly to struggle with his jacket. Tony Archer stood there in the midst of the pandemonium, with his golf jacket hanging from one wrist, hearing the rushing sound of fire, and wondering how things had gone so wrong so fast, when white, dripping fire flowed out from between the houses and blistered his face, then seared his lungs, and took his life even before his clothes began to burn. The fire on Mill Lane burned itself out before it spread into the park. But by dawn, the houses of Shrink's Row were only 8 smoking foundations. The inhabitants were identified by the location of their bones, as were the firemen, all of whom perished in the furnace Mill Lane had become for a few minutes that night. One of the fire trucks, the one closest to the bridge, had exploded because of the heat. But the real measure of the temperatures on Mill Lane that Saturday night, said the Wednesday Gazette, was that on Kendall Point, which faced the farthest extremity of the lane across Gravesend Beach and nearly half a mile of water, the ground was still warm the next day, and the bark on many of the trees still smoked. 15. Richard Albee had promised himself that he would call Laura that Sunday. He was going to wait until just after breakfast, when she would be sure to be at home. But at 8 o'clock he sat down with his drafting paper at the desk in his hotel room and forgot all about food. At noon he ordered a sandwich and a beer from room service and kept working. He had thought of a way to compromise with Stryker and incorporate a contemporary feeling into the Georgian shapes and dimensions of the rooms.
Stryker could have his white walls and even his track lighting if he insisted, and Richard would smuggle in his period detail. Once he saw how the details would augment the total design, the project came back to life for him again. At 6 o'clock, he realized that he was starving and went down to the hotel's restaurant for grilled scallops, asparagus, a half bottle of chilled Pouligny Montrachet, and 2 cups of coffee. During dinner, he made notes, and when he was finished with his coffee, he tipped hugely and returned immediately to his room. It was 11:30 before he thought again of calling home. It was too late. He could not wake her 2 nights running. Richard gloated momentarily over the amount of work he had accomplished, then took off his clothes and went to bed. On Monday, he called home at 10 in the morning and got no answer. Laura was probably at Greenblatt's, he thought. He promised himself to call her before dinner, even if he had to make a collect call from one of Stryker's terrible restaurants. Richard spent all Monday afternoon at the College Street house, ironing out his plans and making sure of his measurements, and then went back to the hotel before the ritual dinner with Stryker. He called Laura from his room at 5:30, but again there was no answer. He rang down to the desk, but there was no message for him. Stryker called him at 6 and gave him directions to a restaurant named Pickman's. The restaurant turned out to be 20 minutes away on the city's north side, almost in the country. It was a converted Victorian house, easily the handsomest of all the restaurants Stryker had chosen. The valet took Richard's car. He went inside to a series of rooms as handsome as the exterior. Red leather chairs, vibrant flowers, sparkling glasses, and shining silver. Richard put his plans under his elbow and felt better than he had since his first meeting with his client. Stryker, Mike Hagan, and Toby Chambers appeared 15 minutes late. Stryker barely nodded at Richard before he called the head waiter over and began complaining about the table. It was too central. There was too much traffic around it. Didn't anybody here remember what Morris Stryker liked in a table? In the middle of his tirade, Stryker lit a huge cigar and exhaled smoke over the rejected table. The head waiter made suggestions. Stryker settled on a table in the end room in a far corner. "Don't give us lousy service there just because we're out of the way," he said. Amid much fussing, they were seated at the back table. Stryker himself sat facing out, his back to the wall. This place is so full of crap it gives me a headache to come here," he complained to Richard. "Then why do you come here?" "A change, it's a change. Toby likes this kind of shit." Stryker puffed at his cigar, then leaned over and said to Toby, "Why don't you get that little weasel out here so I can talk to him, that banjo player, eh? Call him up and get him out here." Toby scurried off to find the telephone. Mike Hagan smiled at the ceiling. "Do you ever go out with your wife, Morris?" Richard asked, and Mike Hagan's eyes drifted away from the ceiling toward Richard. "What the hell is it to you?" Stryker asked loudly. "Dinner is part of work with me, part work, part relaxation. Get it?" The waiter brought their drinks. Stryker, a water buffalo, leaned massively forward. "So what you been doing?" he asked Richard. "You were at the house today, yeah? Great. What you do Sunday? I was going to call you, take you out to the golf course, but something came up. This banjo player, that's what came up. We're going to straighten his head out for him." "I worked all Sunday," Richard said, taking up the sheaf of papers from beside him. "I really think I came up with something we can use. I want to show you how we can handle the downstairs rooms." "Save it," Stryker said. "I don't want that kind of stuff now. I just don't want it." "Well, I really would like your opinion on it," Richard said. "I've put in a lot of time, and I have to get back to Connecticut soon." "I told you to can it, didn't I?" Stryker bellowed. "Don't you have ears? I don't give a damn about how hard you worked. I don't give a rat's ass about how soon you have to get home. I don't want that kind of crap tonight. Just sit here and lap up the goodies. That's all you have to do tonight." At that moment, Richard came as close to quitting as he could without actually doing it. If he had been 5 years younger, if Laura had not been pregnant, he would have done so immediately. But he was still thinking about it when Toby Chambers' skinny form slid back into his chair. 9:30, Chambers said. Stryker grunted. He rolled his eyes and puffed out a cloud of reeking gray smoke. "Call him back. It's too soon. I don't want to see his greasy face when I'm supposed to be having fun. Tell him 11. We'll still be here." Chambers uncoiled from his chair and streaked off again.
I need this job, Richard told himself. Morris Stryker isn't just a crude bully. He's $10,000 closer to being about to put Lump through college. He swallowed half of his drink and then unclenched his left hand. Have another one, Stryker said. That's what you're here for, right? The goodies. That night, Richard did not get back to his hotel until 10 minutes past 12. He called home and heard a busy signal. Richard dialed his number 5 more times between midnight and 1 o'clock and heard the busy signal each time. He spoke to the operator, who suggested that the party had left her telephone off the hook. On Tuesday morning, Richard tried to call home as soon as he had showered. With the towel around his waist and his hair dripping, he sat on the bed and dialed his number. He endured a long delay, during which he first knew that there would be another busy signal, then that the phone would ring. Neither of these happened. The delay stretched on until Richard was ready to hang up and dial again. Then the line clicked twice, and the dial tone buzzed in his ear. Richard tried again, with the same result. A long pause, 2 clicks, the dial tone. He dialed the operator and asked her to try his number. When the operator could not get the number, she conferred with a Connecticut operator and came back to say, I'm sorry, Mr. Albee, but that number has a fault on the line and is temporarily out of service. But that's my number, Richard said. It is temporarily out of service, but the fault has been reported, the operator said. Try again later. Richard hung up, dried his hair with a towel, dressed. He ordered breakfast from room service, then canceled it 5 minutes later. He could not stay in his room. He was too restless for that. A fault on the line? What did that mean? In minutes, he was outside on the sidewalk, aimlessly moving. He was due to meet Stryker and Hagen at the College Street house at 11:30. That gave him 3 hours to kill. The air was warm and clear, huge with the sounds of construction. Near Richard's hotel, an old building had been demolished, clearing an entire block of the city. Now a scaffolding rose like a gallows over a pitted wasteland. Through smoke and dust, Richard could see men stripped to the waist, goggles shielding their eyes. Sparks jumped in the boiling dust. Hammers rang against metal. Dimly, Richard heard a foreman swearing rhythmically and passionlessly. For minutes, Richard stared into the construction site as if he had been hypnotized. A man lifted and dropped a sledgehammer, lifted it and swung it down, lifted it again. Another worked a heavy drill, the muscles jumping in his arms. Periodically, a cloud of dust enveloped them. Behind them, a yellow crane swung lazily about, performing some invisible function. Richard felt his mouth go dry, and did not know why. He was shaking, and he did not know why. The little fires flared in the boiling smoke and dust. It was a look into a small hell. He looked up at the crane and saw Billy Bentley running along the machine's long arm, running up slick yellow metal at a 40-degree angle. Lorraine read the black lettering Billy scampered over. Billy ran up to the end of the crane, ignorant of gravity, and waved at Richard far below him. Richard astounded himself. He threw up. His stomach had flipped inside out almost before he had known it was going to happen, and now he was left with a sharp but diminishing pain in his gut and a pink spatter on the dirty sidewalk. He stepped away from it, looked up, and saw Billy Bentley climbing, hand over hand, down the cable attached to the crane. He turned and ran. Hell stank and snarled behind, and from it Billy Bentley pursued him. Richard turned into the next corner and pounded down the street. Gritty Providence spread out around him. At his back, he still could hear the banging and pounding from the construction site. Billy Bentley waved to him from a doorway across the street and pretended to be counting out money. The smell of death and rot drifted in the sunny air. Richard turned around and crossed the street in the opposite direction. Horns blared, a man yelled. The traffic light had not changed, and cars sped by him. Richard feared that he would fall over from dizziness in the middle of the street and be killed beneath the wheels of a truck. He made it to the other side of the street. Brown University hugged the hill above him. The city seemed full of sunlight, dust, and smoke. Old-fashioned street lamps marched up the hill toward the university. Behind them, 18th-century houses kept their own counsel in the high, clear air. Billy had climbed out of hell on Lorraine the Crane, and now hell was everywhere. Richard had to return to Hempstead, to Green Bank and Beach Trail. He turned back to his hotel. He saw Beach Trail, saw the old Sayer house with its lights blazing, saw Laura opening the door. "I'm going to be checking out in about 15 minutes, Richard told the desk clerk. "Please have my bill ready." Richard dumped his things in his suitcase, closed it, walked out of his room, and pushed the button for the elevator. He waited in the dark plum-colored hallway and listened to the humming of the wires behind the big metal doors. Then the light over the doors flashed, a bell dinged, and the doors opened onto a roomy coffin. A smell with the weight of a truck rolled out and nearly knocked Richard over. Billy Bentley sat in a corner of the elevator, cross-legged, a guitar on his lap. He gave Richard a bright, consoling smile. Now the flesh seemed to be sliding off his bones, but Billy's expression was so animated that his corpse looked particularly gallant, sitting cross-legged on the elevator's carpeted floor. Richard could not get in that traveling coffin. Once the doors closed, the smell alone would be fatal. He lifted his bag and waited for the doors to close again, which they obediently did. Then he went to the staircase and opened the door. He carried his suitcase down 10 floors to the lobby. At 11:30, he was sitting in his car on College Street, as he had been for 20 minutes. The doors were locked and the windows were up. The radio pumped out Ricky Lee Jones. Stryker was not in the house, and the Cadillac was nowhere in sight. From one of the upstairs windows, Billy Bentley looked down, leaning on his elbows. At 12 o'clock, Richard and Billy were still in their places, but the college radio station was playing Phoebe Snow's Poetry Man. By 1 o'clock, Richard was starving and half crazy with frustration. He had to drive back to Connecticut, but he could not allow himself to do it, leave without speaking to Morris Stryker. He glanced up at the window, and Billy shook his head at him. At 1:30, the Cadillac rolled up across the street, and Toby Chambers jumped out of the passenger seat to run around the back and open the door for Stryker. Stryker was wearing black sunglasses, shiny black boots, a gray suit of some exquisitely soft material, and a dark gray shirt with a rolled collar. For once he did not have a cigar in his mouth. Looking relaxed and expansive, Richard realized that he just had lunch. Stryker pushed his belly across the street toward him. "Got hung up," Stryker said. "I got time for your plans now. Let's get inside and take a look at what you got, okay?" "I've been here better than 2 hours," Richard said. "Is got hung up all you're going to say to me about it?" Stryker cocked his head and looked at him coldly. "I got hung up. I was going to have one appointment in the restaurant. Instead, I had 5 or 6. It goes like that sometimes. You want me to kiss your hand?" "I want you to kiss my ass, Morris," Richard said. "I can't spend any more time in Providence. I'm quitting this job as of right now. I'm giving up and going home. You wouldn't understand why, so I won't bore you with explanations." Richard opened the door of his car, and Stryker said, "You're out of your mind or something. Toby! Toby!" Toby Chambers sprinted across the street from where he had been talking with Mike Hagan. Stryker ambled away into the middle of the street and stood looking up with a bored expression on his face. "I'm quitting, Toby," Richard said. "I'm worried about my wife, and I have to get back to Connecticut. Besides that, I can't take my client any more. He's one of the worst human beings I've ever met, and as much as I wish I could, I just can't work for him. I couldn't take another week of sitting in those restaurants and inhaling his cigar smoke. Goodbye." "Mr. Stryker can see that you never get another job," Toby said, speaking very slowly. "Mr. Stryker might even decide that you need to be disciplined. Look, I'm trying to help you, Mr. Albee." "I'm a lot more disciplined than Mr. Stryker," Richard said. "Now get out of my way, Toby." Richard got into his car and closed the door. Stryker spat on the ground and ambled toward the sidewalk, finally. Richard saw that the client was giving him the finger. It was Tuesday, the 17th of June, and Richard Albee found his way back to the interstate highway shortly after 2 o'clock. 16. Late that evening, Patsy McLeod was seated on the worn leather chair in Graham Williams' living room. She held a tall glass half filled with a watery drink, on the top of which floated 3 slivers of melting ice. Graham Williams, in his pal T-shirt and Yankee cap, sat on the couch. Like Patsy, he too was sweating lightly. On the table between them, a bottle of Bombay gin stood next to a half-full 6-pack of 8-ounce bottles of tonic and a plastic ice bucket 1/4 filled with cold water. Patsy did not know it, but she was mourning Les, and mourning him more satisfactorily than she had ever done, alone or with his parents. "I never told his parents that he used to hit me," she said. "There I was with my one big fat last chance, and I couldn't do it. No matter how nasty Dee got with me about the cremation, I couldn't tell her." "Why do you think that was?" "Because you're a decent person," Williams said. He sipped at his own drink. "Maybe because it wouldn't have made any difference anyhow. His mother would have thought that you were lying, or if he did beat you, that you deserved it. Anyhow, at a certain point, it isn't appropriate anymore for parents to know such things about their children. They prefer the myth they know." "It wouldn't have made any difference, you're right," Patsy said. "She never understood what Les was. I mean, she never understood what happened to him after he left home. She didn't grasp his success, and she couldn't ever see what success did to his personality. Did you ever have any children, Graham?" "Never," he said. He smiled. "Why are you smiling like that?" "Oh, I know. It's because I forgot. You told me before. You told all of us. We're the last of our families. At least until Richard's baby is born." Patsy looked around the room. "Don't you have a record player or anything, Graham? I'd sure like to hear some music. Don't you like listening to music?" "I have a radio," he said, and stood up to go across the room and turn it on. He found a station playing dance music, big bands breathing out standard songs like Rose Room and There's a Small Hotel, and let it play softly. "Oh, that's nice," Patsy said. She tapped her stockinged foot. "Pretty soon I'll ask you to dance, Graham. You'd better be ready." "I'll be honored." "You know when I decided that you were one of the good guys? It was on the terrible night when Les was waving his gun around. I saw you step in front of Tabby. God, I thought that was wonderful. You could have been killed." "Most people would do it." Graham leaned forward and tipped more gin, then more tonic into her glass. He dipped his hand into the ice bucket and retrieved 3 half-melted cubes and dropped them into Patsy's glass. "That's what you think, Buster," Patsy said. "You're dead wrong there, and you think that way because you're one of the good guys. You know what I thought later? I thought there were 3 men there, and mine was the worst. Honest to God." "He was certainly the drunkest," Graham said. "Let's face facts, Graham, old buddy. He was the worst. But I was remembering some little things about him when his parents were around, and, you know, sometimes I wish we could have another chance at things, you know?" Patsy went on to speak about Les in an emotional and thoroughly confused and contradictory way, sometimes with resentment and sometimes affectionately. She continued to drink, waggling her glass at the Bombay bottle when she wanted Graham to pour her a refill, and once or twice she seemed to be close to tears. Graham Williams minded none of this. In fact, he cherished it. He wanted her to say anything that came into her head. He would listen to everything with the same seriousness and good humor. He understood that it was often difficult for any woman, but a woman like Patsy especially, to be taken seriously, and that maybe this was the greatest flaw in her marriage. Les McLeod had taken himself so seriously that there was no seriousness left over for his wife. 3. Civilization and its Discontents. 1. 6 weeks after DRG-16 had been vented from the secret Telpro plant in Woodville, the town of Hampstead, Connecticut, had altered from what it had been before May 17th. The changes were not as great as they would yet become, but nothing now was quite the same. In the imagery of Richard Alby's dream, Billy Bentley was inside the house. He had broken a couple of windows and was going to smash up some of the furniture before he moved on to bigger things. Things were different in Hampstead. The tides still came in on Gravesend and Sawtell beaches. The tennis matches still grunted and sweated along on the private courts and at the racket club. Men still squeezed into the parking spots at Riverfront Station and took the 7:54 and the 8:24 to New York. At 11 o'clock on Sunday morning, Hampstead people still sat on the deck of the Sawtell Country Club and drank their complimentary Bloody Marys and watched the sailboats far out, the windsurfers rolling and tipping in the nearby surf, before the Sunday brunch. But many parents now locked their children in their rooms at night. In the 5 days since Richard Albee had returned from Providence, a 14-year-old boy from Hampstead, a 7-year-old boy from Hillhaven, and a 12-year-old girl from Old Sarum had drowned themselves in Long Island Sound. And by now there had been 4 murders, one more since Bobby Fritz. Women alone at home had become careful about answering their doors, and the UPS drivers and Bloomingdale's delivery men often did not bother ringing doorbells in Hampstead anymore. They slipped the packages inside the screen door, knocked hard, and left. No one ever jogged alone now, but only in pairs or groups of 3. Sometimes in the middle of Main Street you might see a slender, prosperous-looking woman suddenly choke up and burst into tears, and you would not know if she were in the midst of a divorce, or if one of her children had gone out for a one-way swim, or if Hampstead's troubles had just become too much for her. Yes, there were tennis matches and parties of 6 at the Country Club Sunday brunch, and people went into Greenblatt's and Grand Union and bought beer and spare ribs and charcoal briquettes just as if it were an ordinary summer. But now the conversations on the tennis courts and the sparkling deck of the Country Club were as much about death and suicide as about Wimbledon and the bond market and the colleges their kids were applying to come autumn. Now the conversations were apt to be about how quickly you could get out of Hampstead, and if you could still sell your 65-year-old Federal Colonial with 3 wooded acres and 20 more years to go on the mortgage. And sometimes the conversations would slip into muddy waters, into areas no one understood or even wanted to understand. Archie Monahan tried to hint to Tom Flynn, his law and golfing partner, that not long after Les McLeod's messy crack-up on I-95, he had imagined hearing and smelling something odd coming from that same bush Les had been so excited about. Ronnie Wrigley could have answered the questions about selling those desirable colonials on 3 wooded acres. If she had felt like being utterly honest, she would have said that if it was in Hampstead you couldn't give it away for free with the purchase of a box of Cracker Jack, and that if it were in Hillhaven or Old Sarum, you had about a 50-50 chance of being able to give it away for free. What you couldn't do was sell it. You couldn't even lease it, not since the discovery of the 4th body and the suicides of all those children. Graham Williams saw a for sale sign on Evelyn Hugart's lawn, but never saw Ronnie or any other salesperson showing prospects around the Hugart house. Instead, he one day saw a moving van parked down at the bottom of Beach Trail, and Evelyn Hugart supervising the men carrying her furniture out of her house. "You find a buyer, Evie?" he asked. She shook her head. "But I'm going back to Virginia anyhow. Hampstead doesn't feel right to me anymore." She looked back at her house, where she and Graham saw a man inside the front door, packing up the framed cartoons. "Does that make sense to you, Mr. Williams?" "Perfect sense," Graham agreed. She was not alone, he knew. As in the black summer of 1873, many people were simply moving out. They decided to take their vacations early, or they suddenly remembered that they had always wanted their kids to see the Smoky Mountains, or that these same kids hadn't seen their grandparents in a year and a half. Now there was a vacant house every couple of blocks, most of the time with a realtor sign before it, but sometimes not. Graham bet himself that by August there'd be 2 or 3 vacant houses on every block, and that by then people wouldn't care if they sold their houses or not. They just want to get away. Evelyn Hugart looked at him sharply, and he saw a pallor beneath her honey-colored tan, and some indefinable expression at the back of her eyes, an expression that should have been no part of a handsome woman like Evelyn Hugart. "I wonder what you know," she said. He shook his head. "I think there's only one killer," he said, pretending that this was what she had been alluding to. There were people in Hampstead who claimed that Gary Starbuck had killed the first two victims and a copycat killer the second two. That's not what I mean, Mr. Williams. Have you noticed that you never see birds anymore in Hampstead? Not live ones, anyhow. They're all like that. She pointed her foot at a bundle of feathers rolled into the gutter across the street. 10 feet from it was another dead bird. And you know what else you never see in this town anymore? Pets. There are no more pets. The dogs all ran away or got run over. The cats just vanished. Maybe they all got run over, too. What do you think? It's a mystery, Abby. I'd guess they just took off being cats. And it makes perfect sense to you that I'm leaving the only house I have. I'll say it again. I wonder what you know. One thing I know is that this happened once before. About 100 years ago, the town's population dropped by half. 100 years ago, she said, sounding disgusted with him. 100 years ago, did people hear things they shouldn't? He beetled his eyebrows, wondering what she was getting to, and she said, or see things they shouldn't? Let me fill you in, Mr. Williams. There are people in this town who have sophisticated electronic equipment. This equipment can be used to record voices and then play them back by remote control. The equipment can project voices and make them sound like they are right in the next room, Mr. Williams. And I think they can do this with pictures, too, Mr. Williams. Not just voices, but pictures, moving pictures, projected right into your own bedroom. Doesn't that sound like something our friends in Moscow would use on us, Mr. Williams? So Evie Hugart had absorbed her husband's politics and his view of the scribe of Beach Trail. I heard Dr. Hugart talking to me, she said. They're testing that machinery on me, aren't they? I'm the guinea pig for their fancy equipment. It sends out rays or beams, whatever you call them. Are you one of their colonels? That's what they usually are, aren't they, the high-ranking ones? Evelyn Hugart had heard something, had thought that she had seen something, and since then her mind had been chasing itself in obsessive circles. You should have left the pets alone, she said, and turned and ran toward her front door. Mass murder in Connecticut, ran the headline in the New York Post after the fourth murder, and the New York Times asked, Hampstead, the curse of affluence? It was this second article which Ted Wise and Bill Pierce, now far out in the deep country at a Telpro installation in Montana, read on their computer screens. Telpro paid for their access to the Times and to the wire services in order to sweeten their isolation. We have to tell, Pierce said, and Wise agreed, but asked for more time. He didn't understand the Times paragraph about the children who had drowned themselves, for that seemed totally unrelated to the action of DRG-16. Hampstead did feel cursed, and not just because its expensive real estate had lost its value. What was happening to the town seemed to some like an almost biblical set of afflictions. The unease in Hampstead went beyond the fear for safety or the paranoid suspiciousness of strangers people began to exhibit. It became an unease of soul. The town seemed to be punishing itself, as if the madman who had killed and butchered 4 people had been somehow created by Hampstead's deepest, most secret impulses, as a judgment on its values. Values, yes. The punishment was for wrong and distorted values. And if the comfortably pot-bellied, middle-aged men in the town's pulpits played this wrinkled old card in the sermons on that Sunday, they could look for justification no farther than the excellent, sometimes great, New York Times. Residents of Hampstead not in the churches on Sunday, the 22nd of June, might have seen a camera crew rolling slowly up the middle of Sawtell Road, relaying the memorized words of a CBS correspondent to a studio in New York. Hampstead and its bizarre set of problems was the cover story on Charles Kuralt's Sunday Morning. The correspondent, who wore thick eyeglasses and an expression combining soulfulness and fret, came out onto Sawtell Beach and looked soulfully, fretfully, and in fact mistakenly, over his shoulder at the bright water. This, he said, is where it ended for Thomas and Martin O'Hara and 9 other children, here on this gentle beach in this exclusive community. And up Bluefish Hill, In a $300,000 house only 100 yards from where I stand is where it ended for Hester Goodall, the second victim of this community's mass murderer. Death is no respecter of persons, nor of the place they hold in the world. And here in Hampstead, Connecticut, they are wondering where it all went wrong, where the dream went sour. Another glance out at the gently lapping water. Back to you, Charles. 2. The day after the CBS reporter implied that Hampstead somehow deserved its problems because it was rich, Sarah Spry was still in her office at 6 o'clock, trying to write a Gazette article. Sarah would have called this article a think piece, and she intended to show that she had indeed been thinking hard. She had seen Sunday Morning, a program she normally respected. Unfortunately, Sarah was having troubles in bettering its hackneyed efforts. She had ideas of her own she wanted to get down on paper, but the usual effortless connection between Sarah's mind and her typewriter was failing her now. When she thought of a phrase, and it took more concentration than phrase-making usually did, she rattled the keys of her typewriter, and a few minutes later saw that most of the words had sailed in from some lunatic's mind. They were not at all what she had imagined she had been typing. Her first paragraph read, "Have we Nyamgam this Oregon ourselves? Such as Tham Wisney of Thup Medstar and Checkout Girls. Many will hack and hout about a plague, quoting the pometry flacked in the booty of garden-maker Robert Fritz. Hasenwitz redoubt and doubt again." Sarah stared at these lines, at one moment seeing in them the sentences she thought she had written, in the next seeing only the dreadful macaroni she actually had typed. Sarah shook her head. It was as if her eyes were cloudy. She tried again, and her fingers pounded out, "Now we must swim against the currents of guilt which—" Sarah peered at the page. "Naked swimmers nacht swim 'gainst say which." She jerked her fingers off the keys. Sarah Henderson Spry had never thought of becoming a gossip columnist, and although that was how most people would identify her, what Sarah saw was only a small portion of her duties at the Gazette. She edited and did most of the layout for the paper's second section. She reviewed art openings and all the plays at the Hampstead Playhouse and the theater in the Glen. And she still did some of the basic reporting, which had been her first job at the paper, back when Sarah Henderson had been completing her second and last year at Patchen University. Reporting, then, was all she had wanted to do. It had stirred her blood, finding out how things worked. The Gazette had become her home, and she had never wanted any more than it gave her. Of course, one of the things it gave her was her introduction to tragedy. She had been 25, and still the youngest person on the staff in 1952, when she had been ordered out to Sawtell Country Club to cover John Sayers' suicide. She took a camera and a notepad, and when she got out onto the beach behind the club building, Mr. Sayers' body was still there. Sarah had photographed the policeman, the waiter who found the body, Bonnie Sayer, and Graham Williams, and then, finally, she had the stomach to photograph the dead lawyer. Joey Kletzka, once known as Nails because for 20 years he'd worked as much as a carpenter as a policeman, stood a short way down the beach with his hands on his big front porch of a belly and talked about some boy named John Ray, a boy who had been washed up dead on this same spot 4 days earlier. Chief Kletzka was 63 then. In 2 years he would be retired, in 3 himself a suicide. John Sayers' brains had been blown out the back of his head, and his face was black with powder burns. Sarah took the picture because her editor demanded it, but she didn't ever want to look at it. She went around the body to talk to Bonnie Sayer, who instead folded into the arms of Graham Williams. It had been a hot, moist night. Under Williams' sleeves had been large scoops of perspiration. "Not now, Sarah," he had said gently, winning her respect. Then he had won her affection by saying, "Tomorrow we'll probably be going to John's office. Maybe you could meet us there. Bonnie is in no condition to say anything now." And so she had gone to the office, and she, too, had seen those names scratched into the telephone pad. Prince Green. Bates Krell. As her job on the newspaper had grown, so had her role in Patchen County.
Sarah was single-minded, but serially single-minded about many tasks. When her job at the Gazette was done, she had no qualms about chairing meetings of professional women, about organizing groups and seminars for women in newspaper and magazine work, about buzzing off to fundraising parties and charity balls. In fact, nearly 30 years after she had tried to photograph John Sayers' body without really looking at it, Sarah was a nearly indispensable part of social and professional life in Patchen County. Sarah pushed herself away from the typewriter, squinted again at the gibberish she had written, and shuddered. Naked swimmers. Those words again, typed out as if by themselves. She saw the little O'Hara boys as she had known them, Thomas smiling and baby Martin scowling, being serious about some Star Wars invention, and quickly went to another desk in the Gazette office. She pulled out a legal pad and a pencil from the top drawer. "Good night now, Mrs. Spry," said Larry, the pressman, as he walked by. Larry rattled his bundle of keys at her. "You're the last one now. Be sure you lock up." "I won't forget, Larry," she said. "Good night." Larry went out the front door onto Main Street, and Sarah faced the empty office and tapped the pencil against the strange desk. Something had happened to her. Something had happened to the whole town, but the disability which had visited her could be the instrument that led her to define what had actually hit Hampstead. Muddled writing, she wrote on the pad, or hoped she did. Like dyslexia. What could cause it? Other symptoms: stuffy sensations in head, ringing in ears, one spell of double vision, tiredness. A disease common to entire town, causing brain disorders? Sunspots? Nuclear waste, radiation sickness? Chemical dumping? A chemical spill, perhaps a result of road accident? She looked over the list she had made on the legal pad, nodded her head, drew 2 thick lines beneath it, and started another column. What about earlier history of town? Previous mass murders, any? Previous child suicides, any? Need conjunctions, items that provide context for MM or CS. Sarah held the legal pad up close to her face and scrutinized every word she had written. For mass murders, she had put down mace murders. She corrected the phrase. All the rest was what she thought she had written, which seemed to prove that writing by hand and writing more slowly, for the most part, bypassed the problem. She decided to spend some time investigating her second set of ideas, and this was characteristic of her. If something upsetting had happened to her writing, she would concentrate on something else until the writing settled down again. She would take a closer look at things. That was the motto of her life. And tonight she was lucky, for the newspaper that employed her had been publishing in Hampstead since 1875. Before that, there had been a 2-page folder, and before that, a 1-page broadside. For 2 years, 1873 and 1874, there had been no newspaper of any kind in Hampstead, though Sarah did not know this. The earliest issues, up through the issue for January 3rd, 1965, had been put on microfilm, and in 1968 an old compositor named Bill Bixby had made it his private project to create a giant, handwritten index for every issue of the Gazette. Bixby had worked nights, weekends, and holidays, and probably the project had lengthened his life. After he had retired as compositor, he had still come into the office every day to work on his index. He had taken enormous pride in what he was creating. Sarah could remember him saying that there was more of Hampstead in his index than she or Stan Brockett would ever know. In fact, there was more of Hampstead in the index than there had been in the Gazette itself. Now there were 2 copies of Bixby's index, one up in Hillhaven at the Patchen Historical Society, and the other back in the newspaper's records room on a shelf above the microfilm viewer. The index was known as Bixby in the office. If a reporter doing research for an article on marshland preservation wanted to know how the town's attitude toward its wetlands had evolved, Brockett would tell him to look it up in Bixby. The old compositor had earned his justification. Sarah went into the records office at the back of the building, switched on the light, and took heavy Bixby off its shelf. She lowered it to the counter beside the viewer and flipped it open,
and then paged through until she got to M. Then she turned several more pages, looking down the headings column for murder. When she found the heading column, she looked under it at the entry column. This at first seemed longer than she had expected, but then Sarah noticed that most of the articles were grouped around a series of 3 dates. The first of these was in 1898. The second burst of articles was from the autumn of 1924, and the third set of articles was grouped in September of 1952. Well, that must have been one of Bill Bixby's famous contributions to the town, for there had been no murders in Hampstead in 1952. Sometimes the old compositor had used his index to draw conclusions that the newspaper never had. If you looked under Funds Misappropriation of, for example, one of the entries directed you to an otherwise straightforward article about the widening of Highway 7 and the huge sum of money this construction was costing the town. Another entry took you to a factual piece of reportage about the construction of the bleachers on the softball field on Rex Road. The same contractor's name appears in both articles, along with a mention of his being the cousin of a prominent selectman. Another entry points you toward a story about the selectman's recent purchase of a $300,000 house. It was in this indirect sort of comment that Bixby contained more of Hampstead than the newspaper itself. Sarah took out the first spool of microfilm and threaded it into the viewer. She wound it up until she saw the first page of the first issue of the Hampstead Gazette, tightened down the focus so she could read the dates without squinting, and turned the pages past the viewer until she came to 1898. Hampstead man charged with Woodville death, she read in the issues specified in Bixby. 3 issues later, Secret Life of Green, Dissipation after Seminary. 6 months later, Green convicted. The implication running through these articles was that Robertson Green had committed all the murders of prostitutes in Norrington and Woodville. The next article concerned a farmer on the old Sarum border who had killed his wife with an axe. Sarah did not make notes about this case, but switched spools of microfilm and ran the new spool past the viewer. Now she was in the summer of 1924, and the Gazette had become larger and easier to read. There were still advertisements on the front page, but there were graphics, too. In the issues Bixby had indexed, the first pages of the Gazette showed photographs and drawings of women. 3 women, each of them found dead in the marshland on the west side of the Nowhatton River in the first weeks of that summer. "Wave of Death Continues," read the tall black headline for the issue of June 21st, 1924. "Another victim?" inquired the headline for July 10th. Beneath was a photograph of a woman named as Mrs. Dell Claybrook. Mrs. Claybrook had vanished from her home sometime during the evening of July 8th. "And yet another?" asked the Gazette on July 21st, over a drawing of the pert, snub-nosed face of Mrs. Arthur Fletcher, who had disappeared from her home while her husband tended to his bond business in New York. "The 6th victim?" the Gazette asked its readers on August 9th. Mrs. Claybrook and Mrs. Fletcher were still missing, and a Mr. Horace West had returned home from a business trip to the mills in Fall River to find his wife, Daisy, inexplicably missing. 2 days later, Daisy West still absent, Mr. West had gone himself to the police station and confronted Chief Kletzka. Chief Kletzka had found it necessary to use physical restraints on the agitated Mr. West. Neither man had sworn out a complaint against the other. Another entry was utterly puzzling, for it had nothing at all to do with murder. It was a small item on page 16 about the impounding of a fishing boat belonging to a Mr. Bates Krell. Mr. Krell had apparently left Hampstead abruptly, before his creditors could have him jailed, the article seemed to imply. Bates Krell? Sarah thought. Now, where... Was Bixby implying that Krell had been the last victim of the unidentified 1924 murderer? Sarah thought he was, but she still could not have said why the fisherman's name seemed familiar to her. When Sarah turned the next spool of microfilm to the issues Bixby specified for 1952, she found herself looking at the first important story she had ever written for the Gazette. John Sayer Takes Own Life. Here were two of the photographs she had taken on that wretched day. Bonnie Sayer crying into the gloved palm of her hand, the rear of the country club and its little stretch of well-mannered beach. Yes, but murder? No doubt under suicide. Bixby had a long set of entries. Why did he list this obvious case under murder? No one had ever suggested that anyone but John Sayer had taken his life. On impulse, she leafed through Bixby to suicide and checked the date. Yes, there it properly was. Sarah looked at her notes. On the far left side of the yellow page, separate from her more detailed observations, she had written, 1898, R. Green. 1924, second mass killings. B. Krell vanishes. Now she added, 1952, J. Sayer, ? And beneath it put, 1980, Friedgood Goodall et al. And looking at these jottings, she remembered. She remembered standing in John Sayer's office while his wife and his secretary wept with their arms around each other. Remembered going to the lawyer's desk with Graham Williams and seeing with him the two names scratched in the notepad, Prince Green, Bates Krell. Had she told old Bixby and asked him about the names? Sarah could not remember, but Bixby had put them all together in his index. A killer of prostitutes, a fisherman who had run out of town or been killed, a respected lawyer. What could possibly be the link between them, and between them and what was going on in Hampstead in 1980? Sarah drew circles around the names and dates, then sat up straight in her chair before the microfilm viewer. She had seen that there was roughly 30 years between each of these incidents. With the exception of the period 1950 to 52, there had been a series of murders in Hampstead every 30 years. No, she caught herself. Robertson Green's killings had been done in Norrington. Killings, then, in or around Hampstead, once in every generation. The Gazette office suddenly seemed dark and cold to Sarah. She switched off the viewer. Already she knew that if she looked back into the records, she would find the pattern repeating and repeating itself, going back as far as the records themselves went, and before that, in a time when man did not inhabit the Connecticut coast, did the animals insanely attack and kill one another, bear against bear and wolf against wolf, every 30 years? Sarah wanted to hide. That was her first instinctive response to what she thought she had discovered. She felt like turning off all the lights and crouching in a corner until it was safe to come out again. Being Sarah, instead of that, she reached for the telephone. 3. At the same time that Sarah Spry was reaching for her telephone, just after 7 o'clock, a man, unseasonably dressed in an overcoat and tweed hat, ducked out of a porno theater on West 42nd Street in New York. The man looked both ways and then continued east on the street, going toward the Avenue of the Americas. His hands were thrust deep in the pockets of the overcoat, but a flash of white from beneath a rucked-up sleeve showed that his hands and arms were bandaged, as was his face. When he thought that one of the street's regulars, one of the threatening men who spend all day on 42nd Street, seemed to be paying too much attention to him, he slipped past a teenage girl with peroxided hair and tight satin shorts who whispered, "Want to go out? Want to go out?" and entered another building that had once been a movie theater. In most towns or cities, a gentleman bandaged up like Claude Rains in The Invisible Man and wearing an overcoat and hat in the middle of June might reasonably attract a sort of following. In most towns and cities there would be stares and questions. There would be gasps and pointing fingers. This, however, was 42nd Street, and most of those who saw Leo Friedgood in pursuit of sexual satisfaction assumed that he was just another lunatic. A man named Grover Spelvin, leaning against a marquee, saw Leo dart into the converted theater and nudged the nodding man next to him, saying, "Hey, Junior, you just missed the mummy, man." "Phew," Junior commented. Leo, who was now what people in Patchen County would learn to call a leaker, knew that his foray into the sleaziest neighborhood in New York was dangerous,
but had correctly assumed that if he looked weird and confident, he would be reasonably safe. To look weird and weak would be to invite attack. Of course, he was still in danger. Anything that split his web of bandages would kill him, and that made him more furtive than he would have been otherwise. But Leo's arrogance was still his best armor. He assumed here especially that if you could pay for what you wanted, it was yours. But besides all that, he simply could not stay away. Leo Freedgood had always been a voyeur. For the most intense sexual pleasure, Leo had to see or imagine other people making love. When he made love to Stoney, he had fantasized about the other men he had encouraged her to meet. The encouragement had been subtle. Leo had never directly spoken to Stoney about the other men, but it had been pervasive. After Stoney's death, Leo had imagined that his sexual life was dead, too. He could still feel the humiliation that Turtle Turk had caused him, and that humiliation seemed the tombstone set upon his sex life. The discovery of the white spots on his body, and their slow but inexorable growth, should also have contributed to the end of Leo's desire, but oddly, perversely, the more the white spots covered of his body, the more obsessively he thought about sex. He could not perform any more, but performance had always been of secondary importance to Leo. Leo had cut himself off from Telpro and General Hagajas. No one at Telpro knew what had happened to him, but in the end it had become impossible for him to cut himself away from his deepest fantasies, and these had led him back to 42nd Street. Leo went unnoticed past a row of booths showing reels of pornographic films for a quarter every 2-minute segment, shoved a $5 bill at a bald man in a cage who did a double take at Leo's bandages but pushed across $5 in quarters. Then Leo ducked into a cubicle and spent $1 watching 4 high school girls rape a skinny, dark-haired man with a pronounced curve in his penis. Then he left the booth and went to the back of the old theater, and beneath an arch reading Naked Live Girls, 25 cents. A row of doors like lockers stood closed in a hemisphere. Leo opened a door above which there was no red light, stepped into blackness, and inserted a quarter into a slot before him. A window in the front of his cubicle was gradually revealed as a black metal plate ascended. Leo was looking into a round, well-lighted space with a fake tiger rug on the floor and a ripped plastic-covered sofa at the far right end. Across from him was a series of windows like his, about half of them exposed by the raising of their own metal plates. Visible in these exposed windows were men's faces as vivid as portraits from hell, tinted sizzling red, all turned to the body of the woman dancing to a Bruce Springsteen tape in the middle of the round space. She was a beautiful little Puerto Rican girl, Leo saw, when she gyrated around and lifted her bush toward his window, no more than 17. A black man in a window across from Leo's grinned crazily and waggled his tongue at the naked girl. The girl looked in Leo's window and did not miss a hitch of her hips after noticing his bandages. Her reflective, almost pouting face did not alter in the least. Not a furrow appeared in her sweet forehead, not a trace of interest in her huge, quiet eyes. Her right shoulder rolled back, the right hand rose, a small brown breast rolled back too, and a molded hip revolved and spun the perfect little body around. Leo feasted on her lithe back, earthy bottom, and the graceful backs of her thighs. When the metal plate began to descend over his window, he quickly put another quarter in the slot. The girl was moving lazily around the circle of windows, bending backward as if she were trying to limbo beneath the bar. Leo was breathing slowly, half in a trance. He was imagining this girl, obviously a hooker and probably a junkie, beneath the succession of men, twining and untwining, pumping that little round bottom, locking those molded legs around one man after another. Leo could take this only for the duration of another quarter, and by then the little Puerto Rican teenager was putting on a robe, and a tall dust bowl redhead with stretch marks had begun to snap her fingers and move before the windows. Leo pulled his hat farther down on his bandages, turned up the collar of his overcoat, and went back out past the row of booths. Sex show, a black man whispered to him as he left the building and turned west. Well, that was what he had in mind, but the real thing, not a hasty facsimile.
Leo hurried down the street, now and then hearing a black voice behind him calling out, "Mummy, hey, Mummy, babes." He was going to a club he knew just up from 7th Avenue. This club was a place he had discovered in 1975, the year the freed goods had moved east. It consisted chiefly of 2 rooms with a pane of one-way glass between them, and it catered to people who shared Leo's tastes. "Shit, he ain't no mummy," Junior Bangs said to Grover Spelvin as they watched Leo's form disappear up a stairway just inside a door next to a theater showing horror pictures 24 hours a day. "That mother's going up to the look show. Fuh, he ain't no mummy, ain't no real mummy." "We'll see him when he drags his dick downstairs, Junior," said Grover, putting his hands in the pockets of his frayed jeans and preparing to wait. Leo was at the top of the stairs. He opened a door marked EZ Studios, and a black girl with a blonde wig smiled at him and said, "Have you been to our club before?" Leo nodded. "You get burned?" the girl asked. "I mean, I had a friend, and she got all messed up, wore them bandages for 2 months straight. That's $35. Leo extracted bills from his coat pocket and counted the money onto the desk. "Fine," the girl said. She showed him an acre of gleaming pink gum, stood up, and led him through a door where half a dozen middle-aged men, some in jeans and sweatshirts and others in suits, sat on metal chairs in front of a 6-foot square window. Rock music was piped in, but all the men seemed to be consciously ignoring it. On the other side of the window was a smaller room where a rumpled bed stood on a bare floor. The girl pressed a button in the wall and said, "The performance is beginning, gentlemen. Each performance lasts 15 minutes. If you stay through to the next performance, a second payment will be collected. If you stay, you must pay." A young white woman and a large black man padded into the room. They immediately climbed on the bed, and Leo felt disappointed. When he had come here 5 years before, the couple, both white, had fondled and kissed each other for a long time before getting into bed. The man in the bedroom now seemed bored and angry. He squeezed the girl's ass, rolled her on top of him. She moved up and down on his massive body, pretending to get excited. The man never even obtained an erection. He was too bored and hostile even to take the minimal steps required to conceal his flopping penis. A few minutes later, the girl pretended an orgasm. She immediately left the bed and went out of the frame of the window, to wait, Leo thought, for the next ringing of the buzzer. After a few seconds, the man also left the bed. Leo was seething. 5 years before, the act had been real, not feigned. He felt as though his money had been stolen. A little rat-like man next to him in a pinched felt hat was looking at him oddly, fearfully because of the bandages, but almost sympathetically, too. "I know," this little man said to Leo. "It ain't real no more. They got busted a couple times, and now this stuff is all they do. But if you want to see the real thing, I can set it up for you. 100. He was bending close to Leo, and when the black girl with the enormous gums and the blonde wig came in again, he whispered, "Follow me. You get the 100? Leo nodded, and the man darted ahead of him down the stairs. When Leo reached the street, the man was jittering on the sidewalk, a flattened cigarette stuck to his lips. He was in his 60s, a decayed little entrepreneur in his thin plaid shirt and felt hat. 8th Avenue, the man said around his cigarette, and began jerkily to move down the street. "The mummy is moving," Grover Spelvin said to Junior Bangs, and they began to amble westward after Leo and the entrepreneur. "Yeah, but he's moving with Cockroach Al," Junior said. "He ain't no mummy. Cockroach Al gonna take him to that shrimpy little Mona, Minnesota, and that crazy fucker Dog. I ain't gonna mess with that fucker." "Mummy gonna come out again, too," Grover pointed out. "Come out a poor man," Junior said. Ahead of them, Cockroach Al led Leo Freedgood across 8th Avenue and then into the lobby of a great gray pile of bricks called the Hotel Spellman. A clerk deliberately looked away, and Al took Leo up the dark stairs to the 3rd floor. "The money," he said, jittering outside a door. Leo counted out $100 from the overcoat pocket and placed the money in the man's shaking hands. Okay. I'll knock, we'll both go in, I'll leave, right? This is the real thing. You'll get what you want, mister, straight up." The man darted a quick, nervous look at Leo's bandaged face, then knocked twice on the door. A man with bulging bicep muscles, covered with vivid tattoos, opened the door. He wore only white cotton underpants, and as he stepped back to let them into the tiny, foul-smelling room, prominent muscles jumped and subsided in his calves and thighs. He was nodding as if to music only he could hear. The man's blond hair was almost shaved off in places. In others was about an inch long. He had cut it himself without a mirror. "You get paid, Al?" he said in a slow Midwestern voice. "Sure, Dog," Al said, his head bobbing. Dog looked Leo over and grinned. "Jesus H. Christ, look at this guy. He's real different." Leo edged away from Dog and saw a thin, drowsy-looking girl staring listlessly up at him from a rumpled bed. She, too, was blonde, and her frizzy hair folded away from her face, as rumped as the sheet over her body. "I'll see you later," Al said, and backed out of the room. Dog was still staring at Leo, shaking his head in disbelief, moving around him in wide circles. Leo had begun to get nervous when Dog said, Can you talk? Can you talk through that stuff?" "Yes," Leo said. "Please, I paid." "Okie doke," Dog said, throwing his hands up. Lines of muscle leaped out of his arms. "What do you want to see, especially? Anything special? We'll do anything you like." "Just get on the bed with the girl," Leo said. "Sure, man, I'll get on the bed with the girl. Anything you say, tourist." Dog pushed the underpants down over his buttocks, and Leo saw that the tattoos ended at the man's waistline. "You sit down over there, you get the best view," Dog said, pointing at a chair about 4 feet from the bed. Leo finally realized what the apartment's smell reminded him of: chicken soup. He sat on the wooden chair and watched Dog lift the sheet off the passive girl. Dog was already tumescent. The girl's body was childlike, except for her large breasts, which spilled sideways off her chest. Dog knelt between the girl's open legs. Directly before Leo, on the bottom sheet, was a brown stain the shape of the state of California. Leo began to groan as Dog pounded toward his climax. This was real. This was what he had been denied in the club, and as Dog shuddered over the girl's limp body, Leo gasped and trembled. "Okay, man," Dog said, pulling himself out and sitting up on the bed. "That's what you paid for, right? You got what you paid for, right?" Leo nodded, standing up. "Well, they give us tips, man," Dog said, moving off the bed. The girl was still staring at Leo, and her mouth was open. Dog put himself between the door and Leo. "We sort of appreciate tips, see?" "Of course," Leo said through the hole in his bandages. He pulled a $20 bill from his pocket and passed it to Dog. "You're real different," Dog said. "Hey, you want Mona now? Lots of these guys do. Another 50, you can do anything you want with her. Mona'll suck your bandages, man, suck 'em right off." He reached out and gave Leo's chest a hard tap. Leo groaned, and Dog took a step backward, holding his hand up as if it had been burned. Heavy, brutal lines had appeared in his face. "What the fuck are you made of, man?" Dog's entire face had changed, to become leaden and suspicious. "Jesus, man." He looked over his shoulder at the girl. "Jesus, Mona, look at this guy's coat. Look at your coat, man." Leo was breathing hard, experiencing a dreadful, loose sensation in his chest. The front of his coat had a large, dark, spreading stain. "Leave me alone," Leo said frantically. "Don't touch me. Just let me get out of here." Dog stepped toward him with his face bunched up and his eyes contracted so tightly they seemed to have no pupils at all. Leo threw his hands up. Dog dented his jaw with a short left jab, and then hit Leo hard in the temple with his right fist. The bandages around Leo's head flew apart. White froth scattered across the room like blown suds. Leo toppled to the floor, and the frothy white substance poured out of the wrecked bandages. In 10 minutes, Leo Friedgood was an arrangement of wet clothes, shiny bone, and a damp spaghetti of bandages in a pool of slime. He had been carrying only cash, which Dog removed from his coat pocket. Leo Freedgood had just disappeared completely from the world. 30 minutes later, Grover Spelvin and Junior Bangs saw Dog and Mona, Minnesota, coming down the front steps of the Hotel Spellman. The two men had been leaning on a lamp-post across the wide street, and as Dog's thick body sidled around the door, Grover straightened up smartly and punched Junior Bangs in the side. "It's them," he said. "Come on, Mummy." Mona, Minnesota, slouched out into the hot sun after Dog and trotted after him down the steps. Both Dog and Mona were carrying brown paper bags bearing large, irregular stains. Grover and Junior crossed the street against the light and began following Dog and Mona south on 8th Avenue. "Where's the damn mummy?" Junior asked. "We've been waiting all day. Now where the hell is he?" Dog stuffed his paper bag into a trash container and waited while Mona put her bag in on top of his. Then they continued at a slower pace down the avenue, looking, as both Grover and Junior instantly recognized, like a young couple out to buy a serious quantity of drugs. "Shit," said Grover. "God damn," said Junior. "Ain't no more mummy," Grover said. "Dog done took him out." The two men approached the waste bin, where the two bags sat like ornaments on a hat. Junior Bangs delicately plucked at the lip of Mona's bag and peered in. Then he giggled. When he saw how Grover was looking at him, he let out a great roaring laugh. "Grover," he said, bending over with his laughter, "Dog drownded the mummy. He drownded him in shaving soap. Haw haw." Grover Spelvin gloomily hooked a finger into the bag. He peered in. Then he shook his head. "That ain't shaving soap," he said. "That is the mummy. God damn. You know what?" He turned to Junior with something like a sense of wonder on his broad face. "Dog took him out all right, but that dude was the real mummy, like in the old movies." "Fucking Dog," Junior said, shaking his head. "Inside those bandages he was all juice and bones," Grover said. "The real mummy, God damn." "The mummy," Junior said. "I wonder how much money he had," Grover mused. 4. "I'm so glad you're willing to help," Sarah Spry told Ulick Byrne that night. "You know, I've never needed help of this sort before. Used to doing things by myself." I know, the lawyer said. "I'm the same way. But we're friends, Sarah, and I guess this is something you don't want Brockett and the other people at the Gazette to latch on to before you're ready for them." "Exactly. I'm just working on a hunch, Ulick. Brockett would think I was crazy. So if you can, just look into the records for me and see if there were any industrial accidents, anything like that, in our vicinity in the past 6 weeks to 2 months. If there hasn't been anything, maybe you could check on sunspot activity for me. I'll be working on another line, and of course I'll share anything I find with you. Things are going too crazy around here." But that was scarcely news to Ulick Byrne. During the past week or two, half of his clients seemed to have bloomed into full-fledged psychosis. In fact, so many things had gone wrong that Ulick Byrne himself thought he was probably going crazy. The O'Haras, of course, had a reason for their present instability, and perhaps the Johnsons did, too. Their 4 purebred Lhasa Apsos had all run out together and been pureed by the wheels of a Drew's Cement Company truck. But another of his clients had actually jogged herself to death. 40 pounds overweight, she had never done anything more strenuous than pick up the remote control device for her television set. Then one morning she was up running down Sawtell Road before breakfast, and she would not stop even when her husband cruised along beside her in his BMW, pleading with her to come inside. Half an hour later, after 3 solid hours of jogging, her leg muscles had given out, and so had her heart. In fact, Ulick Byrne thought, if you took a look at what his clients had been up to lately, you had a better picture of what was happening to Hampstead than you wanted, because no one would want to get so close to all that madness. Besides Jane Anderson jogging herself into a heart attack on Sawtell Road, there was George Klopnick, an accountant with a firm in Woodville. George, Ulick knew, was about as successful as a Woodville accountant could be without actually being a partner. Yet George had entered Ulick Byrne's office with a glinting, warped look in his eye, and a conviction that he should sue the government of the United States for giving him false expectations. George was convinced that in the case of Klopnik versus the U.S., a jury of his peers would award him $20 million in punitive damages. Ulick had gotten him out of the office only by promising to look up the precedents on cases on false expectations. Even worse than George was Rogers Thornton, the patrician head of a large furniture importing business. Thornton had the silver hair, the pinstriped suits, and the wonderful manners appropriate to a house on Mount Avenue and the presidency of a successful company. He had also, in the afternoon of Tuesday, the 17th of June, come up to a pretty high school girl standing outside of Anhalt's on Main Street and said, "I am the possessor of a particularly beautiful whanger. Would you care to see it?" Now, Thornton was out on bail, but the girl's parents wanted him put away for life if they couldn't get him castrated, and Thornton was serenely unaffected by all the fuss. "You don't understand, Mr. Byrne," he had told Ulick. "I really am the possessor of a particularly beautiful whanger. Surely that will count in my favor." And we cannot leave Ulick Byrne's tribulations without mentioning Maggie Nelligan of Revolutionary Circle, who, with her friend Catherine Hoskins of Gravesend Avenue, had gone into Bloomingdale's in Manhattan one morning and ordered $170,000 worth of goods in the fur department. Mrs. Nelligan and Mrs. Hoskins had been requested to have a chat with the fur department manager in his office, which they happily agreed to do. When the manager asked how the ladies intended to pay for the furs, the ladies grew indignant. Surely the manager knew her, Mrs. Nelligan protested. Surely he knew her name? The manager regretted that he did not, but if she would be so kind as to refresh his memory. "Why, I own this store," said Maggie Nelligan. "I would have thought that you'd know that." "And I own it, too," said Catherine Hoskins. "We both own it." Maggie Nelligan nodded vociferously. "Now, we'll have our furs, please," she said. In the end there had been shouting, blows, the poor fur department manager required stitches, and the police had been summoned. A very grumpy Maggie Nelligan and Catherine Hoskins had been charged with assault and attempted larceny and locked up in a cell. Mr. Paul Nelligan had called Ulick Byrne the next day. Also, there were the signs of disorder that Byrne had seen around the town. The garbage men hadn't come to his house for a week straight, and then they showed up twice on the same day, grinning like lunatics. The taxi driver who had taken him from the station to his house on Redcoat Grove late Friday night had managed to get lost, though he'd taken Byrne home at least twice before. A girl working the register at Greenblatt's had tried to charge him 6 times for the same veal roast, and had broken down in great whooping sobs when he protested. And he was sure he had seen, through his office windows, an old woman furtively eating dirt and grass from one of the big planters in the building's parking lot. And didn't there seem to be more fights than ever before? Shorter tempers? In that same parking lot 2 days before, he had watched a pair of high school boys slug each other half senseless. Helping Sarah, he thought, might also help take his mind off these things. He called her back 2 days later. His research had turned up only one item. "And I'm not sure it fits into the pattern you're trying to build, Sarah, but here it is anyway, just to show you I believe in the cause. On the 17th of May, a couple of guys died in an accident at a chemical plant in Woodville Solvent, to be precise. The reports all indicated that the men died of carbon monoxide poisoning." "Humph," Sarah said. "Not much help there. I was hoping there'd have been some big spill, maybe on the highway. But wait a second. That was on the 17th? That's our day. That is our day. Mrs. Freedgood was killed on the 17th of May. And I'll tell you something else that happened then. There was a terrible smash-up on the highway that killed 8 people. Doesn't it look like we might just be stretching the bounds of coincidence here, Ulick?" "Jesus, I have a terrible headache," Byrne said. "But, yeah, I agree with you, because—" "And just look at the 18th, Sarah said, her voice rising. "Do you remember what happened on the 18th, Ulick? 5 people dropped dead. It's all in the Gazette. We were also wrapped up with that terrible murder that we never stopped to think there might have been any connection. But, you know, it's really too early for me to bother anyone else with my nutty ideas about all this, but I think there might be some kind of pattern." "Well, that's in line with what I was going to say," Byrne told her. "I'm damned if I can tell you what it is, but, Sarah, what I was going to say is I think there might be some kind of pattern because of Leo Freedgood." "The husband," Sarah said. Right, Leo Freedgood is some kind of officer of the Telpro Corporation. They're heavily into defense work, along with lots of other stuff. Well, Telpro owned Woodville Solvent. I did part of the paperwork on the transfer. They didn't want a Woodville attorney involved. Well, we're on to something, but I don't know what, Sarah said. Let's find this Freedgood and talk to him. And then I'll try out some of my funny ideas on you. I could use a good laugh, Byrne said. All my respectable clients seem to want to end up behind bars. 5. When Richard Albee arrived home on that Tuesday, Laura opened the front door for him. He dropped his suitcases on the floor and hugged her until she said she couldn't breathe. Then he stepped backward and, still holding her shoulders, looked at her. Her face was glowing, her hair clean and soft, her belly somehow visibly larger. A dozen cornball remarks about Grecian vases formed in his mind, but all he said was, God, did I miss you. You look so good. That night he told her all about Morris Stryker and the house on College Street, about the endless meals in second-rate restaurants, the shifty men consulting with Stryker, Stryker's rejection of his plans, how he had almost run down the client in order to escape him. That means our income is effectively cut in half, Richard told her. But I don't want you to worry about that. Something will happen. I know it will. I'm even surer of that than you, Laura said. I bet you that in 2 years, at the most 3 years, you'll have so much work that you'll be turning down some clients. Trust me, I have a crystal ball. And it was true that, though the Albees had less cash in their pockets, they survived each month's deluge of bills, all during that summer and fall. During this time, with Richard working just up the road in Hillhaven, they became closer than they had ever been. One day a week, even as Laura's pregnancy developed, they went to New York and wandered through galleries and museums. And this exposure to Manhattan, as well as the healthy growth of her baby, melted away Laura's depression at leaving London. They agreed that when Richard's business would allow them to spend more money, they would rent a small apartment somewhere on the West Side to use on the weekends. On the September night that the baby was delivered, Richard stood beside the bed and said the helpless but encouraging things fathers say. You're doing a great job, darling. Now it's going to be time to push again. That's it. Push. Keep pushing. Keep pushing. Really push now. That was wonderful, Laura. He was babbling, too excited and too proud of Laura to really remember the lessons they had taken. What most impressed Richard about the process of birth was the courage, even the heroism, of women. He thought that if men had babies, there would be a lot fewer people. After 10 hours of labor, Lump was born in Norrington Hospital on September 30th, weighing 7 pounds 1 ounce, 23 inches long, normal and healthy in every aspect, and female, as Richard had known she would be. The following day, Richard and Laura decided to name her Philippa, for no reason other than that they both liked it. Philippa? Asked the nursery nurse, a big, good-natured black woman with a thick, wiry corolla of hair. Whatever happened to good old normal names like Mary and Susan? Seems like nobody uses those anymore. 4 days later, the Albees took their daughter home to the lovely new house on Beach Trail. Richard had managed to decorate the room they had chosen as the nursery, but in much of the rest of the house the walls were unfinished, and exposed pipes rattled against plaster surrounds, and junction boxes sat like spiders in the centers of immense metal webs. It was as Richard had explained to Laura years before. The restorer's house was always the last to get restored. I'm glad you're not an obstetrician, Laura said. As Philippa grew, she resembled Laura. Her hair was that same delicate watercolor shade of red, much more than Richard, and from the start this sweet, sober, questioning child owned her father's heart. Richard and Laura never tried to have another child. Philippa seemed to take so much love from them, and to create as much as she took, and the Albees never seriously considered filling a void they could not see or feel. When Philippa was 5, they enrolled her in the Green Bank Academy. By then their house was restored, and Laura's prediction had come true, though a year or 2 later than scheduled. Richard had offers of so much work that he could only take half of it. By now they were thinking seriously about that apartment in New York, the more so since Laura knew that she wanted to look for a job when Philippa was a few years older. When Philippa was in the 5th grade, Laura began interviewing for jobs on magazines with publishers of all descriptions, and in 6 months she had found a job as an assistant editor with a paperback company. Laura flourished in this job, but the Albys' marriage became shakier than at any time since their move back to America. As Laura became more experienced with publishing, Richard could not help his resentment over how much time she spent away from the house, away from him. He had to accept that Laura's job had become almost as important in her life as her marriage. The Albys fought and strained with and against each other for 18 wretched months. By the time that Philippa went off to Brown University, Richard drove her up to Providence and looked up Morris Stryker in the telephone book while he was in Providence, expecting not to find him, and did not, either dead or unlisted. Laura had been named editorial director at Pocket Books, and Richard had become more successful than he considered he had any right to be. He spoke at convocations and symposia around the world. He and Laura had made many trips back to London, and he had an office in New York as well as one in Hampstead. He employed 2 young architects passionately interested in restoration work, and one of them, he thought, seemed as passionately interested in Philippa. In Philippa's junior year at Brown, one of Laura's young discoveries wrote a book that instantly began to sell more than 20,000 copies a week and went on to sell steadily until they had printed more than 2 million copies. And Richard got the most important commission of his life, to restore a famous Victorian country house designed by Sir Charles Barry. That Thanksgiving, Laura and Richard and Philippa had a long, consciously celebratory dinner in their Hampstead home. The Albys drank a bottle of Dom Perignon before dinner, and then went into the dining room to feast on the goose their cook had roasted, and all the other more traditional foods she had made, the stuffing, the acorn squash, cranberries, potatoes, mince pie. The doorbell rang just as they sat down. Richard groaned, saying that it might be a delivery of plans from the New York office. No, Laura said, it could be the messenger service delivering her new star's next manuscript a day early. She stood up and left the table as Richard started to carve the goose. When Laura opened the door, Richard glanced sideways. A chilling blast of wind so cold it felt black, had whipped into the dining room. "What?" Richard said, putting down the long carving knife. He turned toward the door, and in that second saw Billy Bentley walk forward toward Laura through the door. Billy walked in on that rising, whipping black wind, and his eyes were glowing. In the next second he slammed a knife into Laura's stomach and hauled it upward toward her heart with gleeful and inhuman savagery. All of this could have happened, and some of it did, but not in that way. Richard rolled over in bed and blinked up at the ceiling. He did not feel sane, but whatever sanity he'd had was the inventor of this elaborate and cruel fantasy. At times he had almost believed it. No, at times, prostrate here in this bedroom, he had believed it. He had seen Philippa being born, and he had seen her face when she was able to ride her first 2-wheeled bicycle, when she had been first in her class in a test. He had seen that page of the Providence telephone directory, the row of names that did not include Morris Stryker's, and heard Philippa's voice asking him, "Who are you looking for, Daddy?" These invented things he had seen had probably kept him at least as sane as he was, and had probably kept him alive, too. For the past 5 days he had been in shock so deep he had almost needed to remind himself to breathe. As Leo Freedgood had dosed himself with alcohol after the death of his wife, Richard Albee had fed himself on imagination. About 9 o'clock on Tuesday night, the 17th of June, Richard had taken exit 18 off the Connecticut Turnpike, swung down the Sayre connector to Green Bank Road, crossed over the bridge from which Turtle Turk had threatened to drop Bruce Norman, went past Wren Van Horn's house and the entrance to the beach, and from Mount Avenue turned into Beach Trail. He had rehearsed so many alternatives in his mind. There had been a power failure, there had been a burglary, Laura had been trying to dial him and was now on the highway to Providence, that all he wanted to do was see his wife and make sure that everything was still all right. Among the alternatives he had considered was a fire. And so he felt easier as soon as he got far enough along on Beach Trail to see the back of his house. The light inside the back door was on, Richard noticed as he drove into the garage. He got his suitcase out of the trunk and carried it across the drive to the back steps. Then he opened the back door and called his wife's name. He entered, dropped his case just inside the door. Richard went down the hall toward the front of the house. "Laura?" he called. One of the lights in the living room was on, and he saw that Laura had hung up several of their paintings on the long wall at the back. He wandered through the living room and out into the hall again. This time he noticed that the front door was open, and when he noticed that, he caught a heavy, unfamiliar odor on a drift of air. It had come from deep within his house. Standing there in the empty hall beside the open front door, Richard had wanted to go back out the rear door, take his car out of the garage, and drive all the way back to Rhode Island, all the way to Maine, all the way to the Arctic Circle and the end of the world if need be. His heart had lurched in its rhythm, and for the last time he whispered her name. He touched the open door, swallowing hard, and pushed it shut. Then he turned to face the house. Richard went into the dining room, saw that the round antique table had been polished, and the chairs taken from their protective packing. He turned on the light in the kitchen and stepped in. The kitchen was empty. On the counters were swirls left by a damp rag. Beside the sink, like a severed hand, lay the red receiver for the telephone. On the little table were boxes of unpacked glasses. One of these boxes had fallen to the floor, and a bright scattering of broken glass lay on the tiles. Such small signs of disorder. At the far end of the kitchen was a pantry Richard was planning to remove. It was a small enclosed space with aluminum tubs, a washer and dryer, and handmade shelves all the way up to the ceiling. Richard forced himself to open the door to this pantry, then forced himself to pull the cord that turned on the light. At first he saw nothing but the washer and dryer. He held his breath and walked into the small square room. He looked at the shelves and saw a thick layer of dust, an old pair of striped work gloves. Dusty fruit jars with red caps had been tented within a furry spider web. When he looked at the side of the washing machine, he saw a splash of blood. She had answered the door, come into the kitchen with her guest. Then she had known she was in danger, and she had picked up the telephone. The man had cut the phone line. Laura had run into the pantry and squeezed herself down beside the washer. She had already been hurt. What then? He did not know if he was strong enough to know what had happened then. Holding his hands to the sides of his face, he came out of the kitchen by its back door and went down the narrow back hall. At the bottom of the steep narrow back staircase, in the old days the servants' staircase, he found another splash of blood. So she had burst out of the pantry and climbed the back stairs. He groaned, set his foot on the bottom step. His body seemed paradoxically heavy enough to flatten the step, so light it could float upward at the slightest push. He walked up half a dozen steps, breathing in short, agitated gasps. Halfway up the back staircase, he saw a bloody palm print on the wall above the handrail. On the top step lay another splash of blood, already dried and brown. He went straight ahead to the room they had chosen as Lump's nursery. It was the nearest room. It was where she would have run. Richard stopped before the nursery door, kneading his hands together, and all at once caught that unfamiliar odor again. Now he recognized it as the smell of blood. He gently pushed open the door of the nursery. Just inside the door, a silver and brown thing lay on the old carpet. It took Richard a moment to recognize it as human flesh, another moment to identify it. Laura was frozen back against the nursery wall. Her blood splashed like a bucket of paint over the window above her body. Richard moaned like an underground animal, like a wounded badger. He stabbed on the light, starting to give in to the frightened weeping that had been building within him. Lump, too, had been riding on the dragon's back, the shapeless little thing that would have become his Philippa. She was beside Laura, what there was of her. Laura's mouth was open. Her eyes stared at him. Lump's mouth, too, was open. Richard stood before them, so incapable of movement that he could not even tremble. Finally, he saw that the opening torn in his wife's belly was filled with flies, and he screeched so loudly that the effort let him move backward out of the nursery and into the hall. 6. The being who had once been Dr. Wren Van Horn sat in his darkened living room and faced the old mirror the doctor had bought. What it saw in the mirror were scenes of devastation and ruin, smoking rubble and heaps of shattered bricks, the timeless scenes of its landscape. Streets heaved upward into impassable mounds of broken concrete, buildings burned down to their foundations, bridges sunken into the water they were supposed to cross, huge piles of ash flaring up, tongues of fire flickering around their circumferences as a bitter wind rustles through, then subsiding again, breathing out a sullen smoke. Then a shuffled deck of pictures rolled across the surface of the mirror, the faces of screaming children, troops moving across a wide street, the trenches and mud and barbed wire of the First World War, the emaciated bodies of concentration camp victims, bodies starved down to catgut and gristle. These images, too, were timeless, and represented both past and future. Children with swollen stomachs and the faces of old men, hunched men and women picking their food off a barren hillside. Now the being saw, suspended in a towering wave of blood, the faces of all those who had died since the 17th of May. Joe Ricci, Thomas Gay, and Harvey Washington, Stony Friedgood and Hester Goodall, Harry and Babe Zimmer, and 15 firemen, Bobby, Fritz, all the others, their faces and bodies floating in the red wave. Then the towering wave subsided, and the being in Wren Van Horn's living room saw platoons of children swimming off Gravesend Beach, forcing themselves to go beyond the markers, making themselves swim when they were so exhausted they could scarcely make their arms lift out of the heavy pink water. Then he saw them swimming back toward shore, their bodies dark with bottom mud and hung with ropes of weeds. He turned in his chair to look hungrily out of the wall of windows facing the Sound. Yes, standing on the sea-wall at the edge of his lawn was a silent crowd. He moved to the windows to let them in. The first one to step in through the opened windows was a small boy, wearing the torn and faded remains of a blue T-shirt. On the shirt there still lingered a barely visible photograph of Yoda. 7. With burning bowels and a pounding head, Turtle Turk worked the traffic light on the corner of Riverfront Avenue and the Post Road the following morning. He was recovering from the worst bout of flu of his life, and by now he knew that he should have stayed home another day. He saw double for a few seconds and shook his head. His guts squirmed. Soon it would be time for another of his half-hourly visits to the crummy little toilet in the back of a Brazzi liquor. The liquor store stood right behind him on the southeast corner. It was just his luck, Turtle thought, that he got the flu so late in the cycle. By the time he fell sick, everybody else had been over their flu so long they didn't even remember how rotten it had made them feel. All they cared about was covering his place on the duty roster and subtracting sick days off his schedule. Turtle could still work himself up into a fine, hot resentment by thinking that none of his fellow officers had even visited him at home. The warmth of his resentment probably kept him from seeing that his frequent loud diatribes about the assholes who called or came by his camper at night had decided everybody else that Turtle hated to be bothered at home. But this morning Turtle had enough to make him percolate with resentment without rehearsing the callousness of the younger policeman. First, there was the damned button, and second, there was the urge to grow hair on his palms that affected every civilian once he got behind the wheel of his car. Any cop who did this duty had seen mild little people who would cry if shouted at, suddenly act like savages in traffic, screaming out the window, blasting the horn, squealing their tires. But today it seemed worse than ever. Turtle knew that a couple of kids had deliberately swept so close to him they had almost run over his shoes. There was more than the usual amount of horn leaning from the cars stuck behind the red light on the post road. Some of that was the fault of the button, but mainly it was just impatience, as if the places these civilians had to get to were any better than the insides of their cars. Worst of all, there had been 2 fender benders this morning, and that was unusual for this corner. And in the second little accident, a big guy in a Glen plaid suit had come boiling out of his Audi and run back to the little fatso in a Ford who had banged him. The big guy had torn open the door of the Ford and was battering on the fatso's face before Turtle could get to him. And then he had only stopped the big guy by clubbing him with his nightstick. All that wasn't easy on a man with a headache and a sick stomach. On top of everything else, he had a complicated report to write up when he got back to headquarters. And if that wasn't bad enough, some lady with frizzy Chiquita banana hair and a cigarette plastered to her oversized lower lip had leaned out her window and screamed at him that there had been 4 murders, damn it! What are you morons doing about it? Picking your noses? Of course, civilians were dumb as dogs. They didn't know that the state was now running the murder investigations, and if they did, they probably thought that someone like Turtle would resent it. But Turtle thought the situation was just fine. Let the state do all the dog work. A young jerk like Bobo Farnsworth probably thought that investigation was good for his soul, but Turtle knew that it was mainly just hard on the feet. If the state guys identified the killer, it would be the Hampstead cops who would take him in. That part was all right with Turtle. "Well, me, lady, what I'm doing about it is I'm giving the killer your name as soon as I run your license number through state records," Turtle muttered to himself. Then the button got stuck again. Turtle shook his head, getting purple in the face with rage. When he pushed the button on the little handheld metal box, the signal was supposed to change on the traffic lights, and when it got stuck, as it did every other time this morning, he had to get across the street through the traffic and open the console on the sidewalk and jiggle a switch in the junction box. Then he had to run back across the street and see if it worked. Sometimes the light just bit down on red or green, and Turtle had to get out in the middle of the white circle and direct traffic with his arms and his whistle until the machine decided to work again. He held up his hand and stepped off the curb. Horns blasted, the cars began to stack up on either side of the road. Turtle stepped between 2 cars and glared at a weedy, bald-headed idiot leaning on his horn. On the other side of the yellow line, right-turning cars from the post road cruised by unstoppably. Turtle stuck his arm out again and blew a piercing command on his whistle. 2 more cars went by, and finally the third, a Jaguar driven by a blonde with short upturned hair, stopped. Turtle stepped in front of it, and the car crept forward another 5 inches and touched Turtle's knee. He blasted the whistle loud enough to shatter the windshield, and then took the whistle from his mouth, and with a beet-red face yelled, "What's the big idea, lady? You trying to—" Another car, making a right turn from the post road, crumped into the woman's car. Turtle felt a sharp pain in his knee as the Jaguar's bumper struck it, and he bellowed, "Out! Out of the cars, both of you!" Savagely he hit the switch inside the junction box, and through the furor of the horns heard the loud click as the light changed. "Now get those cars moving and settle your problems," Turtle bellowed, not sure why he'd tied up traffic by making the blonde and the man behind her leave their cars. Through his headache floated an image of his whipping both of them with his stick, flattening the man's nose and breaking the woman's jaw, scattering teeth and blood. He glared at them with such peculiar intensity that they each hurriedly got into their cars and drove on until they could pull into a parking lot to swap insurance cards. Turtle ground his teeth and stepped down off the curb again to limp across to his station. His bowels stirred, and in a very few minutes he would have to be back in Abrazi's stinking 3-foot square toilet. He wondered what would happen to him if he used his nightstick to crack open the windshield of the next expensive piece of foreign tin that went past. He guessed that the pleasure of it would far outweigh whatever punishment the department gave him. Now he had to contend with the left-turners from the other side of the post road. He stuck out his hand and put his foot across the yellow line. A car ignored his signals and rushed right past him, the rear window passing no more than 2 feet from his face. Turtle never noticed who was driving, except that he had a dim, uneasy sense that no one was driving. But when he looked furiously through the rear window, he saw the torn and scarred face of Dickie Norman staring back at him. It seemed to hang in front of his eyes for an impossibly long time. Dickie's face was that fishy white of all dead skin, except for the black lines where a surgeon's knife had cut through his forehead and scalp. His eyes were faintly yellow around the pupils and as lifeless as the face. Dickie's tongue moved thickly as Turtle peered into the rear window. Dickie was struggling to speak. Then the apparition flew past him. The car was gone, already moving through the intersection. Turtle stumbled blindly into the traffic, holding his hand out without looking to see if he was stopping any cars. The whistle hung slackly from his lips. He made it safely to the curb and went up the steps into Abrazi's without even looking back at the traffic. Mike Abrazi, the old man behind the sloping counter, said, "You sure got the runs, huh, Turtle?" "Shut the fuck up," Turtle growled and rushed into the little toilet and got his pants down just in time. He kept trying to blot out the picture of Dickie Norman's face. When he came out, trailing some of the odors from the little room at the back of the liquor store, he saw that the traffic was for once streaming past normally, and he looked up the post road, up past the bridge going toward the near end of Main Street. He saw a little group of people that took his attention by its incongruity. He first recognized Graham Williams, a man for whom he had only scorn. Williams had run out on his country instead of trying to help it. Then he recognized Richard Albee, the husband of the last victim, and beside Albee was Patsy McLeod. Turtle had seen her grow up in Hampstead, and he knew she'd married that football player from J.S. Mill, Les McLeod, who had creamed himself on the highway a week or so ago. Patsy was a pretty girl with those big eyes and that long hair. With these three went a teenager, some boy Turtle did not recognize. For an instant before turning his attention back to the traffic, Turtle watched these four make their way in the sunlight toward Main Street. And the second oddest thing of the day happened to Turtle Turk. He envied those four people. It went through him with a peculiar, poignant sharpness that they were a kind of family, so great was their affection for each other. For a moment in which he was surprised by the clarity with which he saw these four, as if they were outlined in bright sunlight. He wanted to be with them, to be a part of that closeness, and in that second he permitted himself to feel envy. But then they turned the corner. He could see the hump in old man Williams's back, and they were just ordinary civilians again. Turtle stabbed at the button again, and again it stuck. He started to swear, and then again was assailed by the sight of Dickie Norman's face, looking blankly at him through the car window. He closed his eyes, exhaled, and pushed the button gently with his index finger. The lights changed with a loud, decisive click. Turtle opened his eyes again, tingling with relief. Christ, for a second there he'd almost believed. He scowled at the cars gunning through the intersection. For something like that, they could take his pension away. Richard Albee would have talked about what he thought he had seen. Indeed, as Turtle watched him turn into Main Street with his friends, Richard was ignoring the tears that slid down his cheeks and telling the other three about his days-long fantasy about Laura and his child. And before the end of the day he would be telling them about Billy Bentley and the dream of making the earth spout blood. Even Les McLeod would have found someone at a bar, not Patsy, to amuse with his crazy story of seeing a dead face through a car window. But when Turtle's 8 hours were up, he reported back to the station and laboriously typed up his report on the fender-bender, changed out of his uniform, and went home to his Winnebago. There he drank 5 beers and fell asleep while watching a ball game on television. At 8 o'clock, Turtle awoke, muttering "catch up" to himself. He went into the camper's little toilet, smaller than Abrazi's, but not much cleaner, relieved his bladder, shaved, splashed water under his armpits. He left the camper to drive up the post road to Billy O's. Billy O's was a bar in a section of Bridgeport mostly inhabited by black people, but no black person ever went into Billy O's. It was a cop bar. The owner, Billy O'Meara, had been on the old Sarum force for 20 years before a kid in a stolen car had run into him and broken his pelvis into toothpicks. Now he limped from one end of his bar to the other, endlessly explaining that most human beings were good for shit, but especially kids, Jews, Protestants, Dagos, Puerto Ricans, women, and most especially jungle bunnies. If a black man had dared poke his head into Billy O's, Billy O'Meara would probably have dropped dead on the spot of racist's apoplexy. When Turtle walked in, the 6 or 7 guys at the bar glanced at him and immediately stopped talking. That meant, Turtle knew, that they had been talking about Royce Griffin. The only policeman in this part of the state to have shot himself in the past 10 years. Griffin was the subject of a lot of conversation in cop bars and department locker rooms. Turtle was sick of it. It seemed to him that a bunch of loaded cops talking about Royce Griffin was even more boring than Billy O'Meara talking about how many black guys had tried to break into his storeroom. "Oh, Jesus," he said. "Are you fucking guys exhuming Roycey again? Let the little bastard get a little sleep, will ya? He ate his gun. Natata. Give it a rest." A Bridgeport police sergeant named Danny Salgo said, "Word is you rode him pretty hard, Turtle." "Sure I rode him hard," Turtle said. "Everybody rode him hard. What the hell you trying to say?" "Nothing, Turtle," Salgo quickly said. "It better be nothing. The department gets one foul ball who freaks out, and everybody for 100 miles around starts doing a 10-year post-mortem." Billy O'Meara put a glass of beer and a short glass of Jack Daniels over ice down in front of Turtle. Turtle sipped the bourbon, then took a long draught of the beer. "Give me some good news, Turtle," Billy O'Meara said. "With these other guys, all I get is the bad. So-and-so flunked the captain's test. Some of the dumbbell totaled his car. Blah, blah, blah. Johansson down the end there, he's so full of gripes he's going to Los Angeles next month, take the tests to get onto the force there." "Los Angeles?" Salgo said incredulously. Johansson was a 24-year-old policeman in Hampstead. "They taking babies out there now? Why the hell you want to go all the way out there just to meet a lot more spicks? You're a little puppy, Johansson. They'll take you apart out there." Johansson shook his blond head, wisely keeping his temper. "I just got sour on this place," he said. "Even Bobo's thinking of going out there, I hear. You make about 3 times as much money, for one thing." "Bobo Farnsworth, the world's only teetotal cop," Shango said. "A coke-sucker." Turtle suddenly felt weary. "Bobo's a good cop," he said. "So's Johansson down there. He's a kid, but he's a good cop." Then Turtle laughed. "You want to hear the good news, O'Meara? Hey, Johansson, you coming to the choir boys next week?" Johansson nodded into his beer glass. "There's your good news, Billy. Another midnight special for the Hampstead and Old Sarum boys. This one is going to really be wild. You'll be lucky to have a bar left." O'Meara was already laughing. He was remembering, as all the men in the bar knew, what had happened after the first annual midnight all-police movie at the Nutmeg Theater behind Main Street. The movie had been Clute, and about 150 Hampstead and Old Sarum police officers had attended. For $3 apiece, they had had all the beer they could drink and about 6 pounds of popcorn each. By the time the movie was over, the theater was full of crushed popcorn and flattened beer cans, and the more boyish of the boys, who had screamed and shouted for an hour and a half, were ready to have a little serious fun. A bunch of cops had taken a short detour on the way to Billy O's, and at 2 o'clock the little bar locked its doors on 19 drunken cops and 3 local working girls. By 4 o'clock the place smelled like a high school locker room. By 5, the girls stopped charging, having made about 2 months' worth of money. By 6, everyone but Billy was on the floor, all the girls naked, and most of the men, too. Heaps of wet $5 and $10 bills lay here and there, stuck together with spilled beer. At 6:30, Billy gave everyone a free drink and kicked them out. 2 or 3 of the men, among them Johansson, had driven straight to the police station to work out on the firing range before their shift began. "Hey, I'd like to make it to that," Salgo said. "I don't think they're inviting firemen this year, Danny," Turtle said, an old police joke. Turtle and the others settled into the familiar rituals of a night's drinking, and no one said anything he had not said many times before. But in the middle of the night in the bar, Turtle felt as though maybe he did have whatever he had envied in the little group of Patsy McLeod and Graham Williams and the other 2 that morning. Had as much of it as he wanted, anyhow, as much closeness as he could stand, and the little cop's bar in a Bridgeport ghetto gave it to him. "I had enough," he said at 10 minutes past 1. "I'm seeing things. Gotta get home. Pretty soon I'll be like that old Josephine Taylor. Saw her granddaughter today. Argument for rape. Goodbye." At 1:30, Turtle got out of his car and began to push himself up the weedy bank that separated his camper's site from the road. The Winnebago sat on a half-acre of cleared ground Turtle had bought from the town in 1941. Next to Turtle's land was a rundown grocery store that doubled as a gas station. Behind it was another half-acre of trees. When Turtle was halfway up the bank, he heard somebody moving around in back of his camper. Loud footsteps from somewhere in front of him. "Partner," he whispered to himself and fumbled, getting his gun out of its holster. Someone was trying to break into the Winnebago. That was his first thought. "Come on out where I can see you," he shouted, thinking that it was probably a couple of kids who had cut and run for the trees. "Get out here, you scum!" Panting, he reached the top of the bank. He crouched over and waddled as quickly as he could to the white fence on the other side of his property from the store. From there he could see the front of the Winnebago. No one was hiding there, flattened up against the camper's stamped metal. "Come on out," he shouted. No one responded. Turtle ran across the back of the camper and circled up around the far side. Now he was sweating and breathing hard enough to strain his belly against his belt. Despite what he had heard, there were no kids larking around his camper. Then he heard the sound again, a heavy body moving. It came from the trees behind his land. Turtle wiped his forehead with his sleeve. The sounds still came toward him from the trees. "What the hell are you doing in there?" he screamed. "Is this supposed to be a game?" Turtle thought of what he had seen that morning, Dickie Norman's awful face, but of course he had not seen it. "I'm a cop, and I'm armed," Turtle yelled. Then he could see the body coming out through the last of the trees. Too much Jack Daniels and too much beer. The body, now emerging onto the cleared land, was Dickie Norman's, and it was naked and so white it seemed to reflect back the moonlight. "I don't know what you are, but you better leave me alone," Turtle said, aiming his pistol at Dickie's chest. As soon as Dickie took another step, Turtle could smell him. It was the smell, unforgettable, that Turtle had been subjected to as a young cop when they had discovered the body of a hunter locked in his car out behind the Rinker Brothers ice house in the late 40s. The hunter had got lost in a snowstorm, and the cold froze him to death in mid-January. It was April when they found him. Turtle had opened the door of the hunter's car, and he thought that he would puke for an hour. Dickie said something that was lost in the buzzing of 1,000 flies. He took another step toward Turtle. 8. 2 hours after the death of Turtle Turk, Mickey Zaber O'Hara dreamed again that she was sleeping with her son Tommy. She cradled his thin, cold 9-year-old body, peeled the wet strands of weed from his forehead, kissed his cold, wet cheeks. She rubbed her hands over his back, sleepily trying to warm him. Oh, she loved Tommy. Her hands pressed his shoulders into her, and beneath her hip she felt grit. She unthinkingly knew it was sand. Her husband snored on behind her, and Mickey ran her hand lovingly down her son's cold flank. Mud slowed her fingers, slimed against her palm. Gradually, still sleepily, Mickey understood that she was not dreaming. She was awake, and Tommy was miraculously beside her. She cradled his face. Tommy's eyes fluttered. The boy had given her a chance to join him. All she wanted was to join him. In the morning, both their bodies were gone. Hampstead had crossed another threshold, and now stood, as Mickey Zaber O'Hara had for a phantasmal lyric moment, on the border between life and death.